There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Just as he was about to resist, the puppet immortal guard stepped forward, the thunder beast roared, and the three ultimate main souls simultaneously let out cries, echoing throughout the cave. At the same time, the seven-star sword formation suddenly unleashed a torrent of sword energy, the seven swords merging into one, slashing down from the air. As the sword energy descended, 7 more evil beast souls roared, blocking the primordial spirit's attempt to return. Above Lei Daozi's primordial spirit, Wang Lin had already placed a restriction, which now erupted completely, forming a net of electric light that tightly surrounded Lei Daozi's primordial spirit. "Sumu, you broke your promise," Lei Daozi said coldly. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Lei Daozi's severely injured primordial spirit before him, its power almost completely depleted, had no choice but to comply with his demands in order to survive. This was a good opportunity for Wang Lin to refine a puppet immortal guard. The first step in refining a celestial guard requires the person being refined to be willing. I haven't broken my promise, but this second step of the forbiddance technique, if you are not willing, will not succeed. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I naturally want to summon your primordial spirit, Wang Lin said calmly, his right hand gesturing slightly. The celestial guards and lightning beasts simultaneously surrounded Lei Daozi's primordial spirit. If there was any unusual movement, they would immediately attack without hesitation. Wang Lin didn't look at Lei Daozi's primordial spirit. He grabbed his left hand with his right hand, then released Lei Daozi's storage bag to the side, closed his eyes, and exhaled a breath of primordial spirit energy, filling Lei Daozi's body. Lei Daozi's primordial spirit was extremely gloomy. He coldly stared at Wang Lin, wanting to see what kind of mark Sumu had placed on him. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin's primordial spirit energy continuously spewed out, transforming into streaks of lightning that merged into Lei Daozi's body. Several days passed in a flash. Lei Daozi's body gradually weakened, eventually becoming almost skin and bones, but the lightning within him still crackled like thunder. His body constantly flickered with light, appearing somewhat eerie. Lei Daozi's primordial spirit watched almost without blinking for days, the tremor in his eyes growing stronger. At first, he couldn't figure out what Wang Lin intended to do. But in the following days, he suddenly understood. Sumu wanted to turn him into a puppet. His eyes trembled, turning into terror, his gaze fixed on the puppet guard beside him. Although his primordial spirit wasn't in his body, he felt a chill run through him. Could it be that you refined this puppet like this? What kind of person are you? How could you have such a cruel refining method? Wang Lin gazed at the corpse, its entire body shimmering with a coppery light, his eyes revealing a strange glint. As expected of a yin void cultivator's body, it can reach the same level without containing any metallic materials. If you add rare treasures, it might even surpass it. Sumu, what exactly do you want? I only agreed to be your slave, not your puppet. Lei Daozi's primordial spirit glared at Wang Lin, immediately shouting urgently. For days, he had roared repeatedly, but Wang Lin continued his refining, completely ignoring him. For the past few days, he had watched helplessly as his body was refined, a feeling that fueled his hatred for Wang Lin. However, he didn't dare act rashly. His primordial spirit was sealed, and the puppet immortal guards, thunder beasts, and 3 main souls surrounded him, making Lei Daozi understand that any action would only lead to death. Silence. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, his right hand swung up, and 2 towering sword energies appeared. In an instant, the entire cave dwelling was filled with sword energy. Under the sword energy, Lei Daozi immediately fell silent. His heart trembled, and he looked at the 2 sword energies with increasing fear. He bitterly scanned his surroundings, his body threatened by external forces. Even if his current energy were depleted, or even if it were at its peak, he wasn't entirely sure he could break free. He was most wary of those 2 sword energies. After Lei Daozi's primordial spirit closed its mouth, Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, pervading this desolate planet. After a long while, his gaze focused, and he raised his right hand, pointing forward. A rumbling tremor shook the surroundings. Far outside the cave dwelling, on the horizon, a yellow springs appeared. Yellow springs power absorb, Wang Lin said in a low voice. The empty yellow springs appeared in the sky, instantly manifesting a colossal suction force. This force permeated the ground, gradually causing the desolate planet to tremble. Finally, it escalated into an earthquake. Immediately afterward, streams of metallic ore rushed out from the ground, being sucked into the yellow springs. As time passed, more and more metallic ore was drawn into the yellow springs. After a long time, the ground slowly stopped trembling, the yellow springs suction force ceased, and the metallic ore dissolved, forming 3 fist-sized yellow liquid spheres that flew out and fell into the cave dwelling. Wang Lin's right hand grasped a golden orb, placing it on Lei Daozi's forehead, and casually inhaled a breath of primordial spirit energy. Silver level, Wang Lin's eyes lit up with joy, his gaze lingering on Lei Daozi's primordial spirit, which had remained gloomy for days. Be my puppet for 3,000 years, and I'll give you freedom. How about it? Lei Daozi remained silent. Even with your life-preserving divine ability, you can't withstand my sword energy, Wang Lin said calmly. Lei Daozi now had only 2 paths. First, to risk resistance, but he understood that although his life-preserving divine ability was powerful, it was far inferior to that sword energy. He had no doubt that facing these 2 sword energies simultaneously, he would have no way out. Second, to become his puppet, exchanging 3,000 years for future freedom. The prerequisite is that the other party keeps their promise, and that I don't die in battle within those 3,000 years. Lei Daozi bitterly glanced at the puppet beside him, which remained silent. This puppet's body is incredibly tough. It can't even die from facing a magic weapon at this moment. In the distant Cloud River star, a thick fog enveloped the entire galaxy, and a gloomy aura permeated outwards, forcing all cultivators to take a detour. In the Luotia star realm, this Cloud River star was a place of death. Very few cultivators who entered could ever come out alive. Just then, the fog in the Cloud River star suddenly thickened, swirling violently outwards. Something emerged from within, and gradually, the swirling fog became even thicker. In an instant, a thin, emaciated figure, clad in tattered clothes, appeared, his demeanor utterly distraught and filled with intense fear, rushing out. A massive cauldron loomed before him. He seemed on the verge of escaping the fog, even showing signs of ecstatic joy. This was his 8th escape in 70 years, but then, an unimaginably long tentacle shot out from the Cloud River star, directly wrapping around the thin figure and violently dragging him downwards. This person was none other than Thimling. Caught by the tentacle, he plummeted downwards, his eyes filled with utter despair as he gazed at the dense fog before him. I spent my entire life searching for treasure, and yet this is the end, Wang Lin. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you running to this damn Luotia star domain, how would I have been brought here? If I hadn't been brought here, how would I have fallen onto such a terrifying planet? Wang Lin's cave dwelling, a deserted planet. Half a year later, a deafening roar echoed. The entire ground trembled slightly, sending a large amount of dust and debris into the air, like a thick fog. In the thick fog of dust, Wang Lin frowned as he emerged. Behind him stood a tall, thin puppet, its fists flashing with endless lightning. Lei Daozi had finally chosen to compromise, but Wang Lin's puppet immortal guard had failed. Although it possessed the lightning beast head of the Thunder Immortal Palace, the final refining step had failed. A low-grade immortal guard strength is equivalent to the first stage of great perfection cultivation. The first immortal guard, during refining, had some kind of anomaly added to by me, causing a slight change, which is why it reached the Yin Void realm. This second immortal guard, I used a Yin Void cultivator to refine it, combined with the head of a thunder beast. Originally, I could have forged a mid-grade immortal guard, but unfortunately, it still failed. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. Many things in this world seem within reach, but ultimately they are like the moon's reflection on the water. My Dao heart is a little stronger. Wang Lin pushed aside the helplessness in his heart, restoring his former composure. He turned to look at the dried corpse behind him, his eyes showing contemplation. It's not like I gained nothing, Wang Lin muttered to himself with difficulty. After the failure of the second immortal guard, Lei Daozi's primordial spirit gradually lost its consciousness, transforming into a strange halo of light, merging into his body. At the same time, the primordial spirit of the thunder beast was simultaneously ground down and merged with it. Peak silver body. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Although he had failed, he had instantly and decisively severed a connection with Lei Daozi's primordial spirit, abandoning the refining process and causing this immortal guard to retreat from the third stage to the first. At this moment, he had obtained peak silver body. This body could be considered a semi-finished immortal guard, unable to perform any divine abilities, but its inherent strength was truly astonishing. If Wang Lin's primordial spirit were to leave his body, he could still barely control it, but currently, his primordial spirit couldn't leave his body. With his divine consciousness, he could only indirectly make this puppet perform some simple movements, such as the punch just now. Such control was unusable in combat. In fact, even if Wang Lin could truly leave his body, his control would not be the same as with his normal body. He would be repelled by the primordial spirit within Lei Daozi's body. After the first stage of the immortal guard's refinement, only the original body's primordial spirit could truly control nature. Once the third refinement failed, even control was impossible, unless the person possessed a cultivation level several times higher than the puppet. And only through possession could they achieve eternal existence. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he collected the two immortal guards into his storage bag and turned to enter the cave dwelling. He had many things to do. The immortal guards were just one of them. After regaining his composure, the distress caused by the failed refinement of the immortal guards dissipated. Now I must improve my own cultivation, reaching a level equal to the intent realm. Inside the cave dwelling, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, his eyes flashing as he looked ahead. He had long since retrieved the three main souls, as had the 7-star treasure sword. As for the immortal guards and the two sword Chev Ling Jianhu, they remained in the cave dwelling. The puppet guardian stood beside him, and not far away, the thunder beast, having broken its third seal, was kneeling on the ground. Two streams of Ling Jianhu's sword energy floated in the air, emitting a dense sword aura and faint wailing sounds. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the thunder beast that had broken its third seal. If it weren't for the life or death situation before him, Wang Lin would never have wanted to transform the divine archer chariot into the thunder beast that had broken its third seal without any preparation. After all, this divine archer chariot was very difficult to control. One careless mistake could lead to retaliation. However, over the past 6 months, the thunder beast's behavior hadn't been arbitrary, and it hadn't shown any signs of retaliation against him, even obeying every command absolutely. However, this beast was also a little strange. No matter how Wang Lin used his divine abilities, it completely ignored him. It didn't reverse its transformation back into the divine archer chariot, nor did it return to his storage bag. The thunder beast opened the third seal, its body 3 times larger than before, its divine power manifesting in increasingly golden-colored horns on its head. As Wang Lin watched it, the thunder beast lifted its large head, which had been prostrate on the ground, its enormous eyes glancing at Wang Lin. Lightning flashed between its nostrils, and its body darted out. When man and beast looked at each other, Wang Lin felt that this beast seemed more lively, even possessing a true soul. Although the thunder beast was arrogant and unruly, its eyes were never as lively as they were now. Finding it annoying, the thunder beast withdrew its gaze and let out a low growl. Its body flicked, transforming into a bolt of lightning and disappearing into the distance outside the cave. Wang Lin smiled wryly. For over half a year, this beast had been like this, often returning after several days of going out. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin's eyes showed a decisive expression. If this beast repeatedly refuses to return to the storage bag, then let it go. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and two streams of Lin Tiaho sword energy roared in the air, marching into the puppet Immortal Guard. At the same time, the puppet Immortal Guard stood before the cave dwelling, protecting Wang Lin. From within Wang Lin's heart, a storage bag appeared. This belonged to Lei Daozi. After Lei Daozi's primordial spirit dissipated and merged into the second Immortal Guard, this storage bag became ownerless, no longer bearing any divine consciousness imprint. The contents of this storage bag were quite varied. Besides some everyday items, only for things truly interested Wang Lin. First, a jade slip. On the surface of the jade slip was carved a ferocious thunder beast with golden horns on its head and its entire body flashing with lightning, looking extremely majestic. On the left side of the jade slip, a huge symbol was also carved. Wang Lin didn't understand the meaning of the symbol, but a simple analysis allowed him to guess its purpose. An ordinary jade slip couldn't possibly be so beautifully carved. Obviously, this object served as a token. Using his divine sense to investigate, a powerful bolt of lightning immediately appeared from within, preventing Wang Lin from penetrating further. Wang Lin remained calm, carefully examining the lightning blocking his divine sense. After a moment, a smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps I truly have the potential to become a Thunder Immortal Palace messenger. Wang Lin's smile was somewhat sinister. The resistance of this lightning could stop most cultivators, even some second-stage cultivators. But it had no effect on Wang Lin. The lightning emanating from this object contained a trace of the true power of heaven and earth's thunder, a genuine thunder power. Obviously, without cultivating the divine abilities of the Thunder Immortal Palace, it would be impossible to perceive it. However, Wang Lin had once swallowed half of the primordial divine dragon, and the thunderous power in his primordial spirit, originating from the primordial era, was naturally far superior to the thunderous power in this jade slip. At this moment, the thunderous energy, upon touching his primordial spirit and merging with his consciousness, was easily shattered. With the lightning dispelled, he saw what was inside the jade slip. Even with Wang Lin's composure, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This jade slip only recorded two divine abilities. The first was the cauldron transformation of heaven and earth. Using one's own thoughts to condense a cauldron, and using the will of heaven and earth to refine and fuse with one's own primordial power, forming an astonishing primordial power divine ability. Evidently, this technique was previously used by Lei Daozi, and Wang Lin had a very deep emotional connection to this divine ability. Unfortunately, this technique requires very high primordial power. Without reaching the Yin Void realm, one cannot perform it. Wang Lin's consciousness stopped at the second divine ability. This one called Thunder Origin Technique. It was this Thunder Origin Technique that truly moved Wang Lin. Thunder Origin Technique, an incomplete version of a low-grade immortal technique, absorbs the primordial energy of heaven and earth from the thunder into the body, thus rapidly condensing one's own primordial energy and reducing the time spent stuck in the yin-yang void and reality realm. This technique is extremely powerful. The thunder entering the body is something that cultivators in the first stage of cultivation cannot withstand or cultivate. Wang Lin's heart pounded. Ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand the thunder, but he had the fortuitous opportunity to obtain the thunder primordial spirit. For him, the value of this technique was unimaginable. Even a genuine low-grade immortal technique placed before him wouldn't be as valuable as this Thunder Origin Technique. This technique was only an incomplete version of a low-grade immortal technique, but Wang Lin desperately needed it at this moment. No wonder the Thunder Immortal Palace is so powerful in this Luotia star domain. Possessing such a Thunder Origin Technique, absorbing the thunder elemental power in the heavens and earth, it's obviously much faster than many others. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance, a smile playing on his lips. Cultivating the Thunder Origin Technique, obtaining the heaven and earth transformation divine ability, and having a thunder beast, even a true Thunder Immortal Palace envoy wouldn't be able to tell the difference between me and the real one. After inscribing the divine ability incantation on the jade slip, Wang Lin carefully put it into his storage bag and looked at the next item. That item was a sword, but it had no physical body. It was entirely made of lightning. Wang Lin had seen Lei Daozi use this artifact to contend with the immortal guards, and even with the guards' combined strength, they couldn't break it. Looking at the sword, Wang Lin pondered for a moment before putting it into his storage bag. The third item was a fist-sized silver stone, containing hidden thunder power. This object piqued Wang Lin's interest. He carefully examined it with his divine consciousness, then raised his right hand and gently touched its surface. The moment his hand touched it, a massive bolt of lightning erupted from the mineral, surging into Wang Lin's finger. An ordinary cultivator would surely be severely injured by this lightning strike, but Wang Lin's primordial spirit simply opened its mouth and absorbed it, instantly devouring the lightning. The lightning vanished in an instant, and a surge of heaven and earth elemental power slowly spread throughout Wang Lin's body. This elemental power was very small, just a tiny bit, but it caused Wang Lin's eyes to gleam brightly. He took a deep breath, stared at the mineral, hesitated for a moment, and abandoned the idea of absorbing it completely, instead placing it in his storage bag. Finally, he put it into a very familiar object, immortal jade. In Lei Daozi's storage bag, the amount of immortal jade made Wang Lin gasp. This quantity of immortal jade was truly immense, far surpassing even a single cultivation family. Seeing the sprout reveals the tree. A mere Lei Immortal Palace envoy possessing so much immortal jade shows just how powerful the Lei Immortal Palace is. Wang Lin wasn't overjoyed by the sheer amount. Instead, he felt a sense of awe. He pondered for a long time, his eyes gleaming with determination. Lei Immortal Palace. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his body flashing slightly, and he vanished from the cave dwelling, followed by the puppet immortal guards. Above the eastern sky of this desolate planet, Wang Lin stood in the void, his hand striking downwards, a thunderous sound echoing in all directions. The entire ground trembled silently, and within 1,000 miles, a powerful aura immediately suppressed everything. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the entire land seemed to be leveled. Everything suddenly shattered, instantly turning into dust, carried away by the wind in a fierce vortex, scattering in all directions. More and more dust rose, forming a swirling white mist. Wang Lin descended, sat cross-legged in the center, and patted his storage bag. The immortal jade he had obtained from the 3 previous cultivation families flew out, densely surrounding him. Wang Lin patted his storage bag again, and immediately the soul banner flew out, the 3 main souls within all the spirits hovering between heaven and earth. The Thunder Immortal Guard also floated in the air, meticulously observing the surroundings. If anything attempted to approach, it would be instantly annihilated. Having done this, Wang Lin took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, chanted a spell, and closed his eyes. A massive amount of immortal energy immediately surged forth, forming a vortex, which Wang Lin continuously absorbed into his body. After a while, the immortal jade shattered completely on the ground, and immediately a large amount of immortal jade flew out from Wang Lin's storage bag, stopping in all directions, continuously circulating endlessly. Wang Lin's immortal power increased, and his cultivation level steadily rose. At this time, in a distant star alliance, there was a desolate planet. This planet was not large, even much smaller than the Vermilion Bird Star, and nothing lived on this small planet. One day, 3 streaks of sword light flew rapidly across the starry sky. The person in front was a woman dressed in a light purple silk dress, simple yet elegant and charming, graceful, polite, and refined. Her face was like a painting, captivating and enchanting. Especially her pair of bright, watery eyes. Her beauty was unparalleled, and a faint fragrance emanated from her body in all directions. On her forehead, several glowing patterns radiated a 7-colored light, enhancing her beauty. If Wang Lin were to see her now, he would surely find her familiar. She was none other than Zidin, the woman who had devoured Liu Qianfeng's artistic conception, left the Vermilion Bird Star, and later clashed with the Heavenly Water Palace of the 5-Element Star. She was hunted down by the Heavenly Water Palace, rescued by Yao Zixu's father, the Blood Ancestor, and subsequently became his concubine. Behind her were 2 old men, their bodies radiating blood-red light. Their eyes were dim and devoid of light, clearly indicating their minds were bound. These 2 were blood slaves refined by the Blood Ancestor. Each blood slave possessed the cultivation of the peak-seeking realm. Zixin's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, she had brought the 2 blood slaves to the ordinary small planet far ahead. "You said this planet. Is that the place?" Zixin's voice was extremely pleasant, speaking slowly. A blood slave behind her respectfully said, "Mistress, this is indeed the planet." Zixin's gaze lingered on the small planet in the distance. 3 months ago, the blood slave reported that strange events had occurred on this planet, and it seemed to be slowly dying. This type of planet belonged to the Blood Ancestor's sphere of influence. After returning from the demon spirit land, the blood ancestor's expression remained gloomy, and he immediately departed, his whereabouts unknown. Zidane pondered for a moment, then swiftly moved forward, taking two blood slaves with her, heading straight towards the planet. There were no living beings on this planet. It was a desolate wasteland, the ground cracked everywhere. Upon arriving, Zidane and the two blood slaves heard rumbling sounds echoing around them. They saw more and more cracks appearing on the ground, and a distant mountain collapsing, creating countless clouds of dust that rose to the horizon. Further in the distance, there was a river about 100 meters wide, now dried up and riddled with cracks. 400 years ago, this planet, though wild, wasn't as bizarre as this. But over time, it seems this planet only lived for a short 400 years before perishing. Especially in the last few decades, it has transformed into this. A blood slave behind Zidane said in a low voice. Zishin's eyes flashed, and her divine consciousness spread out, wanting to penetrate deep into the planet to investigate. However, as soon as her consciousness penetrated the deepest part of the planet, she suddenly felt an icy chill along with countless deathly sounds swirling around her. Get out! This sound was several times more intense than thunder, a powerful and majestic force surging forth. In an instant, cracks appeared on the ground, and even the sky seemed to darken, as if nothing dared to challenge this sound. This sound, with its countless echoes and overlapping noises, seemed to merge into a single, deafening roar. Get out! The entire planet instantly crumbled, mountains collapsed, countless fissures appeared in the sky, and a cold wind howled, like a hell on earth. At the same time, the sound stopped in Zishin's ears, and her face immediately turned pale. The two blood slaves behind her recoiled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zishin's eyes showed fear. She didn't have time to ask why the voice sounded vaguely familiar. She immediately bowed respectfully and said, Junior didn't know this was where Senior was in seclusion. We apologize for disturbing you. We'll leave immediately. Her scalp tingled, and without hesitation, she swiftly flew backward. The two blood slaves followed closely behind, and the three of them, at top speed, quickly left the planet. In the starry sky, fear still lingered in Zishin's eyes. She glanced back at the planet, then swiftly departed with her two blood slaves. Shortly after they left, the small planet began to rumble even more violently. In an instant, the entire planet collapsed. Looking back, the planet resembled a sphere riddled with cracks, each one more numerous than the last, until it shattered completely. The planet crumbled, and deafening roars echoed throughout the starry sky, an invisible wave of energy spreading wildly. Zidane and the other two, far away, had drastically changed expressions. Seeing the wave spreading at such incredible speed, Zishin's face turned pale as she shouted, Blood slaves, stop it! Behind her, the two blood slaves, without hesitation, immediately attacked the wave, self-destructing their primordial spirits. Taking advantage of this opening, Zidane patted her storage bag and pulled out a blood-colored jade slip. This was a gift from the blood ancestor, capable of teleporting her from any location to the blood crystal once. However, it required some time before it could be activated. The planet shattered, turning into countless dust particles that dispersed into the starry sky. After the planet completely dissipated, a man stood in the center. His crimson hair swayed without wind, his eyes seemed to hold endless icy coldness. His skin was rough, and the meridians on his body were clearly visible, like a cluster of ancient talismans. On his forehead, 4 star points formed a circle, slowly rotating, but one of them was dimmer and less luminous than the others, appearing and disappearing intermittently. He was none other than Wang Lin's true form. The true form's expression was icy, his eyes identical, like melting ice, and his entire body exuded an extremely cold aura. The ripples from the shattered planet spread in all directions across the starry sky, seemingly having no effect, unable to penetrate his body. Wang Lin's true form gazed into the distance, his eyes profound and boundless. This planet no longer possesses any spiritual power. It cannot be absorbed by me. Wang Lin's main body pondered for a moment, glancing at the surrounding planetary fragments. He extended his right hand and clawed downwards. The fragments immediately stopped, and a desolate aura slowly condensed, only to dissipate shortly afterward. This soul extraction divine ability still needs more cultivation. Wang Lin's main body stepped forward, directly stomping his foot as he went. With his powerful body, he didn't need a star compass or any other magical artifacts to travel through the starry sky. It's a pity I still haven't found a mature ancient divine artifact. Otherwise, when I truly reach for stars perhaps, I should return to the vermilion bird star. Once I wonder if that Sam escaped the encirclement. Under those circumstances, Wang Lin's main body stomped his foot and walked away, gradually disappearing into the starry sky. Several months later, on a desolate planet, Wang Lin's true form chose this place, his body merging into it, gradually penetrating into the heart of the planet, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. He chose this place precisely because this planet naturally formed a layer of lightning. Vermilion bird star, cultivation demon sea. The mist of the cultivation demon sea had long since dissipated, and the entire cultivation demon sea had become a vast depression. Deep within the cultivation demon sea, there was a place called Shattered Star Chaos, a forbidden area of the entire cultivation demon sea. Anyone who approached it would mysteriously disappear, and gradually no one dared to go there. In the Shattered Star Sea, the land of ancient gods. In the Sea of Blood, countless cultivators sat cross-legged, their cultivation levels gradually increasing significantly as they dominated the Blood Sea. Especially the ancient cultivators, who were even more powerful. In the Blood Sea, atop the largest stone pillar, a red-haired man sat cross-legged, radiating an intense aura that could make all living beings tremble. A rusty iron sword was stuck beside him, its surface covered in dried brown bloodstains. At that moment, accompanied by the scraping sounds of the ground, the man lowered his head, his crimson hair enveloping his body. Through the distance, one could see him using his sharp fingernails to write the words Wang Lin on the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these two words were already carved into all the surrounding stone pillars. Wang Lin, a hoarse voice emanated from the red-haired man, echoing throughout the Blood Sea, causing all the cultivators within to tremble. For countless years, they had heard the name Wang Lin so many times it was ingrained in their very bones. Wang Lin, I'm about to escape after 3 months. In the Shattered Star Chaos, a figure emerged from the ancient god land, a monkey with bloodshot eyes perched on his shoulder, slowly walking out of the cultivation demon sea. He was not Sam, but an envoy sent by Sam. His eyes were filled with intense hatred. If Wang Lin were here, he would recognize at a glance that this was indeed the long-dead heavenly demon scatterer. If it weren't for Wang Lin, the inherited memories should have belonged to him. As the master of the Six Desires Demon Lord, his plan of thousands of years was destroyed by Wang Lin in an instant. His hatred for Wang Lin was no less than that of Sam. Thunder descends to the mortal world, the heavenly demon scatterer's body flicked, and he emerged from the Vermilion Bird Star. Vermilion Bird Star, Vermilion Bird Mountain Peak. Who are you? With her long black hair catching the mountain breeze, her white robes flowing, looked even more mature than she did back then. Behind her, Little White knelt on the ground, a lazy look in its eyes. In Churu's hand was a storage bag, an ancient-style bag, obviously several hundred years old. Uncle, you left this storage bag for me back then, and now I can open it. Chu said softly, then bowed her head and began to open the storage bag, her consciousness gently but forcefully entering it. Inside, it was empty, containing nothing, only a white light flashing in the air, stopping at Churu's forehead. Churu's body trembled, and she dropped the storage bag. The wind blew, carrying it far, far away. Little White let out a howl, stood up abruptly, and looked at Chu, somewhat confused about what had happened. The white light dissipated at Churu's forehead, and in her mind, a few sealed memories seemed to slowly unravel. Everything in her memory once again appeared before Chu. For 19 years, I felt the child grow up little by little. Seeing her is just like seeing my own child. Brother Wang, I can't bear it. Water is so foolish. She's disappointed you. After a long while, Churu's face was covered in tears. She gently bowed her head, hugged her knees, and sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Zibai, it turns out Uncle still doesn't want me to go find him. At this moment, Wang Lin was frantically absorbing immortal power. The fragments of immortal jade all around him continuously shattered into circles, scattering more and more. To advance from the mid-stage to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, a huge amount of immortal jade was needed, far exceeding the amount required for the mid-stage. However, Wang Lin's storage bag contained a large quantity of immortal jade, enough for now. The only problem was that Wang Lin discovered that after his primordial spirit mutated, unlike before, its absorption of immortal power seemed inexhaustible. Nearly half a year had passed, and a massive amount of immortal jade was consumed daily, yet his primordial spirit had not yet reached saturation. As time slowly passed, the amount of immortal jade consumed increased even further. Another half-year passed, and today Wang Lin forcefully opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, and a powerful force, seemingly capable of shaking the entire ground, emerged. Wang Lin stood up, his expression calm, looked up at the sky, and walked away. In the starry sky, a bolt of lightning roared and moved. Within the lightning was a huge lightning beast with silver horns on its head, but also radiating golden light, its entire body flashing with electric light, appearing incredibly majestic. On the back of the lightning beast, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes wide open with intense light. Although he appeared ordinary, a powerful and extraordinary aura emanated from him. At this moment, anyone who saw him would undoubtedly think he was an envoy from the Lightning Immortal Palace. Everything about him was very similar to when he went around Yunstar all those years ago. Even the envoys from the Lightning Immortal Palace would be stunned upon seeing him. Over 900 years of cultivation had brought Wang Lin's cultivation to the late stage of the questioning peak, making him similar to the vermilion bird son of yesteryear. If Juquezi hadn't died, who knows what he would have felt seeing this scene. The insignificant figure he had disregarded back then, who had even become a pawn in his hands, had now grown to such a height. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator in some small cultivation planets was already a supreme being, someone no one dared to provoke. Unless one possessed a heaven-defying magic treasure, fighting against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was certain defeat. After a year of absorbing immortal power, Wang Lin had finally reached this peak. He only needed one more step, his cultivation and understanding would reach perfection, and he would then advance to the second stage of cultivation. The second stage of cultivation is achieved by very few, and its difficulty is unimaginably far greater than the first stage. Although Wang Lin hadn't yet reached the second stage, his battles with cultivators at the Yin-Yang Void and Reality Realm had given him a deep understanding of how powerful cultivators in the second stage of cultivation truly were. The first stage of cultivation is so arduous. Recalling my 900 years of cultivation, danger lurked everywhere. A moment of carelessness could lead to the annihilation of both body and soul. This life-or-death ordeal, if it weren't for Senior Zhou Yi, I would have died long ago. If the first stage was like this, the second stage will undoubtedly be even more difficult. With life-or-death trials like this peak-seeking trial, I just don't know if I can overcome it. But when a person is born, those who follow the path become mortals, those who defy it become immortals. As long as one possesses the Tao heart, all obstacles must be overcome. Wang Lin's eyes shone like stars. There's still the third step of cultivation, although even the group of people led by Tao Yanzi haven't reached it. But if I were to ask, what level does this third step ultimately reach? How does it compare to the ancient gods? A look of anticipation appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Although he knew that the third step was truly too vague and elusive, he feared that even until his lifespan ran out, he wouldn't be able to grasp it. The 3 steps of cultivation are like climbing a mountain. Each step is more difficult than the last. Within the 3 steps, there are many realms. I just don't know if there's a 4th step. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the Thunder Beast's head, gently stroking it. Lightning flowed along his arm, having no effect on him. The 4th step is there. Wang Lin lowered his voice, seemingly asking this boundless starry sky. This question, in this world, no one could answer him. Lightning roared, carrying Wang Lin straight towards the heavenly illusion star. The cloud star was a place of painful memories for him, and he didn't want to think about it again. The moon gazing on the cloud river star. It's time to go and explore it. We need a large quantity of immortal fruits right now, and the illusion family is the best choice. Wang Lin sat on the Thunder Beast. Although it was slightly slower than the star compass, its speed was still extremely fast. This venerable one absorbed the spiritual energy of a small planet, and his strength reached for stars. Unfortunately, it lacks mature ancient divine artifacts. But I wonder if such an item exists in this Luotia star domain. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind. The moon gazing, being a parasite of an ancient god, I wonder if it still has any remaining ancient divine artifacts. Wang Lin pondered, recalling the scene from many years ago. Back then, on the Heavenly Fortune Star, the envoy of the Cultivation Alliance once brought along a divine eagle with a star-shaped head. This beast is extremely sensitive to ancient divine artifacts. If we have this beast, finding ancient divine artifacts wouldn't be difficult. The Thunder Beast roared, streaking across the starry sky. After half a month, the heavenly illusion star appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin's gaze was extremely calm, followed the lightning beast straight to the celestial illusion star. As soon as it approached, countless thunderclouds formed throughout the heavenly illusion star, rumbling incessantly. This phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators on the heavenly illusion star. The Thunder Beast broke through the void, directly piercing through the layers of space and landing in the air above the heavenly illusion star. Immediately afterward, it raised its head and let out a roar, a thunderous sound that shook the world. The space rumbled, and because of the Thunder Beast, the thunderclouds condensed and moved, striking down countless lightning bolts, creating a continuous series of deafening explosions. Just like when it descended upon the Nether Cloud Star years ago, the resounding thunder caused the vast majority of cultivators on the heavenly illusion star to be shaken by the spiritual power and intimidated by the thunderous might. The Thunder Beast had broken its third seal. Its strength was greater, and it had inherited divine abilities, no less powerful than a cultivator in the Yinhu realm. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to be so ostentatious. He patted the Thunder Beast's head, and the beast immediately stopped roaring, lowering its body to search and directly flying to the ground. According to Wang Lin's memory, the Thunder Beast headed straight towards the gate of the Illusion family. Before it even got close, all the cultivators of the Illusion family, high and low, flew up, led by Illusion Wine God, quickly approaching the lightning, their eyes showing expressions of terror. Especially when they saw Wang Lin sitting cross-legged on the Thunder Beast, cries of astonishment spread outside. The Illusion family would never forget Wang Lin. Illusion family patriarch, come forward. Wang Lin, sitting on the Thunder Beast, his eyes flashing with lightning, calmly said. Illusion Wine God took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, respectfully clasped his hands and said, Illusion family patriarch Illusion Wine God greets the messenger of the Thunder Immortal Palace. I was unaware of the messenger's identity earlier. I hope the messenger will not blame me. Wang Lin naturally didn't need to say much, and said in a low voice, leaving aside past matters. I ask you, do you have a way to obtain a large quantity of ascension fruits in a short time? Ascension fruits? Huan Fengshen was stunned and said bitterly. The envoy said. Wang Lin's gaze narrowed as he looked at Huan Fengshen, and the Thunder Beast beneath him let out a low growl. Huan Fengshen sighed inwardly, his eyes showing determination, and nodded, saying, very well. My Huan family will give up the opportunity to enter the Thunder Immortal realm 100 years from now, and give all the ascension fruits we have collected to the envoy. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred. Huan Fengshen's words held some clues. What connection did these ascension fruits have with the Thunder Immortal realm? Wang Lin had heard about the Thunder Immortal realm opening 100 years from Sunshi. Wang Lin remained expressionless and nodded slightly. The number of ascension fruits possessed by the Illusion family was enormous, but it was still insufficient to meet Wang Lin's requirements. No, I'll have to borrow the name of the Thunder Immortal Palace to come to this Luotia northern region and seize it. Wang Lin thought, stroking the Thunder Beast's head. In the northern region of Luotia, the 5 major main stars are surrounded by numerous other dependent cultivation planets. Most cultivation families reside on the heavenly Illusion Star. Having obtained the Illusion family's ascension fruit, Wang Lin rode the Thunder Beast, heading straight towards the heavenly family. Several cultivators who had entered the second stage of cultivation in the heavenly family had long since gone into seclusion, and all daily affairs were handled solely by Tia Kuizi. The moment Wang Lin entered the heavenly Illusion Star, he noticed him, especially after seeing Wang Lin riding the Thunder Beast like a bolt of lightning. He became even more convinced that the Illusion family ancestors' words from years ago were indeed absurd. This person was undoubtedly an envoy from the Thunder Immortal Palace. Thinking of this person's countless magical artifacts and divine abilities during his battle with the Illusion family ancestor over 70 years ago, Takuizi's heart stirred slightly. The messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace that our heavenly family relied on back then died in battle in the Thunder Immortal realm thousands of years ago. In the Luo Heaven Star domain, unless it's a cultivation family that has existed since ancient times, everyone needs to rely on the messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace. Takuizi hesitated, unable to make a decision. He had to make a choice that would determine the future development of the heavenly family. It's a pity that the second stage cultivators of the family are all in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, we could have discussed it further. While Tiakuizi was hesitating, Wang Lin, riding on the Thunder Beast, arrived like a bolt of lightning. The Heavenly Family's city was vast, several times larger than the Illusion Family's. After all, the Heavenly Family was the #1 family on the Heavenly Illusion Star. Tiakuizi and 1,000 cultivators of the Heavenly Family hurried out to respectfully welcome him. Although Tiakuizi's cultivation was higher than Wang Lin's, in the Luotia Star domain, the prestige of the Thunder Immortal Palace's envoy was like divine power, simply not to be underestimated. Wang Lin's gaze, calm as he looked at the Thunder Beast, swept over the Tia family cultivators in front of him, finally settling on Tiakuizi. He calmly said, "Senior Tiakuizi, it's been a long time." Tiakuizi chuckled, clasped his hands, and said, "I dare not accept the title of senior. Your Excellency's status is esteemed. I merely have slightly higher cultivation, so I should address you as equals." While speaking, Tiakuizi felt a slight tremor in his heart. He could see with his own eyes that the person before him, in a short period of less than 100 years, had unexpectedly risen from the peak of the early stage of the questioning peak to the late stage. Although it was still the first step, this speed was incredibly astonishing. Only the various divine techniques of the Thunder Immortal Palace could achieve this. Moreover, what terrified Tiakuizi the most was the Thunder Beast the opponent was riding. This beast was even more majestic than it was back then, and in the beast's gaze, Tiakuizi even felt as if he had encountered a fellow cultivator. Back then, I suspected this person must have another identity within the Thunder Immortal Palace, and now it seems 7 parts of it is true, Tiakuizi thought to himself. Wang Lin smiled slightly and said, "That's fine, Taoist Tiakuizi. I've come here to request some ascension fruits." Tiakuizi was silent for a moment. Ascension fruits were very important for entering the Thunder Immortal realm, but compared to the possibility of relying on an envoy from the Thunder Immortal Palace, they were even more crucial. His only hesitation was the future development of the person before him. It's important to know that in the Luotia Star domain, once a family has sided with an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, they absolutely cannot rely on another envoy until that envoy dies. With the power of our Tia family, we can certainly rely on an envoy to reach the second stage. However, those envoys who reach the second stage are extremely arrogant, and relying on them requires offering too many items. This person's cultivation level isn't high enough, but his potential for future growth is limitless. Relying on him now, though it's a gamble, seems like a good bet. Tiakuizi began to hesitate. In the Luotia Star domain, for a cultivation family not to rely on an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, it's equivalent to losing the protection of the Thunder Immortal Palace, with extremely serious consequences. The Thunder Immortal Palace is like a giant monster, encompassing the entire Luotia Star domain. Its method of controlling the Luotia Star domain is relatively primitive, completely different from the Alliance Star domain. In the Luotia Star domain, the number of Leishan Palace envoys is not very large. This number remains constant, always at 99. Each of these 99 Leishan envoys has a large number of dependent cultivation families developing their own power. This is a relatively unique style of operation in the Luotia Star domain. Lei Daozi's power is not in this northern Luotia region. If he hadn't been ordered to investigate, he wouldn't have come here. Moreover, he is completely confident in himself, believing that anyone who dares to come here alone will only face defeat. If Wang Lin were to fight Lei Daozi within his sphere of influence, Wang Lin would surely die. Tiakuizi took a long time to consider, and Wang Lin didn't urge him, silently waiting. He didn't know what Tiakuizi was thinking. In reality, it had absolutely no connection to the ascension fruit. After a moment, Tiakuizi sighed inwardly. The words of the Illusion family ancestor from back then still echoed in his ears. He hesitated for a moment, then clasped his hands and said, "Envoy, my Tia family still has quite a few ascension fruits. I can give you half. However, I have one request, and I hope the envoy will grant it." Wang Lin's eyes were calm and expressionless as he slowly said, "Speak." Tiakuizi looked at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "I want to see the Thunder Immortal token of the envoy." His gaze was fixed. If this person didn't produce the token, it would prove it was fake. If he did produce the token, Tiakuizi had already made up his mind. Wang Lin coldly looked at Tiakuizi, not bothering to waste any more words on him. He potted his storage bag, and Lei Daozi's jade slip appeared in his hand. With a flash, bursts of lightning immediately emanated, and a powerful lightning aura instantly spread out. Tiakuizi, who had seen the token of the late Immortal Palace's envoy years ago, now focused his gaze, especially upon sensing the lightning aura on it. His face immediately showed respect, and he no longer had a trace of doubt in his heart. Envoy, my Tia family is willing to make an agreement with you. When your cultivation reaches the Yin-Yang Void and Reality Realm, the Tia family will become your subordinate cultivation family. Before that, my Tia family will do our best to fulfill all your requests. Although Tiakuizi no longer had doubts, the dependence was too great. In the end, he still chose to wait temporarily, not confirming his dependence. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred slightly. This Thunder Immortal Palace, in his view, was somewhat strange. Becoming a cultivation family dependent on me. Could the Thunder Immortal Palace's envoy possibly develop their own power? Wang Lin didn't ask, but calmly said, "We'll discuss this later. First, bring the Ascension Fruit here." Tiakuizi sighed inwardly. Clearly the other party didn't take his words seriously. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. As long as the family's bloodline inheritance wasn't handed over, it wasn't considered true dependence. He didn't realize his current hesitation had missed a future opportunity for the Tia family's development. But at this moment, he couldn't think so much. After hearing Wang Lin's words, Tiakuizi nodded and instructed the cultivators behind him. Not long after, a Tia family cultivator respectfully handed over a storage bag to Tiakuizi. Tiakui threw it out, clasped his hands together and said, "Ambassador, this is half of our heavenly family's ascension fruits." Wang Lin's divine sense swept over them, and he nodded slightly. The number of ascension fruits in his storage bag was roughly equal to that of the illusion family. However, for Wang Lin, it was still not enough. "Thank you." Bowing to Tiakuizi, Wang Lin patted the thunder beast on the head. The beast let out a low growl, turned around, and disappeared into lightning. Tiakuizi watched Wang Lin leave, suddenly feeling a little regretful. If only he had been more decisive and said he was dependent. The number of ascension fruits only reached 1/5 of Wang Lin's expectations, still far short. On the Heavenly Illusion Star, the situation had changed drastically in the past 100 years, and the Su family had mysteriously moved away. After leaving the Heavenly Illusion Star, in the remaining months, Wang Lin, using the name of the Thunder Immortal Palace Ambassador, swept across the northern region of Luotia. Regardless of the size of the cultivation planet, his figure could be seen appearing everywhere. Within a short time, rumors spread from all sides, claiming that the envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace wanted to find the Ascension Fruit. However, Wang Lin, using his authority as the envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, suppressed these rumors, which eventually dissipated, only becoming more prevalent within each family. Many cultivation families had never even seen an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace in their entire lives, so their welcome to Wang Lin's appearance was quite grand. Essentially, regardless of the clan, the name of the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy was shaken, and like the Heavenly family, they handed over a portion of the Ascension Fruit. Eventually, as soon as Wang Lin landed on each cultivation planet, cultivation clans would immediately respectfully offer him Ascension Fruit, and some smaller cultivation clans even begged for his support. After careful consideration, Wang Lin did not accept this kind of dependence. The implications were too great. These clans had no enmity with him, and if he rashly relied on him, they would likely be implicated if his identity were revealed later. Through these events, Wang Lin, through some clues, gradually understood the usefulness of the Ascension Fruit in the Thunder Immortal Realm and the karmic consequences of being dependent on the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy. The number of Ascension Fruits far exceeded Wang Lin's requirements, but he was still relentlessly collecting them, as they would be of great use to the Thunder Immortal Realm in the future. 6 months later, Wang Lin, accompanied by the Thunder Beast, transformed into lightning and disappeared into the starry sky, heading straight towards Yunhe Star. In the dazzling starry sky, dense nebulae filled the air. Above the Thunder Beast, thunder rumbled in his ears as Wang Lin's speed reached an extreme level. If this succeeds, the metallic properties of the heaven-defying pearl will be perfected. At that time, it can find a master. However, I wonder what kind of divine abilities this heaven-defying pearl will possess after it's perfected. Wang Lin thought expectantly as he flew towards Yunhe Star. Along the way, he took out the soul-slaying banner and extracted the soul of the old man skilled in escaping in the demon spirit land years ago. After examining it, he imprinted this person's escape abilities into his mind. The divine abilities of that person back then left a deep impression on Wang Lin's memory. If it weren't for the constant events, he would have long since calmed down and studied them thoroughly. Gradually, the Cloud River Star drew closer and closer. More than half a month later, the dense fog unique to the Cloud River Star appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. The fog was even denser than when he first arrived. Lightning roared, and even before getting close, large streaks of lightning darted like shuttles through the thick fog. Wang Lin's gaze was fixed on it, and after observing it several times, he aimed towards the fog. Strange, eerie howling sounds emanated from within the gloomy fog, reaching Wang Lin's ears and causing his eyes to flash. The fog was too thick, hindering his divine sense from spreading too widely. As he jumped in, the thunder beast let out a low growl, and bursts of lightning immediately spread from its body, transforming into thunderous strikes. Under the lightning, large patches of fog continuously dissipated. Wang Lin sat atop, his eyes flashing as he potted his storage bag. The seven-star sword formation immediately flew out, rapidly rotating to clear a path ahead. Having learned from his first experience, Wang Lin had a thorough understanding of the Cloud River Star. His speed wasn't fast. In fact, it could be said to be somewhat leisurely. Whenever the thunder beasts tried to roar and unleash more intense lightning divine abilities, Wang Lin would stop them. Although the speed of entry was slow, it was steady. The seven-star sword formation cleared the way, like splitting bamboo, and the distance below grew shorter and shorter. Silently calculating the distance from his previous entry, he saw that he was less than 100 feet away from exiting the fog. But at this moment, a sudden, intense sense of danger arose in Wang Lin's heart. The thunder beasts had sensed this danger even earlier. Without waiting for Wang Lin's command, they immediately stopped and quickly darted diagonally. A long, slender tentacle appeared, transforming into a blur of motion where Wang Lin had just passed through. Its speed was so great that it seemed to create a small hole in the dense fog. Fortunately, the thunder beast dodged in time. After extending, the tentacle twitched slightly before immediately retracting. However, during the retraction, it wrapped around Wang Lin's seven-star sword formation as if drawn by a powerful force, surging upwards before quickly sinking down. Wang Lin's face darkened. If he hadn't known the danger beforehand and had sped up, he certainly wouldn't have been able to escape the tentacle's speed. Luckily, his speed was relatively slow, allowing him to evade the thunder beast's attack. The tentacle possessed immense power. After striking the seven-star sword formation, it unexpectedly caused his consciousness to become uncontrollable. This tentacle, it looked somewhat familiar. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly flashing as he recognized the tentacle's origin. That thing, and the third form of the moon-gazing creature, are strikingly similar. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The moon-gazing creature has three forms. The first is the free state, lacking offensive capabilities. When Wang Lin first arrived here, he saw the moon-gazing creature simply drifting in the air. This was its state. The second form is when its entire body is covered in retracted hairs, transforming into various bizarre shapes, a state of dormancy. The giant moon-gazing creature of Yunhe Star is in this state. The final, third form is the offensive state, where the moon-gazing creature's hairs extend infinitely, even reaching the length of its body. If you encounter a moon-gazing creature in this state, you must flee immediately. A moment's delay will result in its attack. Thinking of this, Wang Lin's expression grew even more somber. He stared ahead at the thick fog, less than 100 feet away, and began to hesitate. Back then, when I came here, the two moon-gazing beasts, the first one was in its first form, and the second was fast asleep. Why has it changed its form now? I wonder if that tentacle I saw just now belonged to that moon-gazing beast. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. If he left now, not only would he fail to collect the Ascension Fruit, but he would also lose the seven-star sword formation. I've already lost a treasure before even getting close. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with determination. He was truly unwilling to leave like this. He patted the thunder beast's head with his right hand. The beast didn't let out a roar, but instead charged forward, directly crossing over 100 feet and breaking through the thick fog. Emerging from the fog, his consciousness was no longer obstructed, and the scene that unfolded before Wang Lin made him take a deep breath. The ground was completely different from what he had seen years ago. The swaying, sprawling vegetation had vanished. Instead, there was a mass of tentacles thousands of feet long, dark red in color, emanating strange energy that made Wang Lin's scalp tingle. He spread his consciousness out, carefully scanning the area, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Only 1,000 feet long, proving that this thing is in the process of transitioning towards the third state, but hasn't fully awakened yet. However, without external stimulation, Wang Yue wouldn't have such power. Could it be someone has been here in the past 100 years? Wang Lin frowned. But even if someone had been here, it's highly unlikely they would have stimulated the moon-gazing beast to develop into its third state. This is a bit strange. Wang Lin left the Thunder Beast, deep in thought, then turned back to glance at the Thunder Beast, speaking as if to a person. This place is dangerous. With your divine abilities, you should have discovered something. Otherwise, transform back into the divine archery chariot and return to my storage bag, thus reducing the danger for both of us. The Thunder Beast's head flicked, its eyes showing contemplation, glancing at the tentacles on the ground with a look of disdain. Wang Lin frowned, simply ignoring the Thunder Beast, his body surging forward without causing any ripples, slowly walking towards the ground, moving within a slowly swaying tentacle. These tentacles, in his view, each possessed terrifying attack power. While flying, suddenly a tentacle in front of Wang Lin flashed, like a lightning bolt, twisting and turning towards him. A tremendous impact force roared and slammed into his face, instantly blowing his hair back with a strong gust of wind. The wind felt like a knife cutting through his face. Wang Lin remained vigilant, observing the base of these tentacles. The moment the tentacle attacked, he saw its base color subtly change. Almost instantly, Wang Lin's body suddenly teleported, his speed so fast that a blur appeared. The tentacle struck the blur, slowly retreating and returning to its original state. In midair, Wang Lin's figure reappeared. He stared at the large mass of tentacles on the ground, his brows furrowing more and more. To make Wang Yue absorb the ascension fruit, he had to target its excitement points. But at this moment, the tentacles before him were also very troublesome. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and immediately a large number of ascension fruits flew out, densely converging around him. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a flick of his right hand, he softly said, "Refine." With crisp popping sounds, the ascension fruits around him instantly shattered, transforming into a red liquid that quickly merged together, forming a single mass. Wang Lin clasped his hands together, spitting out a mouthful of primordial spirit energy onto the red liquid. The primordial spirit energy transformed into flames, instantly igniting the liquid, and a cloud of red mist formed from it. A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He grasped the large mass of red mist with his right hand, his body moved slightly, and he headed straight towards the tentacles on the ground. At the same time, his right hand slammed downwards, and with a rumbling sound, a red mist erupted, spreading towards the tentacles. In an instant, the mist spread out over 100 yards. The dense red mist contained a large amount of the strange power of the ascension fruit, and in its misty state, it was easily absorbed by the tentacles. Gradually, within the 100 yards covered by the mist, the swaying speed of the dozens of thick tentacles slowed down. Like a mortal after getting drunk, their entire body color quickly changed from dark red to bright red. Wang Lin carefully descended, passing through the mass of tentacles. These tentacles seemed to ignore him completely. Wang Lin let out a sigh, and after a moment, finally landed on the ground. In the inherited memories of the ancient god diagram, there was a passage about the moon-gazing crescent. The point of excitement of this moon-gazing crescent was the base of its tentacles. This location, with a little stimulation, could affect the moon-gazing crescent's entire body. Wang Lin carefully took out a cluster of ascension fruits from his storage bag, usually more than 10 fruits fused together to form a drop of red liquid. After leaving a seal on it, he allowed it to dissolve into the base of each tentacle. He did this with extreme caution, his divine consciousness spreading out. The red mist within 100 yards was dissipating at an incredibly fast rate. Wang Lin knew time was running out. After the last tentacle had absorbed the ascension fruit, he immediately flew out. Almost as soon as he flew out, the red mist within 100 yards dissipated. The color of these tentacles changed from bright red to dark red. But a bulge moved inside the tentacle, spreading downwards and burrowing into the ground, disappearing somewhere unknown. Wang Lin glanced over and recognized this strange phenomenon. The tentacles of Wang Yue were eliminating the toxins from the ascension fruit, much like a mortal defecating. The thunder beast in the air continued to watch Wang Lin, seemingly a little annoyed at this moment. It looked at the tentacles on the ground, the contempt in its eyes growing stronger. It took a step forward, launching itself straight towards the ground. The lightning around its body intensified, like a bolt of lightning striking down. In that instant, the roar spread throughout the entire Cloud River Star. Wang Lin forcefully turned around and shouted, "Vile beast, come back!" At that very moment, the ground trembled, as if the entire earth had come alive. All the tentacles were immovable, and in that instant, they extended, carrying a fierce roar, heading straight towards the Thunder Beast. The tentacles on the ground were truly numerous. At first, the Thunder Beast looked disdainful, its entire body radiating electric light, which surged from one tentacle into the ground. But then, a strange force appeared on the tentacles, causing them all to instantly emit a crimson light. This dazzling crimson light seemed to instantly turn the entire Cloud River Star red. These tentacles moved faster, like hair covering the sky and earth. Almost in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the Thunder Beast. No matter how much the Thunder Beast struggled, bit, or unleashed its divine abilities, it had no effect on these tentacles. Not even a single one was severed. Wang Lin, in the distance, had an extremely grim expression. This moon-gazing, in its third state, was extremely sensitive to sound. He watched the Thunder Beast being entangled. The more it roared, the tighter these tentacles wrapped around it. Gradually, the contempt in the Thunder Beast's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by fear. "Stop roaring!" Wang Lin transmitted his voice, his face serious, quickly taking out the ascension fruit from his storage bag. At this moment, inside the Cloud River Star, in a spacious cave, a thin figure sat cross-legged, a huge cauldron surrounding his body. A huge tentacle wrapped around the entire peak, constantly twitching as if absorbing something. The old man, whose face was grim, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression becoming even more somber. The surrounding cave walls moved eerily and large plumes of red mist spewed out. Within it was a foul-smelling, filthy substance, even containing a spark of electricity, intensifying the stench. This old man was none other than Tham Ling. If Wang Lin were here, he would surely recognize his current location. This was the place where Wang Yue absorbed its excrements. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, taking out a large quantity of ascension fruits. He calmly watched the Thunder Beast in the distance, entangled by the tentacles, struggling, but no longer daring to roar. He waved his right hand, and the ascension fruits instantly shattered, turning into liquid. Under the burning of his primordial spirit energy, they transformed into red mist. Carrying the crimson mist, Wang Lin took a step, directly approaching the trapped Thunder Beast. He raised his right hand and forcefully struck downwards. A crisp popping sound echoed, and the crimson mist quickly descended, enveloping the Thunder Beast. The tentacles wrapped around its body immediately loosened slightly, their color gradually turning a vibrant red. Taking advantage of the loosening of the surrounding tentacles, the Thunder Beast's entire body instantly became enveloped in dense electrical energy. Carrying the electrical energy, its enormous form shrunk, finally transforming into the divine archery chariot, which then shot out. Wang Lin's left hand grasped the void, instantly collecting the divine archery chariot into his storage bag. Clearly, the Thunder Beast was terrified. It had stubbornly refused to return to the storage bag, but now it had compromised. After collecting the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin acted alone. Each time, he would first use the crimson mist to temporarily delay the tentacles, then descend to the ground. Infusing the liquid of the ascension fruit with his own imprint and infusing it into the base of the tentacles. After going back and forth, fortunately, the number of ascension fruits in his storage bag was much larger than his previous needs. Otherwise, with this method, he would have probably used them all up long ago. Even so, he still lacked ascension fruits. Wang Lin was extremely cautious along the way, his whole body on alert. After several days, he finally managed to infuse the liquid of the ascension fruits into most of the tentacles on Cloud River Star. 7 or 8 out of 10 of Wang Yu's tentacles had infused the ascension fruit liquid. With just a slight thought, the imprints on them will shatter. It's a pity the ascension fruits are gone. If there were a few more enough to affect all the tentacles, it would be even more perfect. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, abandoning the idea of leaving to continue collecting ascension fruits. Once this moon gazing truly awakens, the attempt to obtain the ascension fruit to numb the area will completely fail. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and after falling to the ground, his body sank deeper into the earth. The thick, sticky liquid in the mud beneath the surface was even more abundant. Only through the flow of immortal power could this sticky liquid be pushed out. Wang Lin didn't stop, but carefully proceeded straight to the depths of the earth where the enormous golden flame or vein was located. However, not long after sinking into the earth, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he carefully surveyed his surroundings. In the surrounding mud, Wang Lin detected a faint fluctuation of immortal power. This fluctuation was contained within the viscous mud, almost imperceptible. Wang Lin remembered very clearly that the last time he entered this place, the muddy liquid was murky but contained not a single trace of immortal power. It seems that someone must have entered the moon gazing over the past 100 years and performed a great divine technique to cause the moon gazing to possess immortal power. Furthermore, it makes it transition from the second state to the third state. Wang Lin pondered slowly, descending into deep thought. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he arrived at the place where he had previously seen the golden flame or vein, which was the bone of Wang Yue. A flash of flame illuminated the depths of the earth, and Wang Lin gazed at the gleaming bone of Wang Yue before him. He had come here precisely for that. Wang Lin's right hand rested on Wang Yu's bone, intending to absorb it, but he immediately stopped, lost in thought. The ability to make Wang Yue transition from the second state to the third state proves the astonishing cultivation of the person who came here. Such a person, if they were dead, so be it. But if they are hiding or trapped within Wang Yue, then when I absorb Wang Yu's bone and unlock the Ascension Immortal Seal, it's very likely to attract this person. If that's the case, it will certainly add more variables. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and remained silent for a moment. He proceeded from Wang Yu's bones, carefully preparing to search the area to see if any other cultivators remained. Wang Lin was extremely cautious in his actions, especially at this critical moment. A slight oversight could lead to his death, leaving him no room for doubt. Taking Wang Yu's bones from her body is arguably the most perilous task of my life. I must be extremely careful. The ancient god land relied on ingenuity. The immortal realm relied on caution. The demon spirit land relied on decisiveness. Wang Lin followed Wang Yu's bones forward. After a while, he stopped, his eyes flashing as he stared at Wang Yu's bones before him. There was a large crack there, covered with dried mucus, clearly indicating a long time had passed. This crack was very deep, almost severing Wang Yu's bones. Wang Lin clearly remembered that this crack absolutely did not exist on Wang Yu's entire skeleton back then. Wang Lin cautiously took a few steps forward and examined it carefully several times. A look of solemnity appeared in his eyes. No wonder it caused Wang Yue to overexert herself to the third form. The pain from this kind of injury is enough to enrage Wang Yue. The person who inflicted this wound on Wang Yue clearly couldn't see it, otherwise they would absolutely not dare to do this. Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile, his body flashing as he passed the area and continued forward. However, he hadn't gone far before he stopped, turning back to look at the crack, feeling something was amiss. He pondered for a moment, then returned to the crack to examine the dried mucus. After a while, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his right hand. Immediately, immortal power surged forth like a gust of wind, causing the dried mucus to instantly dissolve and fall to the ground, revealing a deep crevice. A massive rock was trapped deep within. Previously, it had been obscured by the mucus, preventing Wang Lin from seeing it clearly. Moreover, the surrounding rock had almost merged with Wang Yu's bones, becoming one with them. But as soon as Wang Lin left, he sensed that the immortal power here was significantly stronger than elsewhere. Furthermore, the source of this immortal power was the crack itself. Wang Lin stared intently at the enormous rock, assimilated by the golden flame or veins formed by Wang Yu's bones. The starlight in his eyes faded, replaced by a strange light. Greedy Wolf, a grim expression appeared on Wang Lin's face. He had seen this rock before. It was the same Greedy Wolf artifact he had retrieved in the demon spirit land earlier, the one whose mountain spirit he had used to attack. They've indeed caught up. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. At this moment, he wasn't in a hurry to retrieve Wang Yu's bones. I wonder if they've all come or just a few. It could even be just greedy Volf. Wang Lin stared at the rock trapped within Wang Yu's bones. He stroked his chin and directly entered the enormous crevice. The surrounding bone walls were rugged, and a large amount of golden flame or emitted faint, dazzling light. The seven-star sword formation was sucked away by Wang Yu's tentacles, its whereabouts unknown. But the mountain rock before him couldn't be ignored. Given the status and habits of the greedy Volf, his magical artifact was definitely not an ordinary object. A strange light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. After carefully looking around, he walked to the side of the mountain rock. The area beside it had become indistinguishable from Wang Yu's bones. Moreover, he could see some golden flame stones growing inside the mountain rock. The assimilation was very thorough. This would be difficult to handle. The effects of the ascension fruit couldn't be used now. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then used the fingers of his right hand to test the hardness of the mountain rock. This object was extremely hard. Wang Lin's fingers, imbued with immortal power, left no mark on it. His eyes flashed, and with a flick of his finger, he channeled a wisp of Ling Tianhu's sword energy, decisively cutting through the entire mountain rock without hesitation. Instead, he reduced the size by 3 feet, bypassing the assimilated section at the boundary point and digging downwards. A crack appeared silently on the mountain rock, slowly spreading towards the depths. Finally, a very faint clicking sound was heard, and one side of the mountain rock separated from Wang Yu's bone. Wang Lin had positioned himself very cleverly, completely avoiding the assimilated section that would irritate Wang Yue. Wang Lin carefully examined another side for a moment, then flicked his finger again. This time he was even more cautious, because this side of the mountain rock was much more severely assimilated than the others. Wang Lin's right finger slowly moved along the assimilated vein. Just as he was about to dig out the entire mountain rock, his finger suddenly stopped. A chilling aura emanated from behind, instantly numbing his scalp. He didn't even dare to extend his consciousness. Under the oppressive cold, he felt as if someone were pointing a sword at his forehead with his eyes closed. This icy sensation originated from behind him, a persistent feeling that seemed to intensify. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he swung his right hand towards the rock in front of him. He grabbed the excavated rock with one hand, propelling himself forward, while simultaneously pointing his left hand behind him. Immobilization technique. Everything was accomplished in an instant, without any delay. The moment Wang Lin's body moved slightly, a mournful howl came from behind him. Wang Lin, wielding the mountain stone, flew at incredible speed. As soon as he emerged, he immediately collected the stone into his storage bag and, without looking back, leapt into the mud. Without hesitation, he unleashed one of the old man's escape techniques from the demon's spirit land. A howling sound echoed behind him. The moment he ascended, his divine consciousness swept across the area, and he was immediately horrified to discover that behind him was a smaller moon-gazing beast, its body submerged in the mud. The exposed part approximately 10 meters long. This moon-gazing beast was enveloped in a paralyzing spell. Its attack momentarily halted, providing Wang Lin with the best opportunity to escape. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure vanished. After recovering its attack, the moon-gazing beast unleashed a barrage of attacks before retreating back into the mud and disappearing. In the distance, Wang Lin sped through the mud at incredible speed. The scene he had just witnessed made him even more aware of the danger in this place. How many moon-gazing beasts are there here? Wang Lin's expression darkened. What terrified him was the extremely bizarre appearance of the moon-gazing beast. He hadn't detected anything at all. He hadn't encountered this kind of phenomenon in a long time. That moon-gazing beast is also in its third state. Damn greedy Volf. What did he do to cause this place to transform like this? If he had simply planted a mountain rock on the moon-gazing beast's bones, it absolutely wouldn't be like this. Wang Lin, who was fleeing, suddenly stopped. He seemed to have figured something out, his expression becoming even more somber. The ancient god diagram's inherited memories contained a record of the moon-gazing beast. Within its body was an object called the moonflower. This object possessed potent poison, incurable only by the blood of the ancient gods. Its effect was that when the moon-gazing beast became enraged, its entire body would be filled with deadly poison, forming a self-destructing sphere that would annihilate all living beings except the ancient gods in the surrounding star systems. The larger the moon-gazing creature's body, the stronger its power. Therefore, no remains of the moon-gazing creature can be found in this world after its death. This moonflower is also the object that the moon-gazing creature cares about most. If there is any threat to the moonflower, it can enrage the moon-gazing creature, thereby eliminating all threats. I've heard that this greedy wolf doesn't go anywhere without treasures. Could it be that he already considers the moonflower treasure? Wang Lin's expression was grim. In the memories of the ancient god diagram, the moonflower was fundamentally impossible to extract from the moon-gazing creature's body. Once extracted, it would immediately self-destruct. If that's the case, the self-destruction of this giant moon-gazing creature's moonflower would likely cover more than half of the northern Luotia region. Wang Lin's scalp tingled. This moon-gazing creature, if not provoked, would not die even after countless millennia, remaining in a state of self-destruction. But that time is infinitely long. Even if someone were to come here, under the immense power of this moon-gazing creature, they would absolutely be unable to take away the moonflower. They would only add another soul. If that greedy wolf wants to die, it has nothing to do with me. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he continued his search. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin had almost searched the entire moon-gazing creature. Except for some inaccessible areas, he had searched everywhere, yet he hadn't encountered any moon-gazing creatures. If it hasn't been killed by a moon-gazing creature, then it must have been swallowed. Things swallowed by a moon-gazing creature will condense in its excretory and absorption points. I must go and check that place quickly. Wang Lin flew extremely fast towards the moon-gazing creature's excretory and absorption points in his memory. The moon's circulation and excretion are not directly connected to the outside world. Instead, it reabsorbs nutrients. Several days later, with cautious deliberation, Wang Lin arrived at the depths of Wang Yu's bones, very close to the excretory absorption area. The mud here carried a foul, fishy smell. Wang Lin frowned slightly, not entering but observing from the outside, his divine consciousness sweeping across. Just then, a faint voice suddenly emanated from Wang Yu's excretory area. Is there a fellow Taoist outside? Save me. Whoever saves me will surely be rewarded. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this voice. It was Them Ling. Fellow Taoist, save me. I have a large number of magical treasures here. All of them I have collected over half my life. If you save me, I will give you all of these treasures. This is where the moon-gazing star absorbs and excretes. The greedy wolf's body is thin and emaciated. His blood, flesh, and even his immortal power have been greatly dispersed over the past 100 years due to resisting the gravitational pull of this place. If it weren't for that great cauldron, he would have long since turned into dirt and vanished. Back then, he sensed that this cloud river star contained a treasure. This kind of intense sensing only appeared after obtaining that mysterious great cauldron. Driven by greed, he entered this place. Cloud River Star was very quiet at that time, and he successfully sneaked into the underground, heading straight for the treasure he sensed. The treasure in his eyes was indeed the moon-gazing star's moonflower. Along the way, he naturally saw a golden flame or vein. After a moment of hesitation, he forcefully thrust a mountain rock into it. His greed was immense. He planned to dig out a large chunk and then cut it into pieces. Unfortunately, the pain caused Wang Yue to awaken in an instant. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken out the large cauldron, he would have surely perished. Terrified, he hid for many years. Only after Wang Yue stabilized did he reappear. He no longer dared to covet the ore vein and went straight towards the treasure he sensed. At that time, he naturally recognized the strangeness of this place. He intended to examine the treasure. If he could take it, he would. If not, he would leave without hesitation. With his half-lifetime treasure hunting experience, he successfully reached the place where Wang Yue kept the moonflower. Just a glance at the moonflower made Them Ling gasp, his eyes instantly blazing with greed. He didn't know the moonflower, but he could clearly sense a truly world-destroying force within it. In his eyes, even Ling Jian, who would be reduced to ashes if he encountered this force. Greed drove Them Ling to not leave immediately, but to prepare to take the object. However, the moment he touched the moonflower, the entire cloud river star shook violently as if truly awakening. At that very moment, the moon gazing also began its transition to its third form. Under a powerful force, Them Ling's body only managed to separate a portion of his consciousness to merge with the moonflower. His body was then swallowed by a large mouth that suddenly appeared beside him. When he emerged, he was already in this excretory area. He had already analyzed the various strange things about this place. He realized that this cloud river star was originally a gigantic beast transformed. Terrified, he abandoned his intention to take the treasure and prepared to escape. However, several times he tried to escape using the power of the Great Cauldron, but he was always swallowed and thrown into this extremely foul place. Moreover, the last time, the Great Cauldron was wrapped around by those tentacles, and its divine power seemed to have been absorbed and lost its effect. With his keen mind, Tham Lang naturally recognized that this place was the excrement pit of this giant beast. But he couldn't figure out why. Every time he escaped, this beast didn't kill him, but instead threw him into this place. Nearly 100 years had passed, and this was the first time he had seen someone outside. His excitement was indescribable. "Fellow Taoist, save me. I swear I will reward you handsomely." Tham Lang's divine sense continuously transmitted. Wang Lin remained silent throughout, turning and leaving. Wang Lin knew that entering the excrement pit of the moon-gazing beast was easy with his cultivation, but getting out was fundamentally impossible. Having confirmed that Tham Lang was trapped inside and no one had come to rescue him until today, with Wang Lin's shrewdness, he naturally calculated that Tham Lang was probably the only one in the Star Alliance who had come here. Having determined this, Wang Lin no longer cared. At this point, lingering with Tham Lang was not in Wang Lin's style of doing things. He turned and left without stopping. Regarding the magical treasure Tham Lang mentioned, he had no greed whatsoever. He would take it when the time was right. But now, it wasn't the time to take it. If he persisted in greed, he would waste over 900 years of his cultivation. He had decisively abandoned his previous trip to Yunhee Star, planning to return after collecting the Ascension Fruit. Wang Lin traversed through the mud and dirt, not knowing how long it took, before arriving at the place where the mountain rocks were piled up. After carefully observing and confirming that Wang Yue wasn't there, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged and exhaled a breath of turbid air. While his body remained still, the immortal guard puppet materialized from behind him. Wang Lin cautiously looked around. After experiencing the danger from Wang Yue earlier, he dared not be careless. His hands formed a hand seal, his mind connecting with the countless imprints on the Ascension Fruit's liquid, which merged into the base of the tentacles, shattering at that moment. If one were to look down from the air at this moment, they could clearly see that the countless tentacles extending across the entire cloud river star suddenly trembled. A bright red light flashed at their bases, and the Ascension Fruit's liquid, no longer controlled by the imprints, was instantly released. If the Ascension Fruit's liquid released from a tentacle were absorbed by Wang Yue, it would be like 9 oxen losing a single hair ineffective against its enormous body, like a mosquito bite that causes no pain or itchiness. If the absorption were more gradual, the power wouldn't be too great, as Wang Yu's massive body would naturally also have the ability to cleanse itself of toxins. But at this moment, the majority of Wang Yu's tentacles simultaneously absorbed the strange power of the Ascension Fruit. It was as if a powerful whirlwind had formed. The tentacles on the cloud river star suddenly stopped swaying and began to tremble violently. The power of the Ascension Fruit at its roots suddenly dispersed. Countless Ascension Fruits, containing strange power, surged through the tentacles towards Wang Yu. The saying 100 streams become a spring, 1,000 streams become a river, 10,000 rivers become an ocean perfectly illustrates this principle. The boundless, strange power of the Ascension Fruits seemed to have formed an ocean, instantly engulfing the entire cloud river star and spreading to Wang Yu. The ground shook violently, and a dense, seemingly extremely excited aura poured out. At this moment, all the tentacles seemed to lose their offensive power, swaying slowly like drunken men. If Wang Lin's cultivation hadn't been sufficient, or if he hadn't witnessed the scattered demons extracting the heavenly illusion star soul from their bodies, he would only have felt the ground shaking, but would absolutely not have detected the excited aura emanating from Wang Yu's soul so clearly. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he quickly extended both hands, pressing them towards the 2 broken bones of Wang Yue, seemingly connecting them to his own body. The third form of the Yellow Springs Dao transformation, Yellow Springs Power. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light. The Yellow Springs instantly materialized, its source being Wang Lin himself. Simultaneously, separating from his palms like two devouring yellow dragons, they frantically extended along Wang Yu's bones at an incredibly fast speed, like a bone-cutting knife, clinging tightly to Wang Yu's bones. Bone pulling, Wang Lin shouted softly, and boundless gravitational pull surged forth from the netherworld. Wang Lin's third netherworld technique, comprehended in the demon spirit land years ago, originated from the abyssal tide. Drawing upon the invisible power of heaven and earth formed when the two star domains intersected. Its power was infinitely boundless as Wang Lin's Dao cultivation advanced. Now unleashed with his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, it caused the cloud river star to tremble violently, even the dense fog outside instantly dissipating. A mournful, sorrowful roar echoed far and wide amidst the earth's tremors. In the cloud river star, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, his hands imbued with the power of the yellow springs. At that moment, the bones of Wang Yue stirred as if alive, vibrating violently, accompanied by flashes of golden light. This vibration wasn't confined to one spot, but permeated all of Wang Yu's bones. It was like a hand gripping a person's spine, causing it to shake violently. Wang Yue was experiencing this. The entire cloud river star shook violently. The spot where Wang Lin sat seemed to tilt and fall, yet his body remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Pain spread throughout Wang Yu's body, transforming into the cloud river star. However, this pain was greatly lessened by the large quantity of ascension fruit. In a strange way, a portion of this pain even transformed into an even more intense excitement. Crimson mist erupted from the tentacles of the cloud river star, trembling incessantly, accompanied by a slow, howling sound emanating from within. At this moment, all the tentacles extended wildly, multiplying from 1,000 feet in length. If viewed from the distant starry sky, the cloud river star resembled a giant sea urchin. Wang Lin, inside the cloud river star, saw the starlight in his eyes intensify. An endless suction force emanated from his hands, like a sharp blade, relentlessly sweeping across the bones of the moon-gazing creature, forcefully separating its spine from its body. As the giant moon-gazing creature trembled more violently, countless cracks appeared in the ground. Simultaneously, as its tentacles extended infinitely, large chunks of mud and earth peeled off. This peeling, if seen from the cloud river star, appeared to be flying into the air. But if viewed from the starry sky, it was clearly visible that countless amounts of mud and earth, unexpectedly transforming into continents, were dissipating in all directions from the cloud river star. Like a chicken egg, its shell was rapidly cracking and peeling away. A desolate aura slowly emerged from within as the massive amount of mud and earth separated. It was like a ferocious beast that had been sleeping for countless years was gradually awakening. The tremors became increasingly violent, and the crimson mist spewing from the countless tentacles also increased, merging with the dense fog of the outside world like a thick cocoon. Inside the cloud river star, the starlight in Wang Lin's eyes grew stronger. The surrounding land spun more and more violently. An unprecedentedly intense sense of danger slowly emerged from all directions. In this instant, Wang Lin rose with lightning speed. At this moment, even the starlight in his eyes was filled with the power of thunder. With a slight movement, he instantly moved to the left of the crack in Wang Yu's bones. His hands gripped it tightly, veins bulging on his face, and he let out a low growl. This low roar, like a thunderclap, seemed to spew out all of Wang Lin's impure energy, transforming it into immense power. His arms were now covered in countless veins, and faint runes flickered on them. These runes manifested under the influence of the immortal power that had entered his body. Wang Lin gripped the left half of Wang Yu's spine tightly, his eyes revealing a hint of madness. However, deep within this madness lay a calmness unlike that of an ordinary person. "Up for me," Wang Lin shouted again, pulling hard with both hands. A deafening roar of pain erupted. Yet this roar contained the power of the ascension fruit, leaving the giant Wang Yue unable to discern its true nature. The earth shook even more violently. Wang Lin's entire body almost stretched taut, forcefully pulling the half of Wang Yu's spine, extending it several miles by 3 inches. Even a slight movement, even an inch, was crucial. Without hesitation, Wang Lin channeled all his immortal power frantically, his hands gripping Wang Yu's bones with immense force. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, half of Wang Yu's incomparably massive spine was pulled out by Wang Lin with desperate abandon. 7 inches, 10 inches, 3 feet, 6 feet, 1 zhang, 10 zhang. The deafening friction could shake the very soul. Wang Lin pulled out half of Wang Yu's spine at an ever-increasing speed. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. His immortal power surged wildly. If his cultivation hadn't reached the late stage of the questioning peak realm, his meridians would have been overwhelmed by this relentless exertion. With each cycle of immortal power, Wang Lin's strength increased. Time was of the essence. Any delay would only multiply the danger. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a blood-red glint as he let out a furious roar. His aura surged like a mountain. With a thunderous roar, Wang Lin grabbed half of Wang Yu's bone from beneath the ground. At the same time, a phantom image flashed behind him, and the immortal guard puppet materialized, charging straight towards the right half of Wang Yu's bone. The immortal guard had reached the Yin Void realm, and its power, refined by mimicking an ancient god, far surpassed Wang Lin's current strength. In a flash, the immortal guard reached the other section of Wang Yu's spine, grasping it with both hands and pulling. Immediately, the ground shook violently. A deafening roar, like countless thunderclaps, echoed around. The immortal guard, clutching Wang Yu's bone, its entire body shimmering with golden light and interspersed with powerful red light, pulled Wang Yu's bone out, following closely behind Wang Lin as he frantically charged forward. Wang Lin and Shan Wei, one in front and one behind, grabbed the long bone of Wang Yue and, with incredible speed, broke through the mud in front of them, launching straight up to the surface. Their speed was too fast. Wang Lin almost unleashed his full speed. When he first grasped Wang Yu's bone, his speed wasn't very fast, but after forming a thrusting force, his speed increased rapidly. The earth trembled. Wang Yu's roars became clearer and clearer. The red mist spewing from its tentacles grew thicker and thicker, and its body continuously stretched. Under the stimulation of pain, Wang Yue was rapidly transitioning to its third form. However, the presence of the ascension fruit slowed everything down and also made it difficult for Wang Yue to distinguish exactly where on its body the pain was coming from. After all, its body was too large. Moreover, as it gradually awakened, it remained in a dazed state, allowing the power of the ascension fruit to be fully unleashed. Amidst the earth-shattering tremors, Wang Lin rushed out. The moment he emerged from the ground, the madness in his eyes intensified. He forcefully pulled, instantly extracting half of Wang Yu's bone from beneath the earth. A tremendous explosion caused the ground to shake even more violently, especially the friction between the earth and Wang Yu's bones, which made people dizzy and disoriented, their souls aching. This half of Wang Yu's bone was truly enormous, stretching for countless miles, like a mountain range. From afar, it resembled a gigantic divine dragon flashing with golden red light. This object was too large to fit into a storage bag, so Wang Lin supported it and soared straight into the air. His figure was insignificant compared to Wang Yu's enormous bone fragment, so small that one wouldn't even notice him unless they looked closely. At that moment, the ground shook violently, and the immortal guards, clutching half of Wang Yu's spine, rushed out from behind, following closely behind Wang Lin. Charge! Wang Lin's eyes blazed red, his immortal power surging through his body at an unprecedented speed. A little of it even spilled out, causing him excruciating pain. But this pain was worth it compared to obtaining Wang Yu's complete spine. Wang Lin knew he absolutely had to leave quickly. Any delay could lead to failure, even costing him his life. He didn't believe Wang Yue would spare a creature that had extracted his bones. Being devoured meant certain death. The tentacles on the ground, under the power of the ascension fruit, although they had the urge to wrap around, were somewhat sluggish. However, Wang Yu's spine was truly enormous. Even if these tentacles were slower, many of them had already wrapped around Wang Yu's spine. Without hesitation, Wang Lin patted his storage bag and immediately took out the forbidden spanner, a hint of heartache in his eyes. But this was not the time for sorrow. He gritted his teeth and made a hand gesture pointing at the forbidden spanner. The forbidden spanner suddenly trembled as if emitting a groan. After all, it had followed Wang Lin for many years, and over 900 years of refinement had given it some sentience. At this moment, amidst the groaning, a glimmer of determination emerged, and the forbidden spanner shattered. The restrictions within it transformed into countless black lights that merged together to form a black meteor. Moreover, a thin layer of flames, like a burning inferno, surged towards the tentacles wrapped around Wang Yu's bones with a thunderous roar. The forbidden spanner self-destructed, exchanging its power for boundless strength, instantly transforming into a colossal restriction, a restriction imbued with sentience. This sentience, born for Wang Lin, was now being destroyed for Wang Lin. The enormous restriction, imbued with sentience, instantly unleashed boundless power upon those tentacles, causing them to momentarily slow down. Wang Yue was too powerful. Even the self-destructing force of the Forbidden Spanner could not sever it, only offering a brief resistance. Wang Lin secretly coveted the power, but, without hesitation, pulled hard. The spine of Wang Yue, which was wrapped around him, suddenly flew up, and Wang Lin carried it straight towards the thick fog in the air. As for the bone fragment of Wang Yue belonging to the Immortal Guard, it was also entangled by the tentacles. But under the effect of the Forbidden Spanner, it immediately followed closely behind Wang Lin. A man and a puppet suddenly rushed out, seemingly about to enter the fog. Just as they passed through this layer of fog, the endless starry sky would be within. But at this moment, the earth trembled to its peak, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground. This crack, like a giant mouth, quickly opened, and a heaven-shattering roar emanated from within. Wang Lin's body trembled, and under this roar, his immortal power instantly scattered. His face turned pale, and he directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even the body of the Immortal Guard puppet trembled, its golden light somewhat scattered. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, ignoring the roaring cracks on the ground. He launched himself forward again, flying straight into the mist. But the enormous cracks on the ground immediately shot straight up into the sky, as if the entire land was being pulled into the air. Following the movement of the ground, violent explosions suddenly erupted in the Cloud River Star. Large chunks of earth and rocks continuously shattered, and many continents disintegrated and vanished into thin air. This scene was very similar to when his main body had previously absorbed the spiritual power of a planet and caused it to shatter. However, the shattering force of that planet emanated from within, and this power was immense. Ordinary cultivators who were too close would have no chance of survival. But the Cloud River Star was slightly different at this moment. Although it was also shattering, it didn't generate destructive power. When Wang Yue awakened, its colossal body moved slightly, causing many continents that had been clinging to it for countless years to turn into dust. Everything on its body trembled. The ground continuously shooting straight up into the air was merely an illusion. In reality, the ground was Wang Yu's body. The upward movement was simply Wang Yue turning and raising its head. In an instant, the gigantic crack had reached him, moving with unimaginable speed. Wang Lin lowered his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the power of the Ascension Fruit still lingered, otherwise, he absolutely could not have escaped from this place. As long as he could stop Wang Yue for a moment, Wang Lin could break through the fog and ascend into the sky. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and was about to pat his storage bag. But at this moment his eyes became serious. As the giant crack was continuously approaching, Wang Lin clearly felt a wave deep inside the crack. He was extremely familiar with this wave. It was the 7-star sword formation. Wang Lin retracted his right hand and did not pat his storage bag anymore. He pressed a hand seal and pointed forward, shouting, "Sword formation, return." The divine power in Wang Lin's voice was like words becoming magic one. The divine power transformed into many lightning bolts and continuously shot straight into the 7-star sword formation deep inside the crack. 1. Please refer to the previous chapters, when VL fought the Demon Ancient. The sword formation roared and rotated at an extremely fast speed. Endless streams of sword energy immediately scattered and attacked inside. But this attack was too weak for Wang Yue. It could not stop it for even half a moment. Seeing the crack getting closer and closer, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He shouted, "Purple Rat Sword, explode!" A loud explosion immediately echoed through the crack. At this moment, a roar resounded, and the force of the crack's ascent into the air accelerated even faster. The crack was now only 100 feet away from Wang Lin, and his speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Wang Lin and the Immortal Guard had already rushed into the thick fog. As the crack approached, the fog quickly dissipated, vanishing in an instant. This was the first time in many years that the fog on Unity Star had dissipated. Pig, goat, monkey, ox, tiger, rabbit, all explode. A hint of madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Boom, 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 a series of violent explosions echoed and wreaked havoc inside Wang Yu's body. The 7-star sword formation not only self-destructed its swords, but in that instant, even the evil spirits above transformed into boundless forces, shattering and turning into a massive destructive aura. This aura, along with the swords, launched its most ferocious attack on Wang Yue. Wang Yue was too powerful. The self-destruction of the seven-star sword formation had no effect on her whatsoever. Only when the impact force surged did Wang Yue slightly slow down. And that's exactly what Wang Lin wanted. Wang Lin and the Immortal Guard puppet quickly soared into the sky. The gigantic crack only slowed down slightly before immediately restoring itself. At this moment, the power of the Ascension Fruit made Wang Yue unable to detect where on her body the pain and exhilaration were coming from. Wang Yue, having just awakened, was in a dazed state. But it felt that the object being carried by the two beings fleeing for their lives was somewhat familiar. Instinctively, Wang Yue pursued them, wanting to hold onto something very familiar. At this moment, seeing the opponent's speed increasing rapidly, a sound, as if from many years ago, emanated from within the crack. This sound was meaningless, yet extremely eerie. The moment this sound rang out, Wang Lin immediately felt his scalp tingle. It was the voice of an ancient god. In TUT's memories, there was no mention of Wang Yue emitting the voice of an ancient god. What kind of Wang Yue is this? Wang Lin took a deep breath. In a short time, the voice of the ancient god emanating from the crack echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Wang Lin suddenly had a feeling, as if it wasn't Wang Yue chasing after him, but a mature ancient god. The voice of the ancient god resounded, like an ancient roar echoing through the heavens and earth, revealing a divine power amidst the desolation, causing Wang Lin to feel a life-or-death crisis. At that moment, numerous cracks appeared in the sky all around, as if about to collapse. Seeing this, Wang Lin was terrified. He knew this divine power was the shattering technique only an 8-star ancient god could wield. At a certain level, this divine power could shatter everything it saw with a single glance, reducing it to dust. Never before had the threat of death been so close. Wang Lin forcefully turned, a strange roar escaping his lips. The sound he emitted was the voice of the ancient god, inherited from TUT. The cracks instantly stopped, and the enormous fissures closed. At this moment, two more enormous cracks appeared on the ground, revealing two cold gazes. These gazes fell upon Wang Lin, revealing a chilling and bewildering intensity. The sky, which had been on the verge of shattering due to Wang Yu's ancient god voice, also stopped abruptly. Wang Lin, without hesitation, turned and fled, the speed of the Immortal Guard puppet never ceasing. Just then, a thin figure, filled with fear and excitement, was preparing to leap out of the crack at an extremely fast speed. He was Tham Lang. Wang Yu's transformations had caused its excretory and absorption organs to move violently, creating a crack. Tham Lang, emerging from this crack, naturally wouldn't forget the giant cauldron. After emerging from the excretory and absorption organs, he felt Wang Yue was too terrifying. Without hesitation, he used the power of the giant cauldron to quickly fly straight upwards. What caught his eye was the enormous crack in front of him, through which he could even see the sky outside. This unprecedented surge of excitement, like waves in a century, rippled through the body of the greedy Wolf, and he even wept with joy. The feeling of being neither human nor ghost, of constantly living amidst foul stench, was finally about to end. At this moment, amidst the groaning, a glimmer of determination emerged, and the Forbidden's banner shattered. The restrictions within it transformed into countless black lights that merged together to form a black meteor. Moreover, a thin layer of flames, like a burning inferno, surged towards the tentacles wrapped around Wang Yu's bones with a thunderous roar. The Forbidden's banner self-destructed, exchanging its power for boundless strength, instantly transforming into a colossal restriction, a restriction imbued with sentience. This sentience, born for Wang Lin, was now being destroyed for Wang Lin. The enormous restriction, imbued with sentience, instantly unleashed boundless power upon those tentacles, causing them to momentarily slow down. Wang Yue was too powerful. Even the self-destructing force of the Forbidden's banner could not sever it, only offering a brief resistance. Wang Lin secretly coveted the power, but, without hesitation, pulled hard. The spine of Wang Yue, which was wrapped around him, suddenly flew up, and Wang Lin carried it straight towards the thick fog in the air. As for the bone fragment of Wang Yue belonging to the Immortal Guard, it was also entangled by the tentacles. But under the effect of the Forbidden's banner, it immediately followed closely behind Wang Lin. A man and a puppet suddenly rushed out, seemingly about to enter the fog. Just as they passed through this layer of fog, the endless starry sky would be within. But at this moment, the earth trembled to its peak, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground. This crack, like a giant mouth, quickly opened, and a heaven-shattering roar emanated from within. Wang Lin's body trembled, and under this roar, his immortal power instantly scattered. His face turned pale, and he directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even the body of the immortal guard puppet trembled, its golden light somewhat scattered. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, ignoring the roaring cracks on the ground. He launched himself forward again, flying straight into the mist. But the enormous cracks on the ground immediately shot straight up into the sky, as if the entire land was being pulled into the air. Following the movement of the ground, violent explosions suddenly erupted in the Cloud River Star. Large chunks of earth and rocks continuously shattered, and many continents disintegrated and vanished into thin air. This scene was very similar to when his main body had previously absorbed the spiritual power of a planet and caused it to shatter. However, the shattering force of that planet emanated from within, and this power was immense. Ordinary cultivators who were too close would have no chance of survival. But the Cloud River Star was slightly different at this moment. Although it was also shattering, it didn't generate destructive power. When Wang Yue awakened, its colossal body moved slightly, causing many continents that had been clinging to it for countless years to turn into dust. Everything on its body trembled. The ground continuously shooting straight up into the air was merely an illusion. In reality, the ground was Wang Yu's body. The upward movement was simply Wang Yue turning and raising its head. In an instant, the gigantic crack had reached him, moving with unimaginable speed. Wang Lin lowered his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the power of the Ascension Fruit still lingered, otherwise, he absolutely could not have escaped from this place. As long as he could stop Wang Yue for a moment, Wang Lin could break through the fog and ascend into the sky. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and was about to pat his storage bag, but at this moment his eyes became serious. As the giant crack was continuously approaching, Wang Lin clearly felt a wave deep inside the crack. He was extremely familiar with this wave. It was the 7-star sword formation. Wang Lin retracted his right hand and did not pat his storage bag anymore. He pressed a hand seal and pointed forward, shouting, "Sword formation, return." The divine power in Wang Lin's voice was like words becoming magic one. The divine power transformed into many lightning bolts and continuously shot straight into the 7-star sword formation deep inside the crack. 1. Please refer to the previous chapters, when VL fought the demon ancient. The sword formation roared and rotated at an extremely fast speed. Endless streams of sword energy immediately scattered and attacked inside. But this attack was too weak for Wang Yue. It could not stop it for even half a moment. Seeing the crack getting closer and closer, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He shouted, "Purple rat sword, explode!" A loud explosion immediately echoed through the crack. At this moment, a roar resounded, and the force of the crack's ascent into the air accelerated even faster. The crack was now only 100 feet away from Wang Lin, and his speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Wang Lin and the Immortal Guard had already rushed into the thick fog. As the crack approached, the fog quickly dissipated, vanishing in an instant. This was the first time in many years that the fog on Yunti Star had dissipated. Pig, goat, monkey, ox, tiger, rabbit, all explode. A hint of madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Boom, 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 a series of violent explosions echoed and wreaked havoc inside Wang Yu's body. The 7-star sword formation not only self-destructed its swords, but in that instant, even the evil spirits above transformed into boundless forces, shattering and turning into a massive destructive aura. This aura, along with the swords, launched its most ferocious attack on Wang Yue. Wang Yue was too powerful. The self-destruction of the 7-star sword formation had no effect on her whatsoever. Only when the impact force surged did Wang Yue slightly slow down. And that's exactly what Wang Lin wanted. Wang Lin and the Immortal Guard puppet quickly soared into the sky. The gigantic crack only slowed down slightly before immediately restoring itself. At this moment, the power of the Ascension Fruit made Wang Yue unable to detect where on her body the pain and exhilaration were coming from. Wang Yue, having just awakened, was in a dazed state. But it felt that the object being carried by the two beings fleeing for their lives was somewhat familiar. Instinctively, Wang Yue pursued them, wanting to hold onto something very familiar. At this moment, seeing the opponent's speed increasing rapidly, a sound, as if from many years ago, emanated from within the crack. This sound was meaningless, yet extremely eerie. The moment this sound rang out, Wang Lin immediately felt his scalp tingle. It was the voice of an ancient god. In Tut's memories, there was no mention of Wang Yue emitting the voice of an ancient god. What kind of Wang Yue is this? Wang Lin took a deep breath. In a short time, the voice of the ancient god emanating from the crack echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Wang Lin suddenly had a feeling, as if it wasn't Wang Yue chasing after him, but a mature ancient god. The voice of the ancient god resounded, like an ancient roar echoing through the heavens and earth, revealing a divine power amidst the desolation, causing Wang Lin to feel a life-or-death crisis. At that moment, numerous cracks appeared in the sky all around, as if about to collapse. Seeing this, Wang Lin was terrified. He knew this divine power was the shattering technique only an 8-star ancient god could wield. At a certain level, this divine power could shatter everything it saw with a single glance, reducing it to dust. Never before had the threat of death been so close. Wang Lin forcefully turned, a strange roar escaping his lips. The sound he emitted was the voice of the ancient god, inherited from Tut. The cracks instantly stopped, and the enormous fissures closed. At this moment, two more enormous cracks appeared on the ground, revealing two cold gazes. These gazes fell upon Wang Lin, revealing a chilling and bewildering intensity. The sky, which had been on the verge of shattering due to Wang Yu's ancient god voice, also stopped abruptly. Wang Lin, without hesitation, turned and fled, the speed of the immortal guard puppet never ceasing. Just then, a thin figure, filled with fear and excitement, was preparing to leap out of the crack at an extremely fast speed. He was Tham Lang. Wang Yu's transformations had caused its excretory and absorption organs to move violently, creating a crack. Tham Lang, emerging from this crack, naturally wouldn't forget the giant cauldron. After emerging from the excretory and absorption organs, he felt Wang Yue was too terrifying. Without hesitation, he used the power of the giant cauldron to quickly fly straight upwards. What caught his eye was the enormous crack in front of him, through which he could even see the sky outside. This unprecedented surge of excitement, like waves in a century, rippled through the body of the greedy Wolf, and he even wept with joy. The feeling of being neither human nor ghost, of constantly living amidst foul stench, was finally about to end. For Tham Lang, spending 100 years living in the excretory organs of this ferocious beast was a humiliation, a blatant disgrace. Especially the foul stench that Tham Lang would never forget. Even now that the stench had dissipated, he could still smell it. Tham Lang swore that after leaving this place, he would never again set foot in the Luotia northern region. Moreover, if he ever had the chance to search for treasures in the future, he would be extremely careful, extremely cautious, and extremely cautious. The crack was getting closer and closer, and the excitement in Tham Lang's eyes had almost reached its peak. I, Tham Lang, have finally escaped. At this moment, as the mesmerizing gaze of Wang Yue faded, the voice of Gushen echoed once more. Wang Lin's entire body turned cold. Faced with a life-or-death situation, he disregarded everything. With a slight mental command, the speed of the immortal guard puppet immediately slowed down, and the half-section of the moon-gazing bone being carried on its shoulder was instantly thrown to the ground. I'll give you back half of the moon-gazing bone, like a colossal mountain range, fell, creating gusts of wind with deafening howls. At this moment, the crack paused for a moment. The shattering sky all around immediately stopped, and moon-gazing stared at the falling mountain range, its eyes filled with fascination. It was very familiar with this thing, but it couldn't figure out what it was. But it reacted instinctively, widening the crack and swallowing the mountain range. Greedy Vault's excitement was like swallowing a large quantity of ascension fruits. It sped away at an incredibly fast speed, seeing the mouth of the crack getting closer and closer, even wanting to let out a roar. 100 years of misery was finally over. Inside moon-gazing, teleportation was impossible, something Greedy Wolf had known for a long time. Once teleported, it would be blocked by a strange force, and its speed would be greatly slowed down. But at that very moment, as the distance between Tham Lang and the crack narrowed, his gaze was suddenly enveloped by a gigantic shadow. Tham Lang was stunned and rubbed his eyes, even suspecting he was hallucinating. What was this gigantic shadow? Tham Lang had been trapped in the foul stench of Wang Yu's excrement for too long, and now even his spirit had become sluggish. This is the mountain range. Despair flashed in Tham Lang's eyes. His excitement vanished in an instant. Any other person in such a stark contrast would have panicked and collapsed. But Tham Lang, being a powerful cultivator, roared and lunged forward. Tham Lang plunged completely into the giant cauldron and quickly pressed against the edge of the crack. The mountain roared past the giant peak, sparks flying continuously from the friction. The body of the greedy wolf inside trembled and continuously spat out blood. Damn it! After struggling to cross the mountain, the greedy wolf's face turned pale as he emerged from the giant peak. He couldn't fully control this peak, so his presence inside was only out of necessity. If he stayed inside too long, he would be instantly annihilated by the terrifying aura within the giant peak. After swallowing half the mountain range, the dazed look in Wang Yu's eyes deepened. What was this feeling that was so familiar, like something he always wanted to think about? Taking advantage of Wang Yu's hesitation, Wang Lin subtly moved his thoughts, and the immortal guard puppet immediately rushed forward. It stood behind Wang Lin, helping him carry half of Wang Yu's bone, and the two quickly fled into the starry sky. The dazed look in Wang Yu's eyes gradually faded, the power of the ascension fruit beginning to dissipate. It remembered that the other half of the mountain range wasn't an ordinary object, but rather, its own bones transformed. As the power of the ascension fruit faded, Wang Yue immediately discovered that the source of the pain was a bone in its body. A sudden, violent whirlwind erupted, no longer concealed by the power of the ascension fruit, and the excruciating pain surged forth. At this moment, Wang Yue went mad. In the memories of the ancient god diagram, there was mention of the moon, a parasitic living thing that depended on the existence of the ancient gods. If the heavenly Tao has enlightenment, then the ancient gods have elixirs. The word enlightenment could be interpreted as spirit, or perhaps soul. In general, the meaning of the first half of the sentence is that the heavenly Tao is not an inanimate object, but truly exists. Perhaps the heavenly Tao has a spirit and soul, but living beings cannot fully comprehend it. The latter half of the sentence speaks of Wang Yu. In the memories of the ancient god Tuti, there is no mention of how Wang Yu appeared, even he doesn't understand. It seems to have existed for a very long time. It seems that the soul and spirit of the heavenly Tao are the same, both intangible things. No one can fully comprehend them. Wang Yu's wrath is like a finger of an ancient god. This is a second description of Wang Yu in Tuti's memories, and this sentence left a deep impression on Wang Lin. From its content, it can be understood that when Wang Yu is enraged, it will reach its third form, at which point its power will be equivalent to a finger of an ancient god. The power can be strong or weak, but if it is extremely strong, it is like a finger of a 9-star ancient god. Even a cultivation star would shatter. If its power is weakest, it is like a finger of a 1-star ancient god. But clearly, the enormous Wang Yu before Wang Lin at this moment does not possess weak power. Wang Lin's entire body instantly flashed with cold light. His immortal guard speed pushed to its limit. He grabbed half of Wang Yu's bone and fled frantically. Along the way, he tried to absorb it using the heaven-defying pearl, but perhaps due to his slow speed, he couldn't complete the process in such a short time. At this moment, the entire Cloud River star resounded with incredibly violent explosions. The sound was so loud that even calling it thunder would be an understatement. The explosions spread over a wide area, and many star systems in all directions could hear these furious roars. Wang Lin looked up but didn't turn back, quickly escaping. If Wang Yue didn't have a bone, it wouldn't die. Given enough time, it would condense another one. However, it was clear that Wang Yu's bone would take countless years to condense, so it was understandable that Wang Yue was so enraged. Under the deafening roars, the colossal body of Vinuyat slowly unfolded into a circle, then gradually elongated. With a single movement, a tearing sound echoed, and another piece of land on Vinuyat collapsed, the destruction now utterly complete. Giant tentacles extended from Vinuyat, slowly swaying. An unimaginably immense aura gradually surged outwards. The figure of Tham Lang materialized from within the illusory peak, but his timing was disastrous. As Vinuyat raged from a nearby crack, Tham Lang, his eyes bloodshot, roared, desperately accelerating to escape. But at that moment, the crack slowly closed. No! Tham Lang's eyes were filled with blood as he let out a pathetic roar. Vinuyat closed his mouth, his colossal body radiating a menacing power. Its movements seemed leisurely but not entirely relaxed, yet under the lingering power of the ascension fruit, it gradually recovered. Wang Lin, carrying the moon-gazing bone, chased after the immortal guard. He leapt into the starry sky, patted his storage bag, and the star compass immediately flew out. Wang Lin launched himself onto the star compass, his entire body transforming into a silver light. He carried the enormous moon-gazing bone and sped off like an arrow without looking back. Moon-gazing's cold gaze was fixed on Wang Lin as he sped away in the distance. The numerous tentacles on its body gently swung, and a powerful whirlwind suddenly arose, creating a frenzied explosion. A wave of energy instantly surged in all directions, and the gigantic moon-gazing was propelled forward within the wave. It was almost invisible as moon-gazing moved, yet the distance between Wang Lin and it gradually narrowed. At the same time, Wang Yue opened its mouth and uttered a language of the ancient gods. In an instant, Wang Lin's scalp tingled. He saw small, 100-foot-tall Wang Yue emerge from a crack. Inside, Them Lang suddenly saw the sky, and excitement rekindled in his eyes. This feeling was truly wonderful. He hadn't seen the sky for a long time, so his emotions were indescribably stirred. But he knew this wasn't the right time to flee. In a flash, he saw Wang Lin standing on the star compass in the distance. He was stunned as if instantly understanding, and his eyes revealed a surge of hatred. But Them Lang didn't dare to act rashly. There were too many 100-foot-tall ferocious beasts around him. Even the slightest movement would surely attract their attention. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and without hesitation, patted his storage bag and took out the wine gourd with only a few drops of immortal wine left. He gritted his teeth and drank it. He saw that only 2 drops remained inside. In an instant, the immortal power surged violently within Wang Lin's body. This immortal power was extremely concentrated, even very pure. After all, it was truly an immortal's artifact. Wang Lin tried to suppress the pain and the feeling of being on the verge of fainting. He raised his right hand and fiercely swung a finger at the approaching moon-gazing group, shouting loudly, "Stop!" As soon as Wang Lin spoke, the magic appeared. In an instant, the surging immortal power within his body immediately shot out through his right arm, transforming into an endless force that filled the heavens and earth. The word "stop" left his mouth, and in an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to cease their movement. Under normal circumstances, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to do this, although he now had to rely on the power of the immortal wine. Without the immortal wine, he couldn't have performed the body-fixing technique to this extent. In the instant everything stopped, Wang Lin swiftly sped away without looking back. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed the escape technique used by the old man in the demon spirit territory. However, Wang Lin's magic only stopped the small moon-gazing, while the giant moon-gazing, transformed into Cloud River Star, was completely unaffected. It shot straight forward with immense impact force and instantly restored freedom to all the stopped moon-gazings. But Them Lang's luck was terrible. His body was also stopped, and by the time everything recovered, he was a step too late. The giant crack had already been closed by the moon-gazing. Them Lang felt his vision go dark, and a moment later he found himself back inside the crack. A look of desperate madness appeared in Them Lang's eyes. He bit his tongue hard and spat out a large mouthful of blood, which landed on the giant peak. A wave of desolation immediately emanated from the peak. A circular wave surged up, wrapping around Them Lang before flashing away. Them Lang instantly swapped positions with a small moon-gazing creature that was charging forward at top speed. Them Lang's face turned pale, and he spat out another large mouthful of blood. He pointed a finger at Wang Lin, who was fleeing ahead, and roared fiercely, "Wang Lin, don't run!" Wang Lin had already noticed Them Lang's figure. He didn't even bother to turn around. He pointed his right hand behind him, and the remaining immortal power within his body suddenly surged out. Freeze! Them Lang was about to use the giant peak's divine ability to swap places with Wang Lin, but at that moment, the body freezing technique descended, instantly stopping his body. At this moment, Wang Yu's gaze fell upon the giant cauldron in front of Them Lang, a strange light flashing in its eyes. It felt a pleasant aura emanating from the cauldron. Years ago, before Wang Yue awakened, it didn't kill Them Lang because the giant cauldron was beside him. But at that time, Wang Yue hadn't awakened. It only used its consciousness to guide the cauldron and Them Lang into its excretory area. Although that was Wang Yu's excretory area, it was also the place where everything was absorbed. Wang Yue wanted to absorb the cauldron, which is why it made Tham Lang disappear for 100 years. The moment Tham Lang's body froze, Wang Yue immediately swallowed him. A strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he seized the opportunity to fly away like an arrow, instantly widening the distance. Tham Lang only felt his vision go dark, and by the time he regained his senses, he had been swallowed to the side of the crack. This fluctuating feeling made Tham Lang's expression bitter, but at the same time, his hatred for Wang Lin intensified. "It's all your fault." Tham Lang gritted his teeth, his hands forming a hand seal on the giant cauldron. A milky white light immediately flashed on his forehead and fell onto the cauldron. "Even if I have to sacrifice my lifespan, I must escape from this place," Tham Lang roared angrily. In that instant, the cauldron in front of him, absorbing Tham Lang's lifespan, immediately enlarged. Almost instantly, a massive wave of desolate energy surged and spread endlessly as the cauldron expanded. Wang Yue suddenly roared, followed by deafening explosions. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly severely injured. The puppet's body trembled, its golden light completely collapsing. Even the spiritual energy in its eyes dimmed. However, compared to Wang Lin, its injuries were relatively minor. The giant cauldron continued to grow larger, and Tham Lang decided to charge straight out. At this moment, Wang Yu's mouth also continuously expanded along with the giant cauldron. "This cauldron, I'm giving up," Tham Lang said heartbrokenly, turning and charging outwards. But just then, the gigantic Wang Yue spewed outwards, sending the giant cauldron flying. A strange light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, and its tentacles immediately extended and wrapped around the giant cauldron. Other tentacles quickly chased after Tham Lang, who was closest. Tham Lang's expression turned grim. He potted his storage bag and immediately took out a screen. He set it aside, his hands forming a hand seal, and a force capable of moving mountains and filling seas suddenly appeared in the void. As Wang Lin was running, his consciousness experienced hallucinations, as if the entire starry sky had ceased to exist, replaced by a colossal, rainbow-like aura reaching tens of thousands of feet high. Mountain and river map. The speed of the star compass beneath Wang Lin's feet slowed considerably, his eyes widening in bewilderment as he stared at the gigantic screen. He had encountered this object before. Tham Lang had said he couldn't find the true mountain and river map, but he had found a screen bearing its mark. Wang Yu's gaze remained cold, a strange symbol flashing in its eyes. Wang Lin recognized this symbol as the language of the ancient gods. As the symbol flashed, a 100-foot-long finger suddenly appeared before Wang Yue. The illusory object was merely a finger with extremely rough skin, yet it vaguely exuded an aura that was mesmerizing. Although this finger was merely an illusion, the moment it appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, the words "Wang Yu's wrath is like a single finger of an ancient god" became unimaginably real. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his forehead covered in sweat, his heart filled with terror. Finally, he understood the meaning of the above words. The hairs on Tham Lang's entire body stood on end. Even when he was pursued by Li Weiyu, Hu Quanwen, Dui Yanxian, and Ziyi Zhou years ago, he had never felt such a near-death experience as he did now. The gigantic, illusory finger appeared as if it were formed by the heavenly Tao, giving him a feeling that it could replace the entire universe. This was not a Tao concept that ordinary cultivators could comprehend. It was many times stronger than a Tao concept, even surpassing his own Tao to a great extent. Although Tham Lang's cultivation had reached its peak, he was still just an ordinary cultivator. However, his knowledge was extraordinary. He associated with cultivators who had entered the second stage, and he understood many of their secrets. At this moment, Tham Lang saw a terrifying thought hidden within this giant finger. A single point of light, like a gentle breeze and clouds, didn't produce any sound waves, resembling a mortal extending their hand and lightly pointing forward. But this single point, in Wang Lin's eyes, caused his pupils to contract. He even felt as if his primordial spirit wanted to leap out of his body to meet the incoming finger. Tham Lang was closest to the finger, so his perception was 100 times more intense than Wang Lin's. As soon as the finger reached him, Tham Lang quickly retreated a step and appeared behind the mountain and river diagram screen. In an instant, mountains and rivers suddenly appeared, and the starry sky flickered as if it had vanished. But even mountains and rivers were pressed down by a single finger from the ancient god, as if they would forever remain before their eyes. Creaking sounds emanated from the screen, and cracks instantly appeared. In an instant, the mountains and rivers in the starry sky suddenly vanished. Themling spat out a large mouthful of primordial blood, and his body quickly retreated. As he retreated, he continued to spit out blood, clearly severely injured. The ancient god's finger did not stop but continued to press towards Themling in the distance. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. He stared intently at the screen in the starry sky. Although it still had cracks, the divine power on it was clearly the mountain and river diagram. A strange glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Seeing the ancient god's finger pursuing Themling, he gritted his teeth and his body flashed. He handed the moon-gazing bone to the immortal guard. Wang Lin transformed into a blur and shot out like a teleportation. Wang Lin's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he was beside the mountain and river diagram screen. At this moment, Themling didn't care about Wang Lin's attempt to seize the treasure. He used his peak speed to frantically flee. The illusory ancient god's finger paused slightly, then slowly changed direction, seemingly focusing on Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt a tingling sensation in his scalp, and without hesitation, he swung his right hand, pointing a finger into the void. He almost concentrated all of his immortal power, shouting, "Freeze!" The target of Wang Lin's spell wasn't the ancient god's finger, but the greedy Wolf. The greedy Wolf's eyes turned bloodshot. Its body suddenly stopped, and it cursed furiously in its heart. Although it only stopped for a split second, it immediately attracted the attention of the ancient god's finger. Wang Lin seized this opportunity, grabbed the mountain and river diagram screen, put it into his storage bag, and quickly retreated without hesitation. At this moment, his heart was pounding in his chest. The danger ahead was far from over. He used extreme speed to rush straight towards the immortal guard. The immortal guard puppet continued to flee in a straight line, but its speed was clearly no match for the gigantic moon-gazing puppet and the terrifying finger of the ancient god. Themling's face suddenly turned pale. As Gu Shen's finger reached him, he immediately patted his storage bag, and a glittering golden crown, like that of a mortal emperor, instantly appeared in his hand. The crown was adorned with 5 enormous pearls, each enveloped in 5 rays of light representing the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Themling immediately placed the crown on his head. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed, but it also enveloped him like a shooting star. A colossal, indistinct phantom suddenly appeared around him, clad in a dragon robe radiating an aura of majesty that filled the heavens and earth. To open this immortal emperor's gate, I have continuously killed 9,999 mortal emperors, absorbing their souls to fulfill the requirements. Let's see if I can withstand this beast's finger. Themling let out a low growl, and the ancient god's finger, conjured from nothingness, struck him. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly echoed throughout the space. The ancient god's finger showed no change. After pressing on Themling, it immediately retracted. Themling's face turned even paler. The golden light surrounding his body suddenly shattered, and 9,999 emperor souls vanished into thin air in an instant. Even the crown on his head was knocked off and sent flying into the distance. But strangely, it remained perfectly intact despite being struck by the ancient god's finger. A colossal surge of power violently poured into Themling's body, causing him to tremble. His skin flashed with 7-colored light before he plummeted downwards like a shooting star. Themling, now lifeless, vanished into the starry sky. A look of terror flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. As Gu Shen's finger struck towards the greedy Wolf, he didn't stop but continued to flee at top speed. But at that moment, Gu Shen's illusory finger suddenly appeared behind Wang Lin. In an instant, Gu Shen's familiar aura enveloped the heavens and earth. A finger was pressed down. The target of Gu Shen's finger wasn't the immortal guard, but Wang Lin himself. Wang Lin was almost beside himself. In that moment of danger, the finger was right next to him. In that perilous instant, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Wang Lin withdrew all the preparations he had made from the immortal guard puppet, and streams of killing intent surged out from within the immortal guard's body. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of streams of killing intent roared forth, forming life seals to withstand Gu Shen's finger strike. With a flick of Gu Shen's finger, the life seal shattered like a fragile piece of paper, crackling and breaking apart. Regardless of whether it contained any murderous intent, it all crumbled under an unimaginable force. Wang Lin's face turned pale, but there was no panic in his eyes. He and the immortal guard retreated, and he immediately potted his storage bag. The second immortal guard suddenly appeared, shielding him. Gu Shen's finger struck the second immortal guard, causing the guard's entire body to tremble. One could see the guard's body rapidly disintegrating and collapsing. After crushing the second immortal guard, Gu Shen's finger pressed down on Wang Lin, 7 feet away. A feeling of shattering flesh and bone instantly surged through Wang Lin's body. This sense of danger, this feeling of life and death, weighed down on him, making it difficult for Wang Lin to breathe. Wang Lin roared in anger, forcefully raising his head. Streams of Ling Tianhu's sword energy shot out from his body. The moment Gu Shen's finger pressed down, all the sword energy struck directly above him. Ling Tianhu's sword energy possessed considerable power. Gu Shen's finger paused briefly but then quickly pressed down without hesitation. At that moment, a finger immediately pointed at Wang Lin's chest. A sharp pain shot from Wang Lin's chest, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. In a flash, Wang Lin's physical body shattered. First the physical body, then the bones, all turning into dust and dissipating into thin air. Gu Shen's finger had destroyed Wang Lin's physical body but didn't stop there, directly pressing down on his primordial spirit. Clearly, Wang Yue intended to eradicate all thoughts from Wang Lin's mind. In that instant, Wang Lin suddenly felt a sensation of his primordial spirit being unable to leave his acupoints, similar to the feeling he had after swallowing half of the ancient thunder dragon years ago. It seemed as if a membrane was blocking it from within. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't penetrate the membrane, so his primordial spirit lost all its power, remaining confined within the limitations of his body. He couldn't even unleash any other divine abilities. But at that moment, a finger from the ancient god arrived close to him, instantly shattering the membrane surrounding his primordial spirit. Wang Lin's primordial spirit exploded outwards like lightning, transforming into an ancient thunder dragon. It roared towards the ancient god's finger. As the thunder dragon roared, numerous lightning balls appeared all around, furiously striking the ancient god's finger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the ancient thunder dragon, formed from Wang Lin's primordial spirit, hastily wrapped itself around the shattered remains and the storage bag. Using a speed several times faster than its previous physical form, it swiftly carried away both the immortal guard and the bone fragment of Wang Yue. During the escape, Wang Lin's primordial spirit revealed a bitter expression. But at this moment, he suddenly saw the crown that Tham Lang had taken out earlier in the distant starry sky. The crown was now floating in the starry sky, slowly moving. Wang Lin's heart stirred, and his divine consciousness immediately shot out to seize the crown before swiftly fleeing without looking back. The ancient god's finger slowly dissipated, and the gigantic Wang Yue looked at Wang Lin fleeing in the distance, a thoughtful expression in its eyes. It glanced at the enormous peak on its tentacles, hesitated slightly, and then its massive body surged forward in pursuit. Wang Lin sensed Wang Yue chasing after him, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. At this moment, Wang Lin admitted that he had been too reckless. He hadn't expected the greedy Wolf to appear here, let alone awaken Wang Yue. Otherwise, based on Wang Lin's plans, he certainly wouldn't have fallen into such a disastrous situation. This time, his losses were immense. The 7-star sword formation was completely destroyed, the Forbidden's banner shattered, and a wisp of Ling Tianhu's sword energy dissipated. Moreover, his physical body was also shattered, leaving only his primordial spirit. But Wang Lin also gained a lot. If his primordial spirit escaped the encirclement, he would have half of Wang Yu's bone, the soul-extracting rock, the He screen, and finally, the crown. In the end, it was impossible to clearly calculate the gains and losses. Wang Lin sighed inwardly and sped away at an extremely fast pace. Wang Yue slowly approached from behind. Each time it glided forward, covering a great distance. If Wang Lin still had his physical body, Wang Yue would have caught up with him long ago. But at this moment, his physical body was gone, leaving only his primordial spirit, whose speed was many times greater than that of his physical body. During his escape, Wang Lin's primordial spirit further merged into the star compass, carrying the immortal guard and half of the moon-gazing bone fragment as it frantically fled. Wang Lin wasn't sure if he would encounter Gu Shen's finger again. If not, he would be lucky to escape. Once Wang Yue caught up, he would surely die. Wang Lin's primordial spirit merged into the star compass, using its incredible speed. The distance between his primordial spirit and Wang Yue gradually became balanced. Although his primordial spirit couldn't escape, it maintained a certain distance. However, flying at this speed severely depleted Wang Lin's primordial spirit. He was already seriously injured, and now his injuries were worsening, making his primordial spirit somewhat dim. Wang Lin flew from the northern Luotia region to the southern Luotia region. Flying at high speed for a long time weakened Wang Lin's primordial spirit, almost to the point of collapse. But Wang Yu's speed behind him also slowed down, especially when entering the boundary between the northern and southern Luotia regions, where Wang Yue completely stopped. It let out a few mournful growls but didn't dare to cross. Wang Lin was stunned, but he frantically increased his speed. After a long time, he felt that Wang Yue, who had been following him, was no longer pursuing him, and the distance between them was growing wider and wider. Wang Lin took a deep breath, a hint of fear still visible in his eyes. This Wang Yue is truly too powerful. If I don't move faster, I'm sure to die today. Compared to the descriptions of Wang Yue in Tut's memories, this Wang Yue was fundamentally different except for its outward appearance. Why was this Wang Yue so incredibly powerful? Wang Lin turned his head to look at Luo Tiabeiyu in the distance, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Wang Lin pondered, unable to find any clues. He sighed inwardly, glancing at the state of his primordial spirit and giving a wry smile. Although the rupture of the primordial spirit's membrane is indeed a good thing, losing the physical body means it will take an unknown amount of time to condense another one. If I were to possess another body, there would be many limitations. If the body isn't in good condition, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin charged forward without hesitation. Right now, the first thing I need to do is find a secluded place to refine this half of Wang Yu's bone. Let's see if I can make the heaven-defying pearl complete, and then condense my physical body. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed as he soared into the boundless starry sky ahead. In the distance, Wang Yu's enormous eyes showed hesitation. After a long while, its body slowly retreated. In its memory, someone seemed to have warned it not to enter this place. But this memory was so long ago, naturally very vague, yet the sense of crisis from the past was still deeply etched in its mind, even now directly affecting its thinking. Wang Yue gradually retreated, its tentacles swaying back and forth, a tremendous aura of pressure emanating from it from afar, striking fear into others. Some cultivators along the way saw Wang Yue, but a single glance sent shivers down their spines, their minds reeling. They turned and fled, regretting their own slow speed. Upon reaching the 5 great main stars of the Luotia northern region, Wang Yue stopped, its body contracting into a sphere, drawing the giant peak into itself. All its tentacles slowly retracted and merged into Wang Yu's body. Streams of mist emanated from Wang Yu's body, creating a vast, all-encompassing fog. Wang Yue entered its second state, beginning to sleep. But this time, the location it chose was very close to the northern Luotia region. All the cultivators there felt a chill in their hearts. This place was too close to the 5 great main stars. On a still very primitive planet in the northern Luotia region's starry sky, where the spiritual energy wasn't dense, there were still mortals residing. One day, an object shimmering with 7-colored light fell from the sky, crashing down onto a plain in the north of the planet. All of Tham Lang's bones shattered, his body disintegrated, and his primordial spirit was also damaged. But he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but his face showed ecstatic joy. Before he came to the Luotia star region, his body contained many imprints of powerful beings who could easily kill him. But when an ancient god approached him, it used a strange transformation to shatter the imprints in his body. Only the imprint of the heavenly fortune master remains. Just give me time, and I believe that one day I will recover. Tham Lang took a deep breath, his body slowly sinking and disappearing across the plain. From today onwards, all ordinary mortals living on this planet smelled a faint, foul odor. However, no matter how much they investigated, they couldn't find the source of this smell. It was as if the stench was emanating from within the earth. At this moment, Wang Lin was flying over the southern Luotia region. He wasn't searching for cultivation planets inhabited by cultivators, but rather his target was the deserted planets. In Wang Lin's primordial spirit, he vaguely sensed a place in the southern Luotia region that made him feel extremely comfortable. Wang Lin unconsciously flew closer, seemingly getting closer and closer. Although his primordial spirit was injured, it was experiencing some positive changes. Gradually, the place Wang Lin was searching for drew closer. As he looked towards the location that made him feel extremely comfortable in the distance, a strange light flickered in his eyes. Before him was a layer formed by countless large and small rocks, as if controlled by some mysterious force. The dense rocks covered everything, forming a solid natural wall. Wang Lin could sense that the place that made him feel extremely comfortable was within these layers of rock. He pondered for a moment, then, without moving, materialized from the star compass. Wang Lin took the moon-gazing bone and, using his mind, controlled the immortal guard puppet. It immediately flashed and slowly passed through the layers of rock, entering the interior. This layer of rock was enormous. The immortal guard flew for a long time without reaching the inside, but strange scenes unfolded before their eyes. This was a deserted planet, not very large, perhaps only half the size of Cloud Star. But on this planet, streaks of lightning and thunder flashed back and forth, as if it were surrounded by an electric barrier. The lightning here seemed endless, constantly striking. This nameless planet was located in an extremely remote place in the southern Luotia region, and moreover, it was covered by a layer of rock, making it difficult for others to detect. Wang Lin's divine consciousness, attached to the immortal guard, naturally allowed him to see the entire planet. The feeling of comfort grew closer and closer, but he also understood that the place that truly made him feel comfortable wasn't this small planet, but deep within the layers of rock. However, there was a strange power here that restricted the use of divine consciousness to investigate, so he couldn't see the whole picture clearly. That's only relatively speaking. When Wang Lin saw this small planet, the feeling of comfort was much weaker than when he was deep within the rock layer. This is a great place to build a cave dwelling. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He wrapped the half-piece of the moon-gazing bone around himself and plunged straight into the rocky layer. Gradually, he and the immortal guard saw the small planet filled with lightning. This place can only be sensed by relying on the heavens. Here, the wounds will heal extremely quickly. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. The immortal guard stepped forward to clear the way, and the two of them flew straight into the small planet. First, let's stay here to heal and refine our bodies. Then I'll go deeper into the rocky layer to take a look. Wang Lin knew that after his primordial spirit swallowed half of the ancient thunder dragon, it had been mutated. All lightning-related divine abilities were useless to him, as long as the lightning didn't exceed the power level of the thunder dragon in its ancient state. When Wang Lin's physical body shattered, a single finger from the ancient god tore through the membrane surrounding his primordial spirit, freeing it from its confinement. However, he was already injured beforehand, and the subsequent exhausting escape only worsened his wounds. Now, with his emotions calmed, Wang Lin understood everything. Before, he couldn't comprehend why his primordial spirit had spontaneously found its way to this place. But from this moment on, he understood that if the ancient thunder dragon was injured, it would inevitably seek out a place filled with lightning. Only in such places could the thunder dragon quickly recover, feel extremely comfortable, and even feel safe. After Wang Lin's physical body shattered, his primordial spirit, freed from its restraints, resembled an ancient thunder dragon, which is why it attracted him to this place. Having understood everything, Wang Lin finally felt at ease. He gazed at the lightning-filled miniature planet before him, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had returned to his homeland. Then Wang Lin leapt inside, the thunder roaring incessantly in his ears. The atmosphere, permeated with lightning, immediately gave Wang Lin a very pleasant sensation. This feeling directly entered Wang Lin's primordial spirit, like a pair of soft hands gently caressing him from within. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit suddenly emitted a blue light, the lightning bolts continuously merging into it and circulating. A small portion of the lightning surged onto the moon-gazing bone, causing the colossal mountain range to rumble. But the immortal guard puppet immediately stopped, a rare hint of hesitation appearing in its lively eyes. It seemed afraid of the lightning. Wang Lin turned his head, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. The immortal guard wasn't usually afraid of lightning. After all, Wang Lin had infused it with some divine energy during its creation, imbuing it with the power of lightning. Moreover, in recent years, the Immortal Guard had frequently encountered lightning-based divine abilities in battle, but it had never hesitated like this before. Could there be something strange about the lightning here? Wang Lin's gaze became serious. He carefully observed the lightning flashing across its body, a glimmer of understanding appearing in his eyes. The lightning here was natural, not conjured by any magical techniques or divine abilities. Its characteristics were extremely similar to Wang Lin's own primordial lightning. No wonder the immortal guard puppet was so frightened. Lightning is divided into innate and acquired. Acquired lightning is created by various divine abilities, while innate lightning isn't a divine ability, but is born from heaven and earth. Wang Lin's mind stirred slightly, and the immortal guard puppet retreated backward and sat cross-legged in meditation very close to the giant rock formation outside. Wang Lin turned around, retracted the star compass, embraced the moon-gazing bone, and slowly flew into the lightning planet. As Wang Lin went deeper inside, the lightning became increasingly dense, almost reaching an extremely terrifying level. If it were anyone else, they would certainly have done the same as the immortal guard puppet and chosen to retreat. After all, the lightning here had exceeded the body's tolerance level. But for Wang Lin, especially after his physical body shattered, this place had no effect whatsoever. On the contrary, the deeper he went inside, the stronger the feeling of comfort became. If Wang Lin's physical body were still intact, there would definitely be limitations. Even a mortal would not be able to withstand this place. But now, he was in a state of yin and yang imbalance, using extremely fast speed to overcome the lightning and penetrate deep into the planet. Everything that met Wang Lin's eyes was lightning flashing back and forth. The entire interior of the planet was densely covered in lightning, as if he were walking straight into a thunder prison. Wang Lin looked at the lightning that filled the ground, and the feeling of comfort in his primordial spirit grew stronger and stronger. There were no plants or trees on the ground. No living creature could survive in this environment. After all, the lightning here was so abundant that it had cut off all life. Nature was truly miraculous. If he were outside the layer of rock, he wouldn't have been able to discover this place. If his primordial spirit hadn't reacted, he certainly wouldn't have found it. Although no living creature existed here, a dense surge of life force emanated from the ground at an enormous level, no less powerful than any cultivation planet overflowing with spiritual energy. Yet, there was not a single trace of spiritual energy here, because under the dense lightning, any trace of spiritual energy that emerged was instantly shattered by the lightning. The heavens and earth were enveloped in extremely powerful lightning, with countless bolts of lightning descending from the sky, creating deafening explosions. The ground absorbed the lightning, transforming it into electric snakes that darted back and forth everywhere, resembling a thunder pool. A strange light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. This place was perfect for him. Anyone who uses lightning here to cultivate the thunder origin technique will surely achieve great success. Wang Lin's primordial spirit descended to the ground as if into a deep pit filled with lightning. Numerous electric sparks on the ground slowly spread into his primordial spirit. Even half of Wang Yu's bone was now surrounded by lightning. Wang Lin's body moved slightly, and the half-broken bone of Wang Yue immediately crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, as if another mountain range had appeared on this planet. The powerful tremor shook the entire planet. This was like throwing a giant rock into a lake, creating massive waves that spread in all directions. On the lightning-infused planet of Wang Yue, it was like a huge rock crashing down, causing powerful, massive bolts of lightning to spread in all directions. The density of the lightning increased several times over compared to before, especially the thunderous roars that echoed continuously, as if from ancient times. Wang Lin's primordial spirit sat cross-legged, the ancient thunder dragon not yet completely absorbed. A small thread remained in his primordial spirit, which, after twisting for a while, formed the shape of a thunder dragon. Wang Lin placed his hands on his knees, lightning flashing in his eyes. He gently inhaled, and the ground of the thunder pool immediately became chaotic like flowing water, waves rising and surging towards Wang Lin, converging. Crackling thunder rumbled in all directions, and numerous sparks shot out. Each spark contained the thunderous power of heaven and earth, capable of causing even first-stage cultivators to change color. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes, allowing the lightning to freely merge into his primordial spirit. Outside his body, the lightning remained intensely concentrated, continuously extending across the ground, forming a network of lightning spheres that condensed and then shot out in all directions around Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin sat within the lightning spheres, each lightning bolt falling upon him, circulating throughout his entire body before disappearing. This process repeated itself, and Wang Lin lost track of time, his entire mind completely immersed in the lightning. As surging pressure slowly emerged in all directions and was absorbed by Wang Lin's primordial spirit. From the outside, the entire lightning planet appeared to be nothing special except for the intense and ferocious lightning. The immortal guard puppet sat on a large rock outside the lightning planet. Although it was meditating with its eyes closed, its consciousness was spreading out. If any disturbances or events arose on any side that could threaten Wang Lin, it would immediately take action. Loyalty was something the immortal emperor valued most in the creation of the immortal guard puppet. Time passed slowly, and 10 years flew by in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Even on the lightning planet where Wang Lin was meditating, only the lightning had lessened slightly, there were no other changes. The immortal guard puppet sat outside the lightning planet for 10 years without moving. It simply sat there silently, protecting as if it were a lifelong responsibility, waiting for the passage of time until the day it could regain its freedom. At this moment, a gigantic lightning ball suddenly appeared where Wang Lin was meditating on the lightning planet. Lightning bolts from the sky continuously fell onto the lightning ball, only to be quickly absorbed by it. At this moment, even the lightning bolts striking from afar were drawn in, suddenly twisting and shooting towards the lightning ball. Wang Lin was inside the lightning ball, his primordial spirit continuously refining and restoring his wounds. This place was the most suitable location for him to heal. The endless heavenly lightning was like the most wonderful elixir in the world, constantly being absorbed by Wang Lin. His wounds gradually healed. 10 years passed in a flash. One day, Wang Lin's primordial spirit inside the lightning ball slowly opened its eyes, concealing the power of thunder. The moment he opened his eyes, the enormous lightning ball surrounding him suddenly exploded and shattered, as if a colossal lightning technique had been completed, generating circular waves that spread in all directions. But in the instant all the lightning dispersed, Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. The circles of lightning technique seemed to stop and could no longer spread outwards. Immediately afterward, time seemed to reverse, the lightning energy rapidly contracted, and finally, it was all absorbed into Wang Lin's mouth. At this moment, lightning flashed all over Wang Lin's body, as if he were wearing a suit of lightning armor. His hair, without wind, spontaneously fluttered, emitting endless streams of lightning. If it weren't for being here, it would take twice as long to restore my primordial spirit. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. The most important thing now is to restore my body. Refining the body isn't something ordinary cultivators can do. This aspect involves the ancient god technique. The pensive look in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. Years ago, his body had shattered once, and he had to use the ancient god technique's magic to restore it. The ancient god technique is still cultivated by me, but borrowing some secret techniques from it to restore my body is something I can do. A look of determination flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He spread his arms wide, forming strange hand seals originating from the memories of the ancient god diagram. Suddenly, a desolate aura emanated from the hand seals, enveloping the heavens and earth. Within this aura, a thunderous power was infused. Wang Lin slowly placed his hands on the ground, his mouth uttering several complex and incomprehensible incantations. His eyes were now filled with strange light. Condense! Wang Lin uttered a single word. In an instant, the ground of the thunder pool seemed to transform into a pool of water, initially slow, but finally surging. With Wang Lin at its center, waves from all directions rushed towards him. Following Wang Lin's hands resting on the ground, the lightning within the thunder pool immediately surged in at an extremely rapid pace. However, instead of merging deep into Wang Lin's primordial spirit, it all concentrated on his arms and hands. A slow, throbbing pain emanated from Wang Lin's arms, a sensation only felt after acquiring a physical body. Wang Lin did not lower his head, his expression serious, his eyes tightly closed, his posture as stable as Mount High. A massive amount of lightning surged into Wang Lin, as if absorbing all the thunder on the ground. From above, one could clearly see the lightning on the ground slowly diminishing at a speed visible to the naked eye, all converging towards Wang Lin. Dazzling flashes of lightning flickered on Wang Lin's hands, as if an unnamed force in the heavens and earth held all the thunder, seemingly capable of subduing it with a mere flick of the wrist. Wang Lin's hands were gradually absorbing an unimaginable amount of lightning and had begun to solidify. Points of light emanated from them, the lightning appearing and disappearing on his hands. These points of light increased in number as the thunder pool on the ground absorbed them, eventually becoming densely packed. They interacted with each other as if pulled by a mysterious force. Slowly, they merged together, forming a single, bone-like hand. This hand-like bone was entirely composed of these points of light and emitted an extremely intense lightning power. As time slowly passed, the lightning bolts on the thunder pool on the ground surged like a raging storm towards the points of light on Wang Lin's hands. When the number of points of light reached its peak, the primordial spirit in his hands formed a complete hand-like bone. If anyone were to see Wang Lin at this moment, they would surely find it difficult to breathe. This scene was truly bizarre. His entire body, except for his hands, appeared translucent and ethereal. Only two complete bone fragments appeared in his hands. Wang Lin continued absorbing without stopping, and as the lightning continuously merged into them, the joints of his hands absorbed more points of light, slowly moving upwards along his arms. Gradually, the finger bones of Wang Lin slowly condensed. As time passed, Wang Lin was immersed in the refining process. After all the lightning on the ground had been absorbed, a complete skeletal frame was formed. Wang Lin's body slowly rose from the ground into the air. At this moment, the lightning bolts descending from the sky seemed to be instantly unleashed, all of them frantically converging on Wang Lin's body. Arm-sized bolts of lightning roared through the air, their sound echoing incessantly. Beyond his skeletal frame, Wang Lin's body was covered in interwoven threads of green and red. These threads gradually appeared and extended, eventually enveloping his entire being. In an instant, Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, covering the entire planet in a flash. At this moment, the lightning power within Wang Lin's primordial spirit seemed to have become the lord of all lightning on this planet. Suck! The divine ability conjured by Wang Lin's consciousness suddenly roared. The entire lightning planet trembled, the endless lightning bolts were completely withdrawn, and a colossal force of lightning suddenly appeared, all hurtling towards Wang Lin. This created a whirlwind of lightning, causing the ground to show signs of cracking, and the lightning descending from the sky seemed on the verge of shattering. At this moment, the immortal guard puppet, which was outside the planet, also opened its bright eyes wide to look back. All the lightning power on the lightning planet was converging on Wang Lin, and every point of his flesh and blood was being refined. Lightning was now flashing all over Wang Lin's body, even connecting and interacting with the lightning planet. Within the lightning power were dense streams of life force being drawn out from the ground. This life force was the most important component for Wang Lin to create a new body. Time passed quickly, just like before when he healed his primordial spirit. Another cycle of 60 years had passed. After a cycle of 60 years, the lightning on this thunder prison-like planet was no longer as dense. Even the immortal guard puppet could now enter. It was standing guard not far from Wang Lin. All the lightning, an enormous amount of life force, everything condensed and transformed into a cocoon 3 jang high. A body slowly emerged from the cracks in the cocoon. Lightning flashed across this person's body. These lightning flashes didn't emanate from the primordial spirit, but were hidden within the physical body. He was Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath, lowered his head to look at his body, a strange expression in his eyes. After absorbing a vast amount of lightning and life force for over a decade, Wang Lin had created a new body. This body contained the power of thunder, which interacted closely with the lightning in his primordial spirit. With a thought, Wang Lin's primordial spirit flew out from the acupoints throughout his body. After circling around once, it returned to his body. A roar erupted from Wang Lin's mouth, the sound like thunder echoing through the heavens and earth. It was like the howl of a rebellious demon soaring to the sky. This time, the Tao cannot be lost. Wang Lin flipped his right hand, and a storage bag instantly appeared. A white robe immediately materialized on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin descended from the sky and sat cross-legged on the ground. His gaze fell upon a mountain range resembling a crouching divine dragon not far away. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He patted the storage bag, and the soul banner instantly appeared in his hand. It vibrated, sending out countless screaming souls. If the lightning hadn't dissipated by then, these souls would have been unable to withstand the thunder. A large number of souls condensed into 3 main souls, which circled in all directions. After completing the protective tasks, Wang Lin swept his divine consciousness over the area once more. After ensuring everything was safe, he took a deep breath and carefully raised his right hand to his forehead. In an instant, ripples appeared on his forehead, and a shimmering bead slowly emerged from the ripples. Wang Lin's eyes shone like torches, his hands formed a hand seal, and he pointed downwards. The heaven-defying bead immediately shot forward, directly falling onto the mountain formed from the moon's bones. Compared to that colossal mountain range, the bead was indeed tiny. Wang Lin's expression was extremely cautious. The heaven-defying bead was his most important treasure. This item had previously appeared in the Luotia star domain. This time, having retrieved it, Wang Lin had already spread his divine consciousness in all directions, ready to deal with any disturbance immediately. This is also why Wang Lin waited until he had condensed his physical body before daring to take out the pearl. Without a physical body, his cultivation couldn't be fully unleashed. If he recklessly took out the heaven-defying pearl, the danger would be immense. It wouldn't be a wise move. The heaven-defying pearl emitted streams of starlight. As these streams of light descended, the moon's bones slowly transformed, and the golden or inside slowly turned into golden threads, which were then absorbed by the heaven-defying pearl. The entire process was very slow, and Wang Lin didn't know the reason. In the past, the pearl absorbed a relatively large amount of water attribute energy, but as it neared completion, the absorption speed slowed down considerably. Wang Lin's divine consciousness continuously scanned the surroundings to observe the movements. Even with a slight thought, the fourth soul transformed into the main soul and flashed out, directly launching itself towards the hidden planet. Wang Lin's divine consciousness followed the fourth soul and spread far and wide. The heaven-defying technique was very slow to absorb. After all, the moon's bone was too large. A few days later, Wang Lin channeled a stream of divine consciousness into his storage bag to retrieve several magical treasures. The treasures Wang Lin took out were all from Tham Lang. He had acquired them a century ago. The first was a gigantic mountain of rock. Although somewhat damaged, the immortal energy within it was extremely potent. What was particularly striking was that the traces of Tham Lang's divine consciousness within had long since dissipated. This was one of the reasons Wang Lin was so intrigued. The disappearance of the divine consciousness wasn't due to Tham Lang's death, but rather the nearly 100 years of assimilation by the moon had caused the imprints to completely vanish. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the mountain, his mind replaying the scene from years ago when Tham Lang took out this treasure and extracted the mountain soul. His gaze remained calm, his right hand gently stroking the mountain of rock. For divine abilities that extract the souls of spiritual beings like planets, mountains, and rivers, only cultivators of the second stage can truly understand them. Wang Lin had a very deep understanding. After all, he had once been controlled by a demonic entity, so he had personally experienced a very miraculous feeling. As Wang Lin's right hand was caressing the mountain peak, his hand suddenly stopped, and strange lights flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, and a wave of ancient aura mixed with dense immortal energy immediately emanated from the mountain peak. As Wang Lin raised his right hand, a phantom sphere resembling mist condensed between his right hand and the mountain. Wang Lin slowly raised his right hand, his movements extremely gentle, his eyes like lightning staring intently at his palm. The small sphere, resembling mist, stirred slightly. An extremely powerful aura emanated from within it. What particularly frightened Wang Lin was the perfectly formed immortal energy within, as if a true immortal was unleashing divine power. This mountain spirit, though much weaker than the one created by the greedy Volf years ago, is still incredibly powerful. A great thing, he thought. But the mountain spirit is extremely unstable. Even the slightest carelessness will not only fail to injure the enemy but will also cause injury. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. He knew the main reason was that this mountain was incomplete, causing the mountain spirit, appearing and disappearing in the void, to be damaged. Moreover, when extracting the soul, Wang Lin felt no resistance whatsoever. It was as if he had just thought of it and the soul of the mountain had been extracted. This was what truly moved Wang Lin. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and his right hand slowly lowered, gently pressing on the mountain. The small sphere, like mist, shrunk and then instantly dissipated. Wang Lin slammed his right hand down on the ground and subtly moved his mind. When he raised his right hand, the entire sky immediately trembled. However, this was merely a perception of his divine consciousness. In reality, the ground remained unchanged. A desolate aura instantly appeared and then dissipated, like throwing a wooden bucket into a deep well to scoop up water, only for the bottom of the bucket to shatter upon pulling it out, causing all the water to fall back into the well. Meanwhile, the person holding the rope suddenly felt a force pushing them away, and a moment of carelessness would cause them to fall. Wang Lin was in the same situation. He couldn't withdraw his soul, and the moment the desolate aura vanished, a tremendous force suddenly surged through him, causing his entire body to emit rumbling sounds. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and it took him half a day to recover. Wang Lin gazed at the rocky mountain before him and took a deep breath. This mountain was valuable because it allowed others to sense the soul-extracting divine ability, a technique only a second-stage cultivator could perform. This thing is of great use to me. I wonder why Tham Lang discovered and refined it. Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. Although he and Tham Lang were enemies, this rocky mountain made him admire Tham Lang from the bottom of his heart. The ancient thunder dragon, the immortal realm mountain rocks, the mountain and river map screen, and that strange crown. Besides, Tham Lang's storage bag surely contains other magical treasures. This person is truly favored by the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin sighed. These magical treasures, if thrown out at will, would lead to a frenzied struggle for control. But what puzzled Wang Lin was that no one had come to steal them all from Tham Lang. Wang Lin had pondered this point 100 times, but still couldn't find a suitable answer. Looking up at the Immortal Realm's mountain stone, a glint of excitement appeared in his eyes. This thing can be repaired, but it requires a lot of elemental power. Wang Lin gazed at it for a long time before patting his storage bag and taking out another item. This item was the mountain and river painting screen. Wang Lin had never heard of the Immortal Realm's mountain and river painting, but if cultivators of previous generations heard the three words mountain and river painting, it would be like a thunderclap in their ears. Among the 10 top-grade immortal treasures of the Immortal Realm, the mountain and river painting ranks 5th. It is said that this painting possesses immeasurable power, but its true power lies not in the divine abilities of the mountain and river that the painting itself creates, but in the brushstrokes depicting the mountain and river. The brushstrokes appear black, but in reality, they are a deep red, created with blood. This blood is the true divine power of the mountain and river painting. It is rumored that the blood used to paint the mountain and river painting is the blood of the heavenly Tao. But if the heavenly Tao is formless, where would the blood come from? This became an eternal mystery. Therefore, this object is also called the heavenly Tao diagram. What Tham Lang obtained was not the genuine mountain and river heavenly Tao diagram, but only a reproduction printed on a screen. As for why, when performing this divine ability, the mountain and river heavenly Tao diagram had to be imprinted on the screen, Tham Lang racked his brains, diligently searching through ancient books, but still couldn't understand the reason. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the screen. The screen was very old, seemingly ordinary at first glance. Some families, not necessarily wealthy, might have such screens hanging. The images of mountains and rivers on it were blurry, but after looking closely for a while, they became very clear. However, now on the left side, there was a tear, as if the mountains and rivers inside had been cut in half, making it unbalanced. The divine consciousness imprint above had been shattered by a single finger of an ancient god. Wang Lin placed his right hand on it and left his own imprint. He remained silent for a moment, then opened his mouth and swallowed it. The object transformed into a stream of white light and was absorbed into his primordial spirit. Wang Lin used the lightning power of his primordial spirit to begin refining it. The final artifact was the crown. Wang Lin had witnessed firsthand the immense power of the ancient god's finger, formed from the moon, striking it without causing even the slightest crack. Wang Lin lifted the crown with his right hand, sweeping his divine consciousness over it, but found no abnormalities. It resembled the crown of a mortal emperor, nothing special. However, the 5 beads on it caught Wang Lin's attention. He immediately noticed that these 5 beads contained the attributes of the 5 elements. These 5 element attributes were similar to the 5 elements spiritual body of Hong Dai on the Vermilion Bird Star in the past. But compared to the 5 elements spiritual body, this 5 elements attribute is more spiritual. Wang Lin stared at the crown and remained silent for a moment. He imitated the actions of the greedy vault before, placing the crown on his head. In an instant, a strange and powerful force entered Wang Lin's head. After circulating within his body, it returned and remained still. A strange expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He took the crown down and examined it carefully several times, a thoughtful look in his eyes. That force wasn't strong, but when it circulated within me, it seemed to be searching for something. Finally, it returned when it couldn't find it. What was it searching for? The 5 elements beads searching? Wang Lin's body trembled. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he softly said, "A fake 5 elements spiritual body, red butterfly." Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then patted his storage bag, and a blue rose immediately appeared in his hand. This rose was incredibly beautiful and radiant, its entire body emitting a dazzling blue light. As soon as Wang Lin took it out, the blue light emanating from it softened, creating a mesmerizing, almost illusory feeling. At that moment, a chilling aura instantly spread from the blue light, then permeated the surroundings. Within the cold air emanated an indescribable air of arrogance. This feeling was indescribable, impossible to discern even with the Tao. Only cultivators who had mastered divine abilities could detect it with their primordial spirit. A mortal would only feel a chilling sensation throughout their body, a feeling as if, in an instant, the entire world had ceased to exist, leaving only this single rose. But in Wang Lin's eyes, he sensed this arrogant aura, and at the same time, he vaguely saw the silhouette of a person appearing on the rose. This silhouette resembled a flame, yet was extremely cold and arrogant. Wang Lin looked at the blue rose and pondered for a moment, then placed it on the crown. Wang Lin's eyes, like torches, stared intently at the crown. The moment the treasure touched the rose branch, the 5 beads on it immediately flashed with brilliant light. A force visible to the naked eye emanated from the crown and circulated around the rose. Under Wang Lin's observation, the blue rose slowly dissipated, finally transforming into countless points of blue light that merged into the crown. After a long time, the blue light emanating from the crown gradually faded, and the crown returned to its normal state. Wang Lin frowned. He picked up the crown and examined it carefully. After a moment, he understood. Compared to before, the crown now seemed to possess a trace of spiritual energy. When Wang Lin looked closely, he vaguely saw a figure wielding a sword inside. Aside from that, he couldn't find any other clues. This thing can withstand a single strike from an ancient god without any damage. It's clearly not ordinary. But I don't know how to use it. That greedy Wolf once said he needed 9,999 mortal emperor souls to barely control this thing. Wang Lin fell into deep thought. What's the relationship between emperor souls and the 5 elements spiritual body, or was the previous owner of this crown an emperor with a 5 elements spiritual body? Only then could he unleash this divine ability. Wang Lin shook his head. He felt somewhat unclear about the matter. Furthermore, Wang Lin had examined the materials for crafting this magical artifact for a long time, and apart from a portion of dragon bone flame, he couldn't identify any other components. Wang Lin knew that he only knew about dragon bone flame from the memories of the ancient god diagram. It seemed that the origin of this item was very ancient. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then retracted his crown, his gaze shifting to the moon-gazing bone not far away. The moon-gazing bone had transformed into a mountain range, and the heaven-defying pearl was absorbing it, gradually reducing the amount of golden ore inside. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin remained focused on this process. He couldn't allow anyone to disturb him. Although this place was quite secluded, he still had to be careful. 3 months passed quickly, and during this time, no one came to this place. The entire moon-gazing bone was now just a mountain of rock. All the golden ore inside had completely disappeared. Wang Lin had originally worried that even half a moon-gazing bone wouldn't be enough to complete the heaven-defying bead. But now, the traces of the metal attribute on the bead had reached their ultimate level. In Wang Lin's eyes, the metal attribute in the heaven-defying bead was complete. The bead shimmered with starlight like a glass object, overflowing with brilliant light, and ancient energy permeated it. The 5 elements intertwined on its surface, causing it to slowly rise into the air. A strange light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. He bit his fingertip and used a drop of blood, imbued with the imprint of his divine consciousness, to shoot directly onto the heaven-defying bead. Upon absorption, Wang Lin's mind was instantly shaken, as if something new had been added to his primordial spirit. At this moment, a rune filled with an aura of ancient sorrow suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's mind. He looked up at the heaven-defying pearl in the sky, a look of determination in his eyes. He had waited nearly 1,000 years, and finally, he could complete the 5 elements of the heaven-defying pearl. At this moment, he no longer had the usual expectations, only caution and tranquility remained. This treasure had accompanied Wang Lin throughout his life, but what he understood about it was still too little. What exactly is this heaven-defying pearl? Could it be, as the woman in the painting said, that it came from the ancient immortal realm? Wang Lin raised his hands and then closed them close to his body. Each rune stroke was drawn in Wang Lin's mind for the completion of the heaven-defying pearl. These runes were extremely complex, and the strokes seemed to carry wines from ancient times. Wang Lin concentrated his mind to draw, and gradually, the runes slowly took shape before him. At this moment, the aura of sorrow was more intense than ever before. Even the aura of sorrow that emanated when the demonic scatterer extracted the heavenly illusion star soul from Wang Lin's body couldn't compare to the aura of the talisman at this moment. Life force was suppressed, cracks appeared on the ground, and everything gradually turned into dust. The instant the rune took shape, Wang Lin took a deep breath and clapped his hands on the ground. The rune was slowly blown forward and shot straight up into the air, entering the heaven-defying pearl. A sudden burst of deathly light emanated from the heaven-defying pearl. The light was so intense that Wang Lin could barely open his eyes. The immortal guard puppet not far away immediately emitted a decaying aura, its body rapidly disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Lin was instantly shaken. He subtly moved his mind, and the immortal guard puppet transformed into black light and returned to Wang Lin's body. Only then did the immortal guard puppet stop disintegrating, but the decaying aura did not dissipate. Not only the immortal guard puppet, but even the 3 main souls in Wang Lin's soul banner were the same. If Wang Lin hadn't reacted extremely quickly and immediately retrieved them, they would have soon decayed and disintegrated. Purple light flashed and slowly spread, finally enveloping the entire lightning planet like a purple cloak. In this instant, the density of the decaying aura reached its peak. The entire lightning planet seemed to be subjected to a divine spell. The decaying aura here had disintegrated everything. The purple light didn't stop but continued to spread, even enveloping the outer layer of rock. These rocks instantly shattered and turned into dust, dissipating into space. In that moment, it seemed as if only Wang Lin and the bead remained between heaven and earth. Everything else was a terrifying purple light. This bizarre scene shook Wang Lin's mind. Although he had many speculations about this heaven-defying bead, he never expected such terrifying transformations upon its completion. While Wang Lin was still reeling from the shock, the purple light stopped spreading. At this moment, the power of the 5 elements seemed to have been completely dissipated. More than half of the accumulated power from 1,000 years was instantly released. The purple light on the heaven-defying bead remained intensely concentrated, and gradually a purple gate appeared in the heavens and earth amidst deafening explosions that echoed throughout space. This gate was enormous. Wang Lin, standing beneath it, felt as small as an ant. In an instant, all 4 sides were enveloped in purple light, forming a protective barrier. Upon seeing this barrier, Wang Lin's mind was nearly overwhelmed, making it impossible for him to approach and study it. No living being could enter under this barrier. At that moment, it seemed as if an unimaginable divine power was being extracted from within the Luotia star domain within the purple light, severing everything. Only the colossal gate stood majestically between heaven and earth, boundless and endless. Wang Lin gazed at the gigantic gate before him, his mind shaken, and a feeling of fear arose within him. Such a feeling rarely experienced by him. Feeling fear, a flicker of struggle appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His Taoist beliefs forbade him from feeling fear, yet this fear seemed to stem from instinct, a fear that was fundamentally insurmountable. It was as if there was a difference in intensity, an insurmountable chasm separating them. Wang Lin hadn't felt this kind of feeling in a long time. Even during his previous battle with Wang Yue, he was terrified, but he didn't experience this kind of soul-shattering tremor, this feeling of utter powerlessness. It was like back when he was a mortal youth, standing atop the Hengyu sect, looking up at the majestic immortal cultivation sect, experiencing this profound awe from the depths of his heart and soul. But according to Wang Lin's experiences on his cultivation path, this feeling had vanished like smoke. Even when facing the heavenly tribulation in the demon spirit land to ascend to the peak, Wang Lin relied on his Taoist beliefs to endure it with unwavering resolve. But at this moment, the gigantic door didn't emit any oppressive aura, yet Wang Lin's body and spirit trembled. He absolutely refused to surrender. Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot, his body trembled, but he gritted his teeth and held his head high, refusing to bow. Just like in the old days at the Hengyu sect, he was determined to climb to the summit. Even if his whole body was covered in blood, he would still fight. At this moment, fear surged from deep within his soul, like a tidal wave threatening to sweep Wang Lin away, forcing him to submit. But Wang Lin couldn't, he wouldn't, because he had to protect his own soul and honor as within the heaven-defying pearl. He absolutely wouldn't let anyone harm those two souls. Heaven-defying, I will help you achieve perfection. If heaven kills you, I will destroy heaven. If you rebel against me, I will shatter your rebellion. Wang Lin's voice, though trembling, revealed an unyielding spirit. Each word flowed from his mouth with unwavering resolve, causing the ancient thunder dragon's primordial spirit to surge wildly amidst the thunderous roars, spreading outwards from his body. Lightning flashed and dispersed from Wang Lin's feet, creating a rising wave of power. At this moment, Wang Lin was like lightning itself. He wielded the power of thunder, and within the lightning was an unyielding spirit, the unwavering resolve of Wang Lin. The ground shattered, but Wang Lin's body continued to struggle. His eyes were bloodshot, his resolve suppressing the fear rising from deep within his soul. Wang Lin gazed with unyielding eyes at the colossal gate. The colossal gate appeared between heaven and earth, shrouded in purple, like something within a mist. At this moment, Wang Lin looked closely and saw that the dense purple light had transformed into a gigantic arm outside the gate, then shot straight towards Wang Lin, beckoning him. With Wang Lin's eyesight, he immediately recognized that this gigantic arm was not that of the ancient god. The ancient god's skin was rough, with cracks like a turtle shell. But this arm, formed from condensed purple light, was extremely smooth. Although it was enormous, it exuded an aura of ancientness, seemingly created by divine power. It beckoned towards Wang Lin, like an elder beckoning to their descendant, the movement gentle, slow, but continuous, beckoning. There was not a trace of danger on this great arm. It seemed extremely ordinary, simply beckoning Wang Lin closer, as if wanting to lead him into the vast gate of heaven and earth. But Wang Lin's entire spirit was stirred, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Faced with such an extremely bizarre scene, no matter what, he never expected or imagined that the heaven-defying pearl, after achieving the perfection of the 5 elements, would present such a strange sight. Wang Lin remained motionless, staring intently at the beckoning arm, a cold glint in his eyes. The arm's movements remained unchanged from beginning to end, silently beckoning. But after a while, the vast gate of heaven and earth behind the arm gradually became illusory, as if it could disappear at any moment. It seemed that if he didn't act quickly, he wouldn't have another chance to enter like this. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and reached out his right hand to grab the bone fragment of Wang Yue. Although Wang Yu's bone no longer contained the golden flame, its hardness was unquestionable. After all, it was Wang Yu's bone. Grasping the enormous bone fragment of Wang Yue, Wang Lin let out a low growl, concentrating all his immortal power into his arm, and forcefully threw it into the air. A deafening roar immediately echoed. The mountain range formed by Wang Yu's bones hurtled towards the massive gate. Just as Wang Yu's bones were about to reach the gate, the giant arm that had beckoned Wang Lin moved slightly and seized the bone fragment. Wang Lin held his breath, his eyes filled with fear. The arm seemed to casually touch the bone, and a massive aura instantly emanated from Wang Yu's bones. Under this gentle touch, everything shattered. This seemingly light touch caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and even Wang Lin's location on the Thunderstar planet instantly revealed countless huge cracks. Outside the layer of rubble, deafening explosions resounded, and large slabs and walls of rock shattered one after another. A vacuum seemed to form on the ground, and even the purple light barrier surrounding the rubble was being pulled apart by some unknown force. It seemed this seemingly light touch possessed unimaginable power. Even the heavens, the earth, and the starry sky were torn apart under this single touch. The other arm slowly released its grip, then waved towards Wang Lin again. Wang Lin's scalp tingled, his face turned pale, and he stared intently at the waving arm. He didn't know how powerful that gentle touch was, but it was certainly no weaker than the moon-gazing divine ability created by the ancient god's finger. This arm gave Wang Lin the feeling that nothing in the world could resist it. That touch wasn't force, but a kind of rule extremely similar to the slaying Luo technique that Wang Lin was using, only far more powerful. After a long while, the giant arm slowly disappeared, but even until it completely vanished, it maintained the same waving motion. The vast gate of heaven and earth behind it also vanished along with the arm. At this moment, within the area surrounding the purple light, in an instant, everything condensed from all directions, contracting into a single point. The dense purple light slowly dissipated and transformed back into the shape of the heaven-defying pearl. As if having unleashed all its power, the pearl descended from the air. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, then waved his right hand in the void, and the pearl immediately flew to his palm. The pearl appeared extremely ordinary, like other pearls, except that its surface lacked any trace of the five elements' power, even less than when Wang Lin had obtained it 1,000 years ago at the cliff. Wang Lin's divine consciousness immediately penetrated it. Li Muan's nascent soul, Wang Ping's soul, and Qingyi's soul were still inside. Moreover, compared to before, it seems even more dynamic, especially Li Muan's primordial spirit, whose cultivation level has increased even more. What exactly is the origin of this heaven-defying artifact? Where does that huge door lead? And what about the arm outside the door? Wang Lin pondered. He could easily guess that the heaven-defying artifact had existed for a very long time, and he himself wasn't the first to possess it. Of course, others had also obtained it and had even perfected the five elements of the heaven-defying artifact. But when that huge door appeared, these people either entered on their first try or hesitated several times before finally choosing to enter at the last moment. Wang Lin frowned. Even before the five elements of the heaven-defying artifact was perfected, it was incredibly difficult for him to understand. But after its perfection, this bewilderment not only didn't disappear but deepened. Could this gate lead to the so-called ancient immortal realm? But if that's the case, why is there that arm appearing, seemingly beckoning but actually destroying? What exactly is this heaven-defying artifact? Wang Lin's expression grew more contorted as he stared at it, remaining silent for a long time before placing it on his forehead. The heaven-defying artifact gradually merged into his primordial spirit, disappearing without a trace. Since he didn't know, Wang Lin didn't immediately dwell on it. The key to this mysterious object was clearly the gate itself. The real question was what lay behind it. The five elements of the heaven-defying artifact is gone. I'll have to go find it again. Wang Lin glanced around at the ground. After what had just happened, this thunder-like planet was completely ruined. Everything had become worthless. What a pity for such a treasure land. However, the place that made my primordial spirit feel comfortable was deep within the rubble layer. Now that my body has recovered, I'll simply go and investigate. If there is still thunderlight, I can cultivate the thunder origin technique, having made up his mind. Wang Lin's body flashed like a bolt of lightning, swiftly rushing to the outer edge of the rubble layer, which had now dissipated by more than half. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Lin patted his storage bag and the divine archer appeared, transforming into a thunder beast. The thunder beast, upon appearing, seemed to have been suppressed for countless years, roaring towards the sky before turning and staring at Wang Lin with its enormous eyes. But instantly, the beast looked bewildered, its eyes filled with astonishment. It directly approached Wang Lin to examine him, its whole body radiating fascination. Wang Lin took a step forward and sat on the thunder beast, patting it on the head and smiling. Don't just stare. With your spiritual sense, you'll definitely notice the difference from before. Now fly away. The thunder beast lowered its voice and growled. It didn't know why, but at this moment, Wang Lin seemed non-existent in its eyes, as if he had completely transformed into a bolt of lightning. This lightning even gave it an extremely familiar feeling, a feeling it hadn't experienced in a long time. Especially Wang Lin's pat on the head made the thunder beast feel incredibly comfortable, causing it to growl again. The thunder beast moved very quickly, piercing through the rubble and continuously penetrating deeper. Gradually, more and more rubble appeared on all four sides, and even some of the rubble had faint flashes of lightning running across it, which looked rather strange at first glance. Under any circumstances, neither Wang Lin nor the thunder beast felt the slightest discomfort. On the contrary, they seemed to adapt. Especially the thunder beast. which kept growling, its voice revealing a hint of joy. Wang Lin sat atop the Thunder Beast, his mind still preoccupied with the heaven-defying pearl. He felt a little disappointed. After all, he had spent 1,000 years collecting it, and even nearly lost his life on the journey to meet Wang Yue. He had originally thought that once this object found its master, it would possess immense power and be of great help to him. But at this moment, reality and imagination were vastly different. What exactly is this heaven-defying pearl? Wang Lin stroked his forehead, his eyes filled with contemplation. The Thunder Beast had an extremely keen sensitivity to lightning. It plunged into the pile of rubble, gradually penetrating the inner layers of rock. A low rumble of thunder interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. His gaze, like lightning, shot forward. This very place gave his primordial spirit an extremely intense feeling of comfort. This is it. Wang Lin's eyes widened slightly. The Thunder Beast, having traversed this vast layer of rubble, suddenly stopped, halting its advance, its eyes filled with terror. Wang Lin gasped at the sight before him, his eyes shining brightly. Ahead was not a planet, but a vast expanse of space filled with countless enormous thunder pools, overflowing with lightning and thunder, seemingly a true thunder hell. Compared to this place, the Thunder Planet was truly small and insignificant. Within the boundless thunder pools, the thunder roared like a thunder dragon, its deafening roar echoing in all directions, revealing an intense and violent aura. The Thunder Beast let out a low growl, staring intently at the enormous thunder pool, though a hint of hesitation flickered in its eyes. The thunder power here was too intense. Even as a Thunder Beast, it was finding it somewhat unbearable. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he descended from the Thunder Beast's back, his eyes widening in caution. He first released the immortal guard puppet in the distance to protect him, then slowly approached the thunder pool, stopping at the boundary to observe for a moment before taking a step. With that one step, the lightning instantly spread to his feet, merging into his entire body. Even Wang Lin felt a tingling sensation all over his body. He took a deep breath and took another step. Without pausing, he took 20 steps before stopping. At this point, his entire body was enveloped in lightning, his primordial spirit continuously emitting thunder power. This was his limit. Wang Lin slowly sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes and meditating. Outside, the Thunder Beast stomped its feet in frustration. After a while, it cautiously took a few steps forward, immediately sensing the thunder's power within. It leaned closer, using its unique Thunder Beast method to absorb the lightning into its body, slowly refining it. All around, except for the sound of thunder, there was no other sound. Man and beast thus began their cultivation. Wang Lin gradually adapted. When he first entered this place, he was somewhat terrified. The thunderous power here clearly surpassed that within his own body. If his body hadn't been formed from lightning, he would have struggled even at the boundary. This is also the best place to cultivate the thunder origin technique. A flash of lightning flickered in Wang Lin's eyes as he silently began cultivating the thunder origin technique. At this moment, in the distant layer of rubble outside the starry sky, a bolt of lightning roared. Within this lightning was a Thunder Beast. Although it had no horns on its head, a large bump protruded, clearly indicating that it was undergoing transformation. The Thunder Beast was clad in black armor, making it look extremely ferocious. On its back sat a man with his legs crossed, his hair flowing freely, his face expressionless, heading straight towards the layer of rubble. The Thunder Immortal Realm is about to open. At this time, I must enter the Thunder Prison to absorb some primal energy. The black-haired man stroked the Thunder Beast's large head, his eyes showing a strange expression as he muttered, "I wonder what kind of magical treasures and immortal techniques will appear inside the Thunder Immortal Realm. This time it seems there will be another fierce battle between the Thunder Immortal Palace's messengers." A sinister smile appeared on the man's lips. The Thunder Beast beneath him moved at incredible speed, transforming into a bolt of lightning and flying straight towards the distance. It's rumored that within the rubble layer of the southern regions Luotia lies the place where the mysterious heaven-defying pearl first appeared. Because of the appearance of this pearl, a thunderous anomaly occurred here, transforming it into a thunder prison and becoming an extraordinary place for cultivating thunder-based divine abilities. The man's eyes flashed, and his speed increased. Wang Lin was within the thunder pool, the thunder origin technique's incantation appearing word by word in his mind. After carefully comprehending it, Wang Lin placed his hands on his knees, forming a hand seal, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. This thunder origin technique is a peculiar method of extracting a trace of primal energy from the lightning in the heavens and earth, integrating it into his body to become his own primal energy. This type of divine cultivation technique is rare. Only cultivators at the second stage can obtain it, usually considered a treasure, and absolutely not easily disseminated to the outside world. The goal of this technique is to infuse lightning into the body. If one's cultivation is insufficient, it's tantamount to inviting a heavenly tribulation to self-destruction. A slight mistake will cause damage to the body, and in severe cases, it will instantly reduce one to ashes. But at this moment, this technique is very suitable for Wang Lin. Because his primordial spirit is also from lightning, this newly formed body is also transformed from lightning. Even in the eyes of the thunder beast, Wang Lin's entire body resembles a bolt of lightning. After a while, Wang Lin slowly raised his hands, his expression unchanged. With a flick of his palms, a series of large ripples appeared in the surrounding space. These ripples were formed from lightning, slowly spreading out. This single hand seal actually contained 9 hand seals, unleashed with extreme speed, capable of achieving the effect of a lightning seal. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted, and the lightning power within the enormous lightning pool seemed to be drawn in by a powerful force, instantly finding a place to vent its anger. It surged forward, transforming into a furious lightning dragon that roared and devoured everything in its path. However, upon touching Wang Lin's body, it instantly dissipated, re-entering his body. The lightning here was incredibly powerful, far surpassing ordinary lightning. Upon entering Wang Lin's body, it roared. Wang Lin remained unmoved, his hands moving even faster as he performed the hand seals, circulating the lightning origin technique. His body resembled a massive rotating platform, constantly shifting, gradually guiding the lightning into his body and compressing it into the primal energy of heaven and earth. This process took a long time. The thunder origin technique also mentioned that the first time using this technique was quite difficult. After all, the body had to simultaneously resist the thunderous power and absorb the elemental energy, requiring a certain amount of time to adapt and coordinate. But Wang Lin didn't pay much attention to that. His body and spirit were inherently thunder, so even if the thunder power entered his body, at most he would only feel a little uncomfortable, but he wouldn't be injured. At this moment, his entire focus was on compressing the elemental energy, and the discomfort in his body was naturally disregarded. After a long time, the thunder power that had entered his body gradually collapsed, transforming into a faint trace of mixed elemental energy through the thunder origin technique. This trace of elemental energy was very small. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be impossible to detect. But Wang Lin felt as if he had found a treasure, and was extremely excited from the bottom of his heart. It's important to understand that for cultivators in the first stage, primordial energy is an extremely rare and precious force. It's the key to reaching the peak, and only during the peak can one obtain a small amount. It's fundamentally impossible to regenerate. Transforming primordial energy from within the heavens and earth is the divine ability of cultivators in the second stage. Without sufficient fortuitous circumstances, Wang Lin certainly wouldn't have been able to achieve this. He suppressed the excitement and ecstatic joy in his heart, carefully channeling the mixed primordial energy, forcefully directing it towards his primordial spirit, absorbing it, and then refining and eliminating the impurities. This primordial energy might become even smaller, but he would then be able to use it. This was a crucial moment. Wang Lin dared not be careless, focusing all his attention on this, slowly controlling the still somewhat clumsy primordial energy, allowing it to slowly flow into his primordial spirit. But at this very moment, a sudden event occurred. This event caught Wang Lin completely off guard, leaving him no time to control it. The mixed elemental energy, seemingly about to reach his primordial spirit in an instant, unexpectedly surged like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, becoming incredibly violent. It frantically burrowed into his primordial spirit, but instead of merging, it moved with lightning speed towards the center of Wang Lin's primordial spirit, the location of the heaven-defying pearl. In a short time, this mixed elemental energy merged into the heaven-defying pearl. A deafening roar, inaudible to the outside world, but clearly audible to Wang Lin, erupted, swirling wildly within his body like a massive mountain crashing down. Wang Lin's face instantly turned pale, his primordial spirit trembled, and his body shook uncontrollably. The heaven-defying pearl, within the rare primordial spirit, didn't wait for Wang Lin's summoning. It automatically transformed and emerged from within his primordial spirit, flying out from the center of his forehead. Wang Lin stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his mind shaken. The heaven-defying pearl had reappeared, this time flying out from Wang Lin's body. The moment it appeared, the entire thunder pool began to rumble violently, countless lightning bolts instantly transforming into thunder dragons that roared and flew out from within the thunder pool. This phenomenon created a massive tremor, causing the surrounding rubble to be drawn in by the lightning, emitting lightning flashes. The immortal guard puppet immediately retreated, falling far away from the tremor's reach. Even the thunder beast was startled by this transformation of the thunder pool, instinctively retreating, not daring to approach. Wang Lin looked at the heaven-defying pearl flying into the air, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Countless thunder dragons roared in the thunder pool, pouring into the heaven-defying pearl from all directions. This scene was incredibly shocking, and Wang Lin watched almost without blinking. The heaven-defying pearl slowly rotated, each rotation drawing in a large amount of lightning. Gradually, a purple light flashed from within. This scene was very familiar to Wang Lin. Not long ago, a similar transformation had occurred. The dazzling purple light suddenly dispersed in all directions, and that strange restriction reappeared. At the same time, in Wang Lin's eyes, that huge gate once again appeared in the middle of the heavens and earth. All of these things were too bizarre, causing Wang Lin to be constantly terrified. He didn't know that the heaven-defying pearl had first appeared in this location. All the strange transformations here were caused by the appearance of the heaven-defying pearl countless years ago. At this moment, Wang Lin unintentionally arrived at this place, bringing the heaven-defying bead to the very spot where it first appeared all those years ago. If we consider cause and effect, it seems there's some hidden reason behind it. However, arriving here wasn't purely accidental. In fact, after Wang Lin's primordial spirit was injured, he instinctively found his way here. This certainly reflects the characteristics of the Thunder Beast, but the greater mystery lies in the heaven-defying bead itself. The heaven-defying bead on Wang Lin's person was the only time it had merged with another person's primordial spirit, and because it lacked a fixed form, it could influence Wang Lin's primordial spirit. This feeling of comfort was actually emanating from the heaven-defying bead, as its 5 elements hadn't yet been perfected, and the bead hadn't truly found its master. Even if Wang Lin had brought it here at that time, nothing would have changed. But then, the 5 elements are perfected, causing the heaven-defying pearl to undergo a transformation, making that huge gate appear in the sky, signifying the first time the heaven-defying pearl in Wang Lin's hand has opened. This opening also signifies that this pearl has found its master. Thus, following the natural course of events, Wang Lin absorbed the heaven-defying pearl into his primordial spirit. After finding its master, the heaven-defying pearl returned to the place where it originally appeared, and because the primordial energy in heaven and earth opened up, a strange transformation occurred. In this respect, if any cause and effect were missing, there would certainly not be the current transformation. The heaven-defying pearl has existed for countless years, and only Wang Lin has reached this stage. The enormous gate of heaven and earth reappeared, purple light flashing in the air. Like heaven and earth, everything in the world surrounding the thunder pool at this moment turned purple. The lightning also transformed into purple lightning. The appearance of this gate instantly intensified the feeling of awe deep within Wang Lin's soul. Although he had experienced it once before, at this moment he felt a sudden lightness throughout his body, though his eyes now flashed with unwavering determination. Purple light permeated the area, and outside the gate of heaven and earth, the enormous arm materialized. But at this moment, Wang Lin's heart leapt. For the instant this arm appeared, countless purple lightning bolts from all sides of the thunder pool rushed to attack. A deafening roar erupted as countless lightning bolts wrapped around the enormous arm, enveloping it completely. Wang Lin's eyes, like lightning, stared intently at the lightning on that giant arm. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and instantly soared into the sky, heading straight towards the enormous gate in the air. If this arm hadn't been restrained by the lightning, even if this door had reappeared, Wang Lin wouldn't have chosen to enter. But at this moment, he had a feeling that if he missed this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, he might never have another chance to observe that mysterious door in his lifetime. Although his speed was fast, he also left himself a way out. If that huge arm escaped the lightning, he would immediately turn around and flee. As he got closer, the arm began to struggle. but the lightning above it was like a chain, instantly binding it, causing the struggling arm to slow down. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his speed increased, transforming into a bolt of lightning, flying straight towards the huge door. The moment his body approached, the door opened a crack. The moment this crack opened, the heavens and earth seemed to stop for a moment. Wang Lin's body also stopped outside the gap, his eyes wide with intense shock. At this moment, his entire mind seemed to be drawn in, merging into the gate of heaven and earth. A single glance caused Wang Lin to tremble violently. He felt as if his primordial spirit had left his body, losing all sense of his physical existence. He felt as if he were trapped in a boundless, infinite chaotic space. This place is the heaven-defying space. Wang Lin's eyes widened, and he immediately identified the location. He was very familiar with this place. All around was a chaotic screen, with a few luminous objects appearing and disappearing. Under Wang Lin's gaze, these luminous objects immediately began to transform. As if urged by Wang Lin's gaze, they instantly expanded. The expansion speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly becoming infinitely enormous. Finally, Wang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Its size had transformed into that of a luminous planet. A vast aura emanated from within the light, brimming with vibrant life. This life force was incredibly pure, without a trace of impurity, like a newborn child. Immediately afterward, a mass of gray dust appeared around this light, quickly absorbing each other and merging into the light. Very quickly, these masses interacted and supported each other, converging in one place, finally forming a continent. Some of the gray dust then combined to form long rivers and vast oceans. Wang Lin held his breath. This was clearly a planet. The spiritual energy within was extremely dense. Except for the absence of mortals, in his eyes, this planet was no different from the cultivation planets outside. While still in shock, the planet suddenly transformed at an even faster speed. Immediately, the planet entered a state of degeneration, as if time had reversed. In an instant, it transformed back into a luminous object, becoming smaller and smaller, and finally becoming indistinct. During this transformation of the luminous object, Wang Lin's mind gradually lost consciousness, his entire being immersed in this space that was both familiar and strange. Time passed slowly, seemingly without end. Wang Lin naturally forgot everything. He was surrounded by a bizarre state, drifting within this boundless space. Each time his gaze fell, he saw another of those strange luminous objects, and now there were more and more of them. Wang Lin slowly sensed a mysterious force. This force was everywhere, and instinctively, he wanted to find its source. At this moment, he was completely oblivious to the scene before him, and it was the same as when he was undergoing his mortal transformation, comprehending the heavenly Tao, and pursuing the cycle of life and death instinctively. He searching for the source of the power. Time passed, and he paid no attention. The years revolved without him stopping, as if he had become a wandering soul in this illusory world, constantly searching. Wang Lin, in this distant place, was searching for the footprints of the Tao, searching for its end. It seemed that all worldly affairs at this moment had become a distant past, as if dissolving into nothingness, unable to stir even a ripple in his heart. Those who listen to the teachings of the Tao, experiencing birth and death, have found enough. Those who seek the Tao have abandoned their entire lives, yet still feel regret searching, without beginning or end. Wang Lin didn't know how many luminous objects he had seen transformed into planets, and then from planets into nothingness. Each time, he wanted to pursue and grasp that footprint, but as before, he failed to grasp it. However, gradually he realized that the distance between himself and that footprint seemed to be getting closer and closer. The Tao only advanced for a moment before vanishing into nothingness. Wang Lin searched for the Tao, in his confusion, seemingly grasping a faint thread. He was searching for that mysterious power. It seemed to be some kind of super rule, something that seemed simple to understand but profoundly ingrained. Without beginning or end, he searched in solitude. Wherever his gaze rested, that place seemed to be the Tao, but when his gaze shifted, it was as if it had never existed. This was a very vague feeling, but like flowing water, it slowly dripped into Wang Lin's spirit. Gradually, he felt he had to grasp this footprint to grope his way to the source of that mysterious power. Here, countless years passed, during which he saw a planet. This planet wasn't created from a material object, but existed naturally. Life on this planet was weak, yet it was filled with warmth and gentleness. Beside this planet were two smaller planets. They were very close, radiating an aura of reluctance to part. The moment Wang Lin approached one of the smaller planets, ripples immediately appeared, expressing an extreme joy, containing a deep, tender emotion. Observing these three planets, Wang Lin's mind was instantly shaken, as if he had discovered something. Instinctively, he wanted to look up, completely unaware that he was now physically absent. But his hands appeared, as if whatever he thought could materialize. His hand gently caressed the void, and a subtle tremor immediately appeared. Under this tremor, the three celestial bodies instantly dissolved, transforming into three beams of light that merged above Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin stopped searching, his mind filled with a sense of unease, feeling that the Tao seemed to reside within. His footsteps halted, and his mind slowly calmed down. He unconsciously transformed into a luminous object. As time passed, he became a luminous object, gradually expanding, absorbing the surrounding dust, and a celestial body appeared. This planet had majestic mountains, beautiful rivers and streams, a land full of sensation, and even the sea was a deep blue like the sky, seemingly capable of containing heaven and earth. In this place, to the north of this planet, lived only one family of two, a man and a woman. Their lives were peaceful and uneventful. Everything seemed within their grasp, including the countless ordinary people surrounding the village. One day, in the south of the planet, a rainbow stretched across the sky. Within the rainbow was a girl in white. She was delicate and beautiful, gentle as water, her black hair flowing freely, a few strands fluttering in front of her eyes, which she lightly brushed back with her delicate hand. As she flew through the air, her eyes held a captivating allure. She glanced down at the ground, her crimson lips softly murmuring, "What's wrong today? Why do I feel such a sense of familiarity?" She pondered for a long time, then shook her head, her figure like a rose disappearing into the sky. "I want to find the answer," a soft yet resolute voice echoed in the wind. Time passed slowly, seemingly eternally. Over countless years, this planet gradually transformed, yet only three people remained unchanged. Two of them lived peaceful lives, while the other was always searching for answers. Until one day, the Earth crumbled, the planet ceased to exist, and the three transformed into 30 sources of light, flying far away from within a giant hand. That hand vanished along with Wang Lin's consciousness. "Is this the Tao?" Wang Lin's voice echoed in the void. He had searched for everything and ultimately returned to himself. He himself was the Tao, the heavens also composed of countless Taos. The Tao was him. Observing the transformation of countless luminous objects, from birth to death, from death to birth, this was his Tao of life and death, the cycle of reincarnation. Cause and effect are cyclical. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. Where there is an effect, there naturally exists a cause. Like Li Muan searching for answers, like Wang Ping and Qingyi living ordinary lives, all these things were the Tao of cause and effect. In a moment of panic, Wang Lin felt as if he understood something, yet also didn't. This vague feeling surged like a tide in his mind, becoming increasingly intense, finally forming a wave that shook his spirit. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, feeling as if his primordial spirit had been violently pushed outward by a powerful force. When his eyes cleared, he found himself standing outside that massive door. Everything around him remained unchanged. The thunder still roared, the purple light still permeated the air as before. As if all the scenes he had just witnessed were merely a dream created by his consciousness's panic upon entering the door. The scene was like a dream, yet so real. The gap created by the open door slowly closed and disappeared in his eyes, including the arm wrapped in purple lightning. The purple light contracted and transformed into the heaven-defying pearl. A mysterious transformation occurred on this pearl. The imprint of the 5 elements of heaven and earth that had previously been present had vanished, replaced by yin and yang. Yang represented day, and yin represented night, each occupying half of the heaven-defying pearl, without merging. It gently floated towards Wang Lin's forehead and automatically merged into him. Wang Lin remained suspended in midair, motionless. His eyes slowly closed, his mind still haunted by that unreal scene. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly understood. He stood there, seemingly forgetting the passage of time, his mind constantly circling within the dreamlike scene, so real that he was comprehending and feeling it little by little, imprinting it in his heart. Wang Lin knew that all these dream scenes were truly precious. This kind of enlightenment was extremely rare, essentially a heaven-sent opportunity. He couldn't wait for someone to explain it, and even if someone did, he wouldn't be able to understand it. He even suspected that if it were someone like Taeyeonji, they might even give up everything for this opportunity. Even if it meant giving up the heavenly fortune star, giving up all their divine abilities and magical treasures, people like Taeyeonji wouldn't hesitate just to understand the Tao at this moment. Because if they could find the Tao at this moment, they might open that incredibly mysterious door, abandoning the suffering and hardship of pursuing it for tens of thousands of years in that dream-filled dream, the eager yearning for the third step. Those who hear the Tao born in the morning and die in the evening are content. Those who seek the Tao will still yearn for it their whole lives. Wang Lin doesn't yet fully understand the value of the heaven-defying pearl, but this glimpse of the heavens revealed is unforgettable for him, deeply moving him. Although this didn't increase his cultivation, it can be said to have elevated him in the Tao. This is because of the difference in level. Like a human looking at an ant, the state of mind will be vastly different. But currently, although Wang Lin's state of mind hasn't reached the height of that great gate of heaven and earth, he is still just an ant. But this ant is also an ant observing the third step. He saw the third step. His mind was completely absorbed, and Wang Lin, submerged in the thunder pool, suddenly felt as if he were being guided. A massive thunderbolt erupted in the sky, roaring and striking in all directions, shaking the earth. At this moment, within the rubble, a bolt of lightning roared forth. Inside the lightning was the armored thunder beast, with a black-haired man on its back, his eyes filled with vigilance, heading straight towards the depths of the rubble. He had immediately sensed something amiss upon approaching this rubble. The lightning fluctuations here were extremely intense, vastly different from when he first arrived. Furthermore, this lightning contained an incredibly powerful aura, instantly filling the black-haired man with fear, causing him to act with extreme caution. He slowly made his way through the rubble, a place he was familiar with, having been here many times before to cultivate the thunder origin technique. But this moment felt like nothing new, causing him to panic. He moved quickly, penetrating deeper and deeper into the thunder prison. The closer he got, the more intense his fear became. What exactly happened ahead? The black-haired man's face darkened. His cultivation had reached the Young realm, and he was on the verge of reaching perfection, at which point he could enter the Nirvana realm. With his level of cultivation, unless it was a true second-stage divine power cultivator, there were very few things that could make him feel such terror. But at this moment, this feeling grew stronger and stronger. After hesitating for a moment, the man bit his lip tightly. The thunder beast beneath him suddenly surged through the last layer of rubble, revealing the familiar thunder pool ahead. With a glance, he saw Wang Lin above the thunder pool. At this moment, Wang Lin, in the eyes of the black-haired man, was truly bizarre. He was suspended in midair, his entire body enveloped in lightning, a massive amount of thunderous energy surging from his body, his hair fluttering without wind. The size of the thunder pool now made the black-haired man's breathing quicken. The thunder pool before him gave him a feeling of utter disbelief, as if he had made a mistake in coming to this place. This thunder pool had shrunk by almost half its size since his first visit. In this boundless state, one could vaguely sense the presence of a person, like a calm body of water being disturbed by a rock, creating invisible ripples. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. These eyes were beyond comprehension. Within them seemed to encompass heaven and earth, the entire world, as if a single glance could see through the sky and penetrate the earth. It was like that day before the colossal gate where a giant arm appeared, causing an overwhelming tremor in people's souls, making them feel like mere ants and filled with awe. Wang Lin's eyes still held the lingering memories of that dreamlike yet real scene. At this moment, it seemed as if heaven itself was also earth, as if it were the heavenly Tao. This was the aura of the third step. Wang Lin's eyes, at this moment, were devoid of conscious thought, calmly revealing a hazy, indistinct expression as he casually glanced at the black-haired man. That single glance, this gaze, lingered in the eyes of the black-haired man, erupting with a deafening roar, like countless bolts of lightning wildly surging. It seemed he, cultivating the thunder origin technique, was attracting lightning beyond his capabilities, causing a frenzied explosion. His entire being instantly became like a motionless pillar. In that instant, his world was reduced to nothing but Wang Lin's gaze. His entire life, in that single moment, existed only in this one gaze. The thunder rumbled in his ears, yet seemed distant, clearly audible but imperceptible. He didn't understand what kind of gaze it was, but within it lay a power far beyond his imagination. This power, channeled through the gaze, tore through his eyes, entering his mind and shaking his entire body. Thump, thump. His heart rate reached its limit, as if about to explode. His blood surged wildly through his entire body, and those eyes caused his entire being's vital energy to tremble at that moment. He was utterly terrified, as if he would collapse instantly under the gaze of those eyes if he didn't circulate his energy. What kind of power is this? The black-haired man's body was completely immobile, his internal energy surging wildly without fear of dissipation or waste, completely disregarding it. His mouth was dry, and sweat had already soaked his clothes. But at this moment, he seemed to have gone mad, unable to take his eyes off the figure. With his cultivation level, this was the first time in his life he had felt such terrifying power. Even when he faced the Lord of the Thunder Immortal Palace years ago, he certainly hadn't felt such terror. Wang Lin calmly gazed at the black-haired man, his eyes still reflecting traces of his pursuit of the Tao. He looked at the man, whether a cultivator or a mortal, and it seemed that in this moment of enlightenment, the other party was merely an ant. In this dreamlike state of seeking enlightenment, his gaze, this path, focused on and expanded upon that luminous object, rapidly traversing an entire lifetime. At this moment, with such a gaze, his eyes rested upon the black-haired man. This man was like the luminous object in the dream, only instead of slowly expanding, he was rapidly dissipating. This happened continuously, without interruption. In the black-haired man's eyes, fear had deepened to its extreme. The threat of death had never been so close. As the other man's gaze met his, he immediately felt his soul burning, the primal energy within his body seemingly beyond his control, instantly transforming into an invisible flame. The opponent's gaze held a terrifying power that left him utterly incapable of resisting. Today, for him, it felt like returning. Returning. He felt like an ant, a profound awe spreading throughout his soul. It wasn't just him, the thunder beast he rode felt it even more intensely. A howling sound emanated from its mouth. Its body, visible to the naked eye, rapidly disintegrated, returning to dust. All of this happened in an instant. In Wang Lin's eyes, the remnants of his pursuit of the Tao vanished. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes. The black-haired man's entire being seemed to lose its composure, returning to clarity as the terrifying sensation subsided. His entire body was drenched in sweat, more than half of his internal energy had dissipated, his primordial spirit had shrunk to its smallest size, and he was extremely weak. He looked at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with terror that completely consumed his mind. How terrifying! What kind of gaze is this? What is this person's cultivation level? The black-haired man's breathing became erratic, his body trembled, and his face turned pale. He deeply regretted coming here. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have witnessed that terrifying scene. He had no doubt that if he used that strange power again, his entire body would instantly shatter, disintegrating and destroying all his life force. Even escaping by leaving his body would be impossible. The thunder beast beneath him felt the same way, its eyes filled with profound fear as it looked at Wang Lin. With its pride, the thunder beast wouldn't submit even in the face of death. But facing that gaze meant not a simple death, but rather a terrifying pressure. The black-haired man regained his composure, and in his eyes, Wang Lin's image was infinitely majestic. He even thought that perhaps no one in the Luotia star domain could escape that intense gaze without suffering any harm, not even the lord of the Leishan Palace. Especially since that gaze held a disdain for all things, as if heaven and earth were nothing more than ants in his eyes. This feeling caused the black-haired man's body to tremble violently. His previously arrogant and outstanding nature gave way to an unprecedented fervent reverence for the man before him. In terms of strength, if the disparity wasn't too great, he would surely have considered resistance. But the sheer power he felt was overwhelming, a force he couldn't possibly challenge someone he'd encountered in his entire life who couldn't compare. At this moment, the only thing that surged in his heart was the desire to rely on the Tao of Nightmare. The scene he just witnessed was absolutely the legendary Tao of Nightmare. In the black-haired man's eyes, fear had been replaced by fervent reverence. His mind was filled with terror, his body trembling. Thinking of the two words Tao of Nightmare filled him with both excitement and dread. Ordinary people experience nightmares, and cultivators similarly can experience Tao of Nightmare. The term Dao Yin Dao suppression was merely a legend. The black-haired man only knew of it from hearsay, that countless years ago, within the Luotia star domain, a person appeared who, using only their power, unleashed a divine ability that defeated all the second-stage cultivators in the Luotia star domain. In fact, except for a very few, all the other second-stage cultivators were unable to even activate their magical artifacts when this technique was used, thus losing. The person turned away in disappointment. At that moment, one of the powerful cultivators in the Luotia star domain mustered the courage to stand up and inquire about the name of this divine ability. The answer was a calm reply. This technique is called Dao Yin. I did not invent it. You will all encounter it later. The black-haired man took a deep breath, immediately dismounted from his thunder beast, and respectfully stood to the side. At this moment, no longer affected by Wang Lin's gaze, he immediately noticed a figure sitting cross-legged on a pile of rubble a short distance away. Upon seeing this, the black-haired man was stunned. He naturally recognized it as a puppet, and then he saw a thunder beast with silver horns on its head near the thunder pool in the distance. Earlier, when he arrived, he had been immediately blinded by Wang Lin's gaze, making it impossible to see everything around him. Now, seeing this scene, a look of terror appeared on his face. A silver-horned thunder beast, a yin void puppet. He could be an envoy from the Thunder Immortal Palace. The black-haired man was somewhat disbelieving. He wasn't doubting Wang Lin's identity, but rather that such a powerful figure could be an envoy from the Thunder Immortal Palace. While he was pondering this in his heart, Wang Lin opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes returned to normal. The events that had just transpired not only terrified the black-haired man, but even Wang Lin was shocked. Could that feeling be the third step of cultivation? Wang Lin pondered. This kind of feeling is something that can be grasped, but not sought. He vaguely felt as if he had grasped something, but his cultivation level was still very low. That dreamlike scene had opened a path for him to the great door of the third step. If everyone in the Luotia star domain knew about this kind of opportunity, they would go crazy. People like Tia Yunzi, whose greatest pursuit in life was the third step of cultivation, would risk everything for it. In their eyes, this third step left no trace, no direction, no way to proceed, leaving them perpetually lost in confusion and agonizing searching. But Wang Lin, thanks to the heaven-defying pearl, obtained this unimaginable opportunity through the crack that opened outside the door. Sometimes, opportunity is destiny. Seeing the path to the third step, Wang Lin's future achievements are unpredictable and unimaginable. Junior second-level envoy Shen Gonghu of the Thunder Immortal Palace pays respects to senior. The black-haired man immediately knelt on the ground, using a method he only used when bowing to a master, expressing his fervent reverence. This scene would undoubtedly be terrifying to outsiders. It's worth noting that Shen Gonghu is an extremely outstanding and arrogant person who never submits to anyone, yet he does incredibly terrifying things. After all, the envoys within the Thunder Immortal Palace are all very difficult figures to deal with, and many cultivation families are eager to recruit them by any means. Moreover, and most importantly, this person's talent is astonishing. Even the Palace Lord of the Thunder Immortal Palace once exclaimed that Shen Gonghu's talent was among the top 30 in the Luotia star domain. This person cultivated for a short time, only 1,000 years. But in that 1,000 years, he had already reached the young realm, approaching perfection. This terrifying talent is even more formidable than his ruthless personality, because no one will ever know what level he will ultimately reach. Perhaps he will soon truly succeed in the second step. Wang Lin's body remained motionless, his gaze calm as he looked at Shen Gonghu. Although his cultivation level hadn't changed for the third step, his temperament had undergone a drastic transformation, and his soul was now somewhat different. At this moment, even standing before Tia Yanzi, he felt no tension whatsoever. It was as if, among ordinary mortals, upon seeing and learning about immortal techniques and divine powers, even a mortal emperor would dare to look up and gaze intently without any sign of fear. Under Wang Lin's gaze, Shen Gonghu, although no longer feeling the same terror as before, was still trembling uncontrollably. The terrifying memory from before had become a deep imprint in his soul, one that would not disappear even until death. In fact, this kind of thing was a great opportunity for him. If given the choice, even if he obtained the pearl but couldn't hope for this situation to occur, he would not hesitate to choose to experience it himself. Wang Lin looked at the man's respectful expression. Even the thunder beast beside him bowed its head, showing not a hint of arrogance. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "What is it?" His mind still lingered with a hint of the unreal scene from his dream, hence his tone. Furthermore, although this person was a true young cultivator, his mental state was severely depleted at this moment, especially his Dao heart, which was already weak. Even being able to exert yin void power was a great effort. As for the thunder beast, it didn't even dare to lift its head. Clearly, the scene just now had terrified it. Wang Lin asked a very simple question, directed at Shen Gonghu. He hurriedly and respectfully replied, "Junior?" Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his left hand and slowly said, "If there's nothing else, quickly withdraw." Wang Lin also needed to carefully study the heaven-defying anomaly. Its immense power far exceeded his imagination. Just opening a small crack had already revealed the third stage. Imagine if it were fully opened. Wang Lin was inwardly terrified he couldn't imagine it. On the other hand, the dream scene at this moment showed signs of improvement in his cultivation, and the distance to the first step of cultivation, the great perfection of the peak of enlightenment, was certainly not far. Shen Gonghu found Wang Lin's attitude extremely normal. Powerful people are like that. He had disturbed this senior's cultivation, and the fact that this senior hadn't killed him was already an immense act of kindness. Remembering that look just now, Shen Gonghu had no doubt that this senior had spared him once. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly died. The trembling and fear in his heart naturally transformed into overwhelming fervor and reverence. He took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Senior, I, Shen Gonghu, a member of the Shengong clan in the southern region of Luojia, a second-level envoy of the Leishan Palace, a cultivator in the Yang True realm, humbly beg to rely on you." He wasn't blind to Wang Lin's current cultivation level. It's just that his terrifying gaze had completely overshadowed it. He even thought that this was the true master. A true master, even if concealing their cultivation, would still present an appearance that made it seem impossible to detect the concealment, as if they were a peak-level cultivator. Rely on. Wang Lin was stunned, looking towards Shen Gonghu. Shen Gonghu hurriedly and respectfully said, "My cultivation is insufficient, and I know I'm not qualified to rely on you, senior, but this is my utmost sincerity. Moreover, my cultivation family depends heavily on me, and if you have any needs, I will certainly do my best to fulfill them. I also know that you don't care about these mundane things, senior. I only beg you to see my sincere devotion and allow me to rely on you." Wang Lin frowned, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He couldn't repeat the divine ability he had just used. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that this person was arrogant, and if he were to discover any clues at any point, it would undoubtedly cause him unnecessary trouble. Seeing Wang Lin shake of the head, Shen Gonghu immediately said, "Senior, I am truly sincere. No matter what happens in the future, I will never regret it, nor will I cause you any trouble. If you could give me some guidance during my breakthrough, I would offer my Dao soul and beg you to allow me to rely on you for 1,000 years. After saying this, he formed hand seals and placed them on his head. Immediately, a black light emanated from the top of his head, containing his profound thoughts and Dao principles. In this celestial star domain, relying on others allows one to choose to offer a guarantee, and this Dao soul is the highest standard and also the most strictly enforced guarantee of reliance. Once the Dao soul is held by someone, although it's not a matter of life or death at a moment, it can affect one's Dao heart and has profound significance. Shen Gonghu's offering of his Dao soul demonstrates his sincerity. He was truly intimidated by Wang Lin's earlier gaze. He vaguely felt that if he were to let go of this opportunity today, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. Shen Gonghu trusted his instincts immensely. Many of his major decisions throughout his life were based on this strange feeling. Now, this feeling was even more profound than before, further strengthening his belief. Looking at Shen Gonghu's offered Dao soul, Wang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Although he claimed not to know the meaning of that Dao soul, he could still discern its significance. After a long period of contemplation, Wang Lin slowly said, "You have no regrets, do you?" Shen Gonghu immediately respectfully replied, "This junior has absolutely no regrets." Wang Lin didn't waste any time. With a flick of his right hand, Shen Gonghu's Dao soul instantly fell into his hand, swallowed in one gulp, and merged into his primordial spirit. "Why did you come here?" After absorbing the Tao Soul, Wang Lin calmly asked. "The Thunder Immortal Realm is about to open. This junior intends to use this place to cultivate his primal energy," Shen Gonghu said with a bitter smile. Wang Lin's consciousness remained unchanged, clearly sensing Shen Gonghu's Tao Soul within his body. The domineering intent in this person's mind was extremely similar, but there was still a difference. Those who don't understand life cannot fully comprehend it. How much longer until the Thunder Immortal Realm opens? Wang Lin calmly opened his mouth, his eyes slightly open. Shen Gonghu respectfully said, 10 years from now, the Thunder Immortal Realm will open again. By then, relying on the Thunder Cauldron, we will be able to enter. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He was very interested in this Thunder Immortal Realm. Back then, he couldn't absorb Immortal Jade in the Martial Immortal Realm, but this time, he had the strength to absorb a large amount of Immortal Jade. Going to the Thunder Immortal Realm would definitely bring his cultivation to perfection. Does the destruction of the Immortal Realm restrict the cultivation of those who enter? Wang Lin's eyes gleamed as he looked at Shen Gonghu. Shen Gonghu was stunned, hesitating for a moment, obviously having some speculations because of Wang Lin's words. Wang Lin's gaze was calm, and he slowly said, "I am not from this Luotia star domain." The distracting thoughts in Shen Gonghu's mind completely vanished. Almost as soon as Wang Lin spoke, he had already thought of this answer. In his heart, only such a background matched Wang Lin's identity. "Senior, the Thunder Immortal Realm in our Luotia star domain wasn't severely damaged. Regarding cultivation restrictions, it's limited to the late stage of the peak attainment realm. However, under the secret techniques of the Thunder Immortal Palace, some cultivators who have reached the second stage can enter, provided they haven't progressed beyond the early stage of the Nirvana realm." Wang Lin nodded, then asked for more details. "This Thunder Immortal Realm is basically similar to the Rain Immortal Realm. After all, countless years ago, the 4 great immortal realms of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were all passages to the ancient immortal domain." After understanding this, Wang Lin hesitated, glancing at Shen Gonghu, and calmly said, "All right, you can stay and cultivate, but don't disturb me." Shen Gonghu quickly nodded in agreement. His purpose in coming here was to cultivate, but he is currently severely injured, and his cultivation level has decreased significantly. If he leaves, it will be difficult to find a better place than this in the short span of 10 years. Moreover, his injuries will take a lot of time to heal, and it's very possible that he will only just recover 10 years after the Thunder Immortal Realm opens. Hearing Wang Lin agree to let him stay, Shen Gonghu was immediately filled with gratitude. In truth, with his temperament, he would absolutely not react this way, but his Tao heart was already terrified. Having surrendered his Tao soul, subconsciously, Wang Lin's gaze had completely intimidated him. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, ignoring Shen Gonghu, and turned to walk deeper into the thunder pool. At first, Shen Gonghu didn't pay attention, but soon he sighed, thinking he truly is a master. This thunder pool was extraordinary. With his own cultivation, he could only take about 5 steps inside, unable to go any further. But now his eyes followed Wang Lin in, watching him take each step, until after about 100 steps, he sat down cross-legged. Shen Gonghu took a deep breath, the reverence in his eyes deepening. He was injured, and after cautiously taking 10 steps forward, he could no longer bear it. He quickly sat down and used the Thunder Origin technique to absorb the lightning into his body for cultivation. His Thunder Beast also cautiously took a few steps forward, its massive head occasionally glancing towards Wang Lin, who was 100 steps away, revealing an expression of extreme fear. With its beastly instincts, its fear was several times greater than Shen Gonghu's. This single glance almost drove it to its wit's end. It was as if it had returned to its origins. From the moment it was born until now, it had never encountered anything like this. Even now, it was still terrified of Wang Lin, lying prone. Suddenly, a low growl came from afar. Wang Lin's silver-horn Thunder Beast flashed forward, gliding past Shen Gonghu's Thunder Beast and glaring fiercely. Shen Gonghu's Thunder Beast immediately retreated a few steps, not daring to approach. Its arrogance had been shattered by Wang Lin's gaze. Otherwise, with its thunder horns about to sprout, it certainly wouldn't have submitted like this. The large head of the silver-horned Thunder Beast flashed, and with a hint of smugness, it happily stepped into the thunder pool about 10 steps away, lying there to absorb the lightning. In the distance, the immortal guard puppet sat cross-legged on a pile of rubble, its eyes flashing with brilliance, occasionally staring intently at Shen Gonghu. 100 steps was Wang Lin's limit at this moment, precisely because he had seen the third step. His soul had sublimated, and he vaguely perceived a strange transformation in this lightning. This transformation was similar to when he performed the Luo slaying technique. This transformation occurred upon entering the thunder pool, and even after taking 100 steps, Wang Lin could no longer maintain his composure. After sitting down cross-legged, he began absorbing the lightning into his body, using the thunder origin technique to transform it, extracting the impure elemental power within, and continuously refining it. As time passed, a large amount of lightning roared from all directions like silver snakes, converging and being absorbed into his body. Under the operation of the thunder origin technique, each strand of elemental power was slowly drawn out, merging into his primordial spirit, permeating it. An extremely comfortable feeling slowly and powerfully surged throughout Wang Lin's entire body. Previously, Wang Lin had only reached the peak inquiry stage, and because he lacked the peak inquiry star, his elemental power was far inferior to that of ordinary peak inquiry cultivators. On the surface, his path to peak inquiry seemed smooth, but the battle with Lei Daozi had depleted his elemental power too much, clearly bringing it close to the lowest limit of his cultivation. The primordial energy is very difficult to replenish for cultivators in the initial stages of cultivation. If Wang Lin didn't have a primordial spirit containing lightning, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life at this moment. The primordial energy of heaven and earth merged into his primordial spirit, permeating it, causing the tightly integrated primordial energy within to slowly recover. This process was relatively slow. Wang Lin clasped his hands together, and a tremor ran through his body, causing ripples of lightning to spread out. Instantly, dozens of times more lightning bolts were attracted, frantically entering Wang Lin's body. Even he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation. Wang Lin took a deep breath and immediately began to refine it. Wang Lin's actions caused a series of thunderclaps, startling Shen Gonghu. He took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and then looked at Wang Lin in the distance, his pupils contracting. As expected of a senior, daring to attract so much lightning into his body from 100 steps away without his expression changing. If I were in senior's position, attracting so much lightning would surely injure my soul, even if my body could withstand it. The fervor in Shen Gonghu's eyes intensified. It seems I also need to try harder. Shen Gonghu closed his eyes, gradually absorbing the lightning into his body. His body trembled as he quickly absorbed it. 10 times the amount of lightning entering his body, Wang Lin used the lightning origin technique, and under the pressure, the speed of restoring the elemental power within his soul gradually increased, but the distance to complete recovery was still very far. After all, absorbing elemental power through lightning only yielded a small amount. After removing impurities, only a tiny fraction remained. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. For these 2 years, Wang Lin hardly moved, but absorbing 10 times the normal amount, then 12 times, Wang Lin was like a human-shaped block of iron frantically absorbing lightning from all sides. As for Shen Gonghu, during these 2 years he worked harder and harder, and his injuries gradually healed. During these 2 years, Wang Lin also observed Shen Gonghu. This man's cultivation method was similar to the thunder origin technique, but while Wang Lin could only absorb a single bolt of lightning, Shen Gonghu could absorb more than 10 times as much. He gradually discovered the underlying clue. This was closely related to the amount of elemental power within his body. The more elemental power in his body, the greater the transformation. This characteristic formed the second stage of cultivation, each stage having a vastly different cause. During these 2 years, Wang Lin deeply imprinted all his feelings about the third stage in his heart, frequently contemplating it, and had gained some insights. One day, he stood up, lightning flashing in all directions, emitting crackling sounds as it surged towards the thunder pool. The changes in this place gradually attracted the attention of Shen Gonghu. He opened his eyes, looking towards Wang Lin, his eyes filled with fervent excitement, even a hint of expectation. Wang Lin ignored Shen Gonghu and looked into the distance, within the thunder pool. This thunder pool was enormous. Although it had been reduced by half due to the heaven-defying circumstances, it still caused awe. At this moment, Wang Lin's position, though seemingly beside the thunder pool, was still far from its true center. The thunder within this thunder pool was obviously more powerful and contained more elemental energy closer to the center. It could even be said that the elemental energy contained in 100 lightning bolts at the outer edges was still far less than that of a single bolt at the center. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin lifted his foot and stepped forward. He was calm, even a little cautious. But Shen Gonghu, not far away, was extremely excited, staring intently at Wang Lin, secretly rejoicing. Finally, I can see some of the senior's divine abilities. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. I must observe carefully. Perhaps I can gain some enlightenment from it. At this moment, he was extremely excited. No less excited than when he had successfully completed the first step of his cultivation and broken through to the Yin Void realm years ago. He was even several times more excited than then. The reason he pursued cultivation here, besides the fact that it was a suitable place for healing, was more importantly to follow Wang Lin, to gain insights from his cultivation, and perhaps even to glimpse his divine abilities from afar. He had waited 2 years, and now, finally, he had the opportunity. Almost without hesitation, Shen Gonghu unleashed lightning from his entire body, intently observing Wang Lin's every move. He prepared to meticulously record everything. Even the armored thunder beast beside him raised its head, gazing at Wang Lin in the distance, its eyes filled with awe and anticipation. Only Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast, not far away, merely blinked its eyelids, seemingly asleep, lying there absorbing lightning. Only by absorbing lightning deep inside can I increase my speed. Otherwise, absorbing lightning 10 times or more from the periphery might seem the same at first glance, but in reality, the difference is vast. Lost in thought, Wang Lin stared at the center of the thunder pool and stepped forward. With this one step, treading upon the thunder pool, a ripple of lightning surged up, instantly triggering countless thunderbolts to rush towards him. Wang Lin's mind was focused, and electric light emanated from his eyes. His primordial spirit, at this moment, was like a heart. Although it didn't beat rhythmically, it radiated thunderous power that permeated his body. His body, originally formed from lightning, was now completely unobstructed, allowing the lightning power of his primordial spirit to surge forth, filling the area and creating a continuous barrage of thunderous roars around him. Wang Lin took another step forward. A whirlwind of lightning instantly erupted within the thunder pool, unleashing a massive torrent of thunderbolts, like an army of lightning surrounding and blocking all living beings. This whirlwind contained immense lightning power. Compared to Wang Lin's primordial spirit, the lightning power was like a firefly compared to the moon. This place is very strange. The power of the lightning is incredibly astonishing. Wang Lin lowered his foot, and immediately a deafening explosion erupted, with thunder and lightning raging in all directions. He didn't stop, continuing forward, taking 10 consecutive steps. Each of these 10 steps produced a thunderous roar even more intense than the thunder itself, seemingly turning the heavens and earth white. Especially with Wang Lin's incredibly fast speed, the 10 steps he took in an instant caused these sounds to overlap, the rumbling echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Even more astonishing, a wave of lightning surged within the thunder pool, instantly engulfing the sky and earth in a terrifying display of lightning. Wang Lin's feet could no longer move. At this moment, he was still on the edge of the thunder pool, but within his primordial spirit, an unbearable sensation arose, as if any further step would injure his spirit. My primordial spirit has devoured half of the ancient thunder dragon. My body is transformed from lightning, almost indistinguishable from real thunder. But even so, I still have to stop here. The thunder here is simply too powerful. A feeling of unwillingness welled up in Wang Lin's heart as he looked at the thunder pool, falling silent. Shen Gonghu, not far away, frowned, his eyes showing disappointment, his fervent enthusiasm fading. He looked at Wang Lin, muttering to himself, something's wrong. With Senior's cultivation, how could he stop here? Or perhaps his eyes flashed. The thunder beast beside him also stared intently, the fear in its eyes dissipating slightly. The silver-horned thunder beast on the side remained motionless, continuing its breathing exercises, as if it had already known this would be the outcome. The longer Shen Gonghu looked at Wang Lin, the deeper the disappointment in his eyes became. He sighed inwardly, originally wanting to take this opportunity to observe the powerful divine abilities of the person he was relying on, but unfortunately, there was nothing to witness. This stark contrast immediately dispelled much of his reverence for Wang Lin, and his terrified Dao heart slowly recovered. Although a distance of 100 steps is insurmountable for me, once my cultivation breaks through and I reach the early stage of nirvana, I can certainly achieve it. However, this person, being a senior, why is his strength so limited? Shen Gonghu remained silent and motionless, his gaze somber, carefully observing. Wang Lin looked at the thunder pool before him. At this moment, he seemed to forget everything else. In his eyes, everything around him vanished, leaving only this thunder pool. Just like when he was outside the great gate of heaven and earth, looking out at the heaven-defying space from the crack, at this moment, it seemed as if even his own body had been forgotten. In his eyes, he only saw countless thunderbolts raging in the thunder pool. He didn't know how long it had been, but after forgetting time and everything else, Wang Lin moved. He calmly took a step forward. This step was neither gentle nor hasty, but as it landed, it seemed perfectly timed. A bolt of lightning emerged from the thunder pool, landing right beneath his feet. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed to be treading on lightning with every step. Shen Gonghu, whose fervor had subsided and whose face had become gloomy, was now stunned, seemingly vaguely understanding something, yet also vaguely confused. The armored thunder beast beside him was equally startled. Its gaze immediately focused on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor calm and composed, a strange, ethereal glint in his eyes as he took another step forward. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning appeared beneath him, as if welcoming and supporting his foot. Then Wang Lin took another step, and another. He remained utterly nonchalant, as if he weren't walking towards the thunder pool, but rather in his own backyard. With each step, a bolt of lightning instantly appeared beneath his feet. Shen Gonghu's eyes widened in shock and fear. He took a deep breath, his initial fervor quickly dissipating, and his disappointment vanished. He stared intently at Wang Lin, his fear intensifying. It could be interpreted as deliberate. But now, with each step Wang Lin took, a bolt of lightning surged from the thunder pool, supporting his every move. This cannot be explained by chance or deliberate intent. In his eyes, this almost impossible action completely surpassed his imagination. At this moment, in his eyes, Wang Lin had clearly become the master of these thunderbolts, and the bizarre actions of the thunder pool were clearly like welcoming him. Welcoming him, yes, it was welcoming him. The fear in Shen Gonghu's eyes deepened, engulfing his entire body. At this moment, his body trembled, and an overwhelming excitement surged within him like a whirlwind. What he had waited 2 years to see was this kind of divine power. The armored thunder beast beside him suddenly raised its head, its eyes vacant, and the aura that had instilled fear in it reappeared. As a thunder beast, its understanding of lightning far surpassed its master. At this moment, in its view, the thunder pool was not welcoming Wang Lin, but each step Wang Lin took was clearly treading upon the thunder pool. Not far away, the silver-horned thunder beast, which had been lying prostrate on the ground, its eyelids not even twitching, seemingly unwilling to look at Wang Lin, suddenly trembled violently and instantly stood up. Its large eyes revealed an unprecedented look of terror as it stared directly at Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's eyes, what he was looking at was not the thunder pool, nor the lightning, but rather streaks of light that flickered and disappeared. These lights sometimes flashed, sometimes vanished, and with each step he took, he stepped on the shimmering light. A miraculous enlightenment seemed to dawn on him, as if only this could allow him to act precisely, each step taking him down, completely forgetting everything else. Shen Gonghu's body trembled violently, his eyes unblinking, afraid of missing any change. He could barely believe what he was seeing, watching Wang Lin's footsteps quicken. In the end, only a lingering afterimage remained, but each time it descended, thunder and lightning still appeared. Therefore, in the end, Wang Lin's entire body was almost engulfed in lightning, and a whirlwind of thunder and lightning arose around him. Amidst the roars, his body was like a lone boat in a raging storm, steadfastly and calmly drifting through the sea of thunder and lightning. Terrifying! This is the true thunder god technique. This is the real thunder. The fervor in Shen Gonghu's eyes intensified. His heart pounded violently, as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. His fervor was several times greater than 2 years ago, and his reverence for Wang Lin had obviously increased to an unprecedented level of blind devotion. The thunder beast beside him trembled violently, its awe growing even stronger. Its feelings were even more profound than those of Shen Gonghu. In its eyes, the other party was like the creator of thunder and lightning. This feeling stemmed from a deep-seated reverence in its soul, making it completely submissive. At this moment, even if Wang Lin ordered it to attack Shen Gonghu, it would obey without hesitation. Even more terrified was Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast. At this moment, it stared blankly at Wang Lin's figure, an unimaginable fear rising in its heart. At this moment, Wang Lin's footsteps stopped, and the strange scene before his eyes instantly vanished. This feeling came and went without a trace. As soon as his body stopped, Wang Lin awoke. His eyes showed a dazed expression, and after a long time, he gradually recovered. The scene just now deepened his understanding of thunder and lightning. He knew that all of this must be related to the third step. This strange kind of enlightenment, though not offensive in nature, was far more important to him than all immortal techniques and magical artifacts combined. It was like an ant seeing the human world, witnessing the vast cities and unbelievable sights behind them. Back inside the cave, the slightest change within him would cause him to panic, his inner consciousness becoming somewhat fragmented. At this moment, Wang Lin was experiencing the same thing. When he awoke, he found himself clearly approaching the inner circle of the thunder pool. Although the distance to the center was still very far, the outer edges of the thunder pool were not something that could be imagined in just a few steps. The lightning on all sides was countless times more intense than on the outer edges. Each lightning strike contained a massive amount of heaven and earth elemental power. Wang Lin sat down cross-legged and began to breathe. As this lightning entered his body, it immediately caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, as if attacked by a powerful force. His entire body was paralyzed, and even his primordial spirit felt like it was submerged in water, moving sluggishly. Shen Gonghu withdrew his gaze. At this moment, his reverence for Wang Lin had clearly reached its peak. He had understood a little of what had just happened, and in this moment of excitement, with his mind overflowing with exhilaration, he wanted to experience and comprehend it. But at this moment, he raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing a fierce, cold glint as he looked towards the pile of rubble in the distance. Shortly after, a streak of purple light roared forth. Within this streak of purple light was a wooden sword, and a person was standing on its hilt. What a commotion here! A mocking voice slowly drifted in. This was a wooden sword, entirely purple, radiating a sharp, chilling aura, and emitting a purple light like a sword's radiance, resembling the purple glow of a rainbow. Purple shadows overlapped outside the thunder pool, and a man stood atop this sword. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with a fair, smooth complexion and a somewhat handsome appearance, though his phoenix-like eyes revealed an incongruous, effeminate look. He wore a purple gold robe, his demeanor as free and unrestrained as if an invisible wind were blowing through it. His eyes swept over Shen Gonghu, then upon Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged within the inner circle of the thunder pool. This sight caused his pupils to involuntarily contract, and the hairs on his body stood on end. The moment this person appeared, Shen Gonghu's expression immediately turned grim. The thunder beast beside him also stood up, growling softly, its eyes filled with an unfriendly ferocity. As for the silver-horned thunder beast, it withdrew its gaze from Wang Lin, glanced at the effeminate man with disdain, and then lay down beside him, continuing to play with the lightning around it. Each bolt of lightning, under its control, moved with extreme skill, like tiny fingers tickling it. Not far away, atop the rubble, the immortal guard puppet remained cross-legged, not even glancing at this place. Its duty was to protect its master. If anyone threatened its master, it would immediately take action, even if it meant death, to complete the protective mark within its soul. But if there is no real threat, even if the opponent were to murder tens of thousands of people right in front of him, his body would not move at all. War without limits, Shen Gonghu said in a low voice. The effeminate man cautiously withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin, afraid of causing a misunderstanding. From his observation, this person's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the peak-seeking realm, yet he was able to enter the inner circle of this thunder pool. This was truly bizarre. If the other party didn't possess an unimaginably powerful magical artifact, then he must have concealed his true cultivation. Furthermore, he also saw the silver-horned thunder beast and the puppet sitting on the rock not far away, deepening his suspicion. He must have some kind of magical artifact. He can't be concealing his cultivation. But why are there two thunder beasts here? Or is this person an envoy from the Thunder Immortal Palace? He thought to himself. After all, being surrounded inside the Thunder Pool was an extremely terrifying experience. Even with his peak yang eating cultivation, he couldn't possibly have entered the inner circle. So it's Shen Gonghu of the Shen Gong family. I didn't recognize you before, and your cultivation has already diminished considerably. The effeminate man maintained his composure, looking towards Shen Gonghu. Shen Gonghu inwardly snorted, but outwardly remained calm, though his expression was slightly gloomy. He calmly said, "There's no place for you here. Leave now." Although he was injured and his cultivation hadn't fully recovered, with Wang Lin present, even if the current Lord of the Thunder Immortal Palace himself were here, he wouldn't dare speak like that. Zan Kongli raised his eyebrows sharply, instinctively glancing at Wang Lin deep within the Thunder Pool, and slowly said, "What a boastful tone. Is this place your Shen Gong family's territory, where you bring your clan's juniors here to cultivate, forbidding outsiders from entering?" Shen Gonghu heard this and sneered, offering no explanation, coldly saying, within 3 breaths, "If you don't leave, you won't be leaving either." He was already somewhat fed up with the exceptionally talented members of the Zan family. If it weren't for the fact that their strengths were roughly equal, he would have attacked long ago. At this moment, if Zan Kongli, unaware of the consequences, disturbed his senior's cultivation and attacked him himself, even if his cultivation hadn't fully recovered. If his senior treated him the same way he did before, a single glance at Zan Kongli would surely cause him to collapse. Moreover, this person wasn't an envoy from the Thunder Immortal Palace. Killing him would be somewhat troublesome, but with his senior present, it didn't matter. Zan Kongli's gaze narrowed, and he immediately retreated. He was cautious in his dealings with people, and as he retreated, his eyes fell upon Wang Lin deep within the Thunder Pool, his suspicions growing stronger. What is this Shen Gonghu relying on to speak with such certainty? Anyone with common sense can see the extent of his injuries. Is he just putting on a show? Otherwise, he must have something to rely on. Could it be this young man again? Zan Kongli's thoughts raced. 3 breaths are up. Shen Gonghu grinned, his body stiffening, lightning crackling across his body. He took a step forward, the thunder beast beside him roaring and following closely. But as it emerged, it instinctively glanced back at Wang Lin deep within the circle, its eyes filled with clear awe. Zan Kongli's gaze also shook him, and he thought to himself, Shen Gonghu is cunning and may put on a show, but the thunder beast, in Zan Kongli's understanding, is completely different. The look in the thunder beast's eyes revealed a clue, impossible to ponder deeply. Once he did, the answer would be a profound shock to Zan Kongli's mind. With his cautious nature, he immediately retreated without hesitation, shouting, "Shen Gonghu, I, Zan, am upright and honorable. Your battle here will inevitably affect the cultivation of your Shen Gong family's junior. If you want to fight, let's go outside, beyond this layer of rubble." His tone particularly emphasized the words junior. Shen Gonghu's eyes flashed with cold light. He took a step out of the thunder pool, a cold smile on his lips, and said, "Why make it so troublesome? It's fine in here." The more Shen Gonghu acted this way, the more suspicious Zan Kongli became. He vaguely felt something was amiss. He preferred to retreat rather than risk taking action. Clearly, Shen Gonghu had a plan, intending for him to be the one to fight. Thinking of the thunder beast's gaze before him, a wild thought flashed through Zan Kongli's mind. His eyes flashed, and he formed a hand seal, instantly conjuring a purple lightning bolt in his hands. The purple wooden sword at his feet surged with sword energy, roaring and merging with the purple lightning between his hands, forming a colossal aura. This aura contained the essence of heaven and earth. What he unleashed was a divine power of elemental force, clearly indicating Zan Kongli was extremely cautious about this battle. Seeing Zan Kongli make his move, Shen Gonghu stepped forward, raising his right hand and pointing to the sky, as if summoning heavenly thunder. The thunder beast beside him, roaring and howling, also condensed countless lightning bolts throughout its body, guided and interwoven by the lightning, creating an extremely terrifying sight. But in an instant, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and calmly said, "Shen Gonghu, in this battle, I will not intervene to help you. Consider this a test from me. If you fail, your Dao soul will be returned to you." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but he secretly sighed in distress. Neither Shen Gonghu nor Zhang Kongli were opponents he could contend with. If Shen Gonghu failed, his own situation would also be dire. He had originally wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate, but couldn't find one. Now, this troublesome Zhang Kongli had appeared. Wang Lin's thoughts shifted slightly, and he spoke those words. Shen Gonghu's body trembled, his fighting spirit instantly reaching its peak. He glared at Zhang Kongli, respectfully replying to Wang Lin, "Lord, rest assured, Shen Gonghu will not lose." Shen Gonghu took a deep breath, patted his storage bag, and immediately produced a bottle of elixirs. Zhang Kongli's face also changed drastically at this moment. As soon as Wang Lin uttered these words, he keenly noticed the profound reverence hidden in Shen Gonghu's eyes. This kind of expression almost made him think he was hallucinating. And the Thunder Beast, while the people in the inner circle were speaking, unexpectedly trembled, seemingly extremely frightened. Especially since the other party's words revealed a clue. Based on these words, Zhang Kongli's mind was greatly shaken. If these things still left him doubtful, Shen Gonghu's next answer shocked Zhang Kongli even more, making the hairs on his body stand on end. "Lord, this form of address wasn't easily uttered in the Luotia star domain, especially since they were second-stage cultivators. Only after being completely convinced by some powerful being could they address him as Supreme Lord." Zhang Kongli didn't doubt that Shen Gonghu was faking it, because all of this was truly pointless. Shen Gonghu was arrogant. Such a person would never disgrace himself, even if it meant death in battle. Moreover, even if the two fought, it was highly unlikely there would be any fatalities. At most, they would only suffer serious injuries. Even Zhang Kongli himself firmly believed he couldn't casually address someone as Supreme Lord just to avoid a battle that might not even involve life and death. Combined with his previous speculation, that absurd answer once again flashed through Zhang Kongli's mind. A look of terror appeared in his eyes, as if he could no longer believe it. Could it be that the person who entered the Thunder Pool didn't rely on a magical artifact, but concealed their cultivation? Otherwise, how could this arrogant Shen Gonghu call himself the Venerable Lord? Zhang Kongli took a deep breath, his body slowly retreating. His thoughts raced, and he immediately said, "Brother Shen Gonghu, don't be so hasty." Shen Gonghu's eyes flashed with cold light. He crushed the medicine bottle in his hand, and several pills emitting a red glow shot out, which he swallowed. His entire aura instantly surged with ferocity. With a low growl, Shen Gonghu pointed his right finger, and the primal energy within his body surged out wildly. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, like a divine dragon, roared down from the void, shaking the thunder pool. Countless lightning bolts shot out, converging towards Shen Gonghu. Wang Lin looked at Shen Gonghu's primal energy divine ability, his eyes showing a strange expression. This divine ability was very powerful, relying on his own primal energy to summon the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. It was not much inferior to the peak of primal energy transformation. Although it lacked the peak of primal energy transformation, its size and power were even greater. Zhang Kongli's expression changed, and he retreated. At the same time, his feet moved swiftly, and the wooden sword immediately flew up. Following his right-hand gesture, it instantly flashed out, spreading purple light and emitting a fierce rumbling sound. Shen Gonghu's eyes revealed a fighting spirit. Through this battle, he wanted to showcase his strength, because his senior was watching. A low growl echoed, his right hand trembling slightly. After all, he was severely injured, although he had recovered somewhat, and with the suppressing effects of the Thunder Immortal Palace's elixirs, he could reach peak condition in a short time. But he still lacked the power to perform this lightning summoning technique. With a low growl, he gritted his teeth, and his right hand suddenly came down. Immediately, the thunderous lightning descending from the void transformed into an unimaginable divine power, striking directly down. Zhang Kongli's face darkened, his hands quickly changing incantations, and he spat out a mouthful of vital energy from his body directly onto the wooden sword. The sword immediately roared, emitting a dense sword aura, a towering sword energy rushing straight towards the thunder tribulation. The two sides collided, and a deafening explosion immediately resounded everywhere. The lightning dissipated, the wooden sword retreated, and the remaining elemental energy here was now extremely concentrated, shattering most of the surrounding rubble with a bang. Zhang Kongli's figure flashed, retreating continuously, his face pale, his gaze fixed on Shen Gonghu. He was also enraged, and the fighting spirit in his eyes immediately flared up. Shen Gonghu also retreated, only stopping when he entered the thunder pool, a trickle of fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Zhang Kongli, laughing loudly. "I've long disliked you, you effeminate brat, but I didn't expect you to have some skill." Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He had witnessed the battle firsthand. The battle between the two of them, both at the true Yang realm, had given him some insight. He couldn't possibly withstand the elemental energy and divine abilities of either of them. However, he also noticed a few problems. Shen Gonghu's divine power seemed incomplete. Guiding the power of the lightning tribulation appeared to be a bit too much for him. However, Wang Lin had already seen the third level of the tribulation, and before entering the inner circle of the lightning pool, he had vaguely perceived the laws of lightning. At this moment, with such a mindset, observing Shen Gonghu's lightning-based divine power, it wasn't surprising that he could spot the problem. This kind of phenomenon also occurs in the martial arts world of ordinary people. A person who seems to know nothing about martial arts, but has read many valuable books and gained profound insights, can often accurately point out the flaws in the opponent's techniques from an outsider's perspective. Although they can see and observe, they themselves cannot reach that level or perform the technique. At this moment, Wang Lin was in a similar state. His eyes flashed, and he calmly said, "Shen Gonghu, your elemental power, although it possesses lightning might, lacks a lightning soul. Although it has merged with your Tao heart, it doesn't have the power of lightning." Shen Gonghu was shocked to hear this. This wasn't the first time he'd heard such words. The Lord of the Thunder Immortal Palace and the elders of his family had also mentioned it, but hearing it from Wang Lin's mouth made him even more nervous. He hurriedly and respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, venerable lord." Not only him, but even Zhang Kongli in the distance was stunned. He became increasingly certain of his absurd conjecture. Shen Gonghu's problem also lay with him. The elders of the Zhan family had said that one needed to comprehend it oneself. Such matters were truly inexplicable. Even they were still groping in the dark, unsure of what was right or wrong in their comprehension. So how could they possibly teach a junior? If it's right, then so be it. But if it's wrong ultimately, no one knows whether their current path is right or wrong, as it deviates from the true path, because they don't know where the path to the third step lies. But Wang Lin is different. He has seen the third step, which is like seeing the direction to go. Others, because they don't know right from wrong, dare not speak, and even if they do, they are not certain in their hearts. The scene at this moment is rather strange. Shen Gonghu and Zhan Kongli, who moments before were filled with overwhelming fighting spirit, then unexpectedly stopped fighting and looked towards Wang Lin. Their gazes were different. Shen Gonghu was blindly reverent, while Zhan Kongli was somewhat skeptical. Wang Lin didn't continue. This kind of thing is inherently vague and cannot be explained too clearly. Understanding is understanding. If you don't understand, then you need a fortunate opportunity. Otherwise, you will never be able to understand. While deep in thought, Wang Lin raised his right hand and casually tapped forward, a bolt of lightning falling into his palm. In the eyes of Shen Gonghu and the others, the power of this lightning bolt wasn't strong. But what followed made the two of them hold their breath. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the lightning bolt in his palm, a strange light flashing in his eyes. His right hand trembled, and the lightning bolt instantly dissipated, though a faint glimmer of light remained. It couldn't last long. In an instant, the light vanished. Wang Lin closed his eyes, concealing his weariness. If the situation hadn't been so perilous, he wouldn't have acted so mysteriously. "Do you understand?" Wang Lin said slowly, his eyes closed. The origin returning to the origin, a brilliant light burst forth in Shen Gonghu's eyes, his whole body trembling with excitement. Without hesitation, he bowed to Wang Lin, his reverence growing even stronger, almost bordering on adoration. His mind became clear and transparent, as if a thin barrier had been pierced. At this moment, Shen Gonghu seemed to have attained enlightenment. He spun around, looking towards Zhan Kongli, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, and slowly said, "Let's continue fighting." Zhan Kongli's scalp tingled at this moment. His speculation about Wang Lin had clearly reached its peak. He no longer doubted the absurd idea in his head. He bowed deeply to Wang Lin, respectfully saying, "Junior Zhan Kongli, I didn't know Senior was here. I apologize for any offense I may have committed. I will leave immediately." He glanced at Shen Gonghu with a hint of envy. At this moment, he clearly understood why Shen Gonghu was so arrogant. It was because he relied on others to survive. Congratulations, brother Shen Gonghu, Zhang Kongli said with a hint of jealousy in his voice, bowing respectfully. Shen Gonghu said nothing, coldly staring at Zhang Kongli. Zhang Kongli didn't mind, smiling and saying, Brother Shen Gonghu, I have received a summons from the Thunder Immortal Palace. From now on, you and I will both be envoys of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Farewell. He then bowed to Wang Lin and immediately turned to leave. This form of address wasn't easily uttered in the Luotia star domain, especially since they were second-stage cultivators. Only after being completely convinced by some powerful being could they address him as Supreme Lord. Zhang Kongli didn't doubt that Shen Gonghu was faking it, because all of this was truly pointless. Shen Gonghu was arrogant. Such a person would never disgrace himself, even if it meant death in battle. Moreover, even if the two fought, it was highly unlikely there would be any fatalities. At most, they would only suffer serious injuries. Even Zhang Kongli himself firmly believed he couldn't casually address someone as Supreme Lord just to avoid a battle that might not even involve life and death. Combined with his previous speculation, that absurd answer once again flashed through Zhang Kongli's mind. A look of terror appeared in his eyes, as if he could no longer believe it. Could it be that the person who entered the Thunder Pool didn't rely on a magical artifact, but concealed their cultivation? Otherwise, how could this arrogant Shen Gonghu call himself the Venerable Lord? Zhang Kongli took a deep breath, his body slowly retreating. His thoughts raced, and he immediately said, Brother Shen Gonghu, don't be so hasty. Shen Gonghu's eyes flashed with cold light. He crushed the medicine bottle in his hand, and several pills emitting a red glow shot out, which he swallowed. His entire aura instantly surged with ferocity. With a low growl, Shen Gonghu pointed his right finger, and the primal energy within his body surged out wildly. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, like a divine dragon, roared down from the void, shaking the thunder pool. Countless lightning bolts shot out, converging towards Shen Gonghu. Wang Lin looked at Shen Gonghu's primal energy divine ability, his eyes showing a strange expression. This divine ability was very powerful, relying on his own primal energy to summon the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. It was not much inferior to the peak of primal energy transformation. Although it lacked the peak of primal energy transformation, its size and power were even greater. Zhang Kongli's expression changed, and he retreated. At the same time, his feet moved swiftly, and the wooden sword immediately flew up. Following his right-hand gesture, it instantly flashed out, spreading purple light and emitting a fierce rumbling sound. Shen Gonghu's eyes revealed a fighting spirit. Through this battle, he wanted to showcase his strength, because his senior was watching. A low growl echoed, his right hand trembling slightly. After all, he was severely injured, although he had recovered somewhat, and with the suppressing effects of the Thunder Immortal Palace's elixirs, he could reach peak condition in a short time. But he still lacked the power to perform this lightning summoning technique. With a low growl, he gritted his teeth, and his right hand suddenly came down. Immediately, the thunderous lightning descending from the void transformed into an unimaginable divine power, striking directly down. Zhang Kongli's face darkened, his hands quickly changing incantations, and he spat out a mouthful of vital energy from his body directly onto the wooden sword. The sword immediately roared, emitting a dense sword aura, a towering sword energy rushing straight towards the thunder tribulation. The two sides collided, and a deafening explosion immediately resounded everywhere. The lightning dissipated, the wooden sword retreated, and the remaining elemental energy here was now extremely concentrated, shattering most of the surrounding rubble with a bang. Zhang Kongli's figure flashed, retreating continuously, his face pale, his gaze fixed on Shen Gonghu. He was also enraged, and the fighting spirit in his eyes immediately flared up. Shen Gonghu also retreated, only stopping when he entered the thunder pool, a trickle of fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Zhang Kongli, laughing loudly. I've long disliked you, you effeminate brat, but I didn't expect you to have some skill. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He had witnessed the battle firsthand. The battle between the two of them, both at the true young realm, had given him some insight. He couldn't possibly withstand the elemental energy and divine abilities of either of them. However, he also noticed a few problems. Shen Gonghu's divine power seemed incomplete. Guiding the power of the lightning tribulation appeared to be a bit too much for him. However, Wang Lin had already seen the third level of the tribulation, and before entering the inner circle of the lightning pool, he had vaguely perceived the laws of lightning. At this moment, with such a mindset, observing Shen Gonghu's lightning-based divine power, it wasn't surprising that he could spot the problem. This kind of phenomenon also occurs in the martial arts world of ordinary people. A person who seems to know nothing about martial arts, but has read many valuable books and gained profound insights, can often accurately point out the flaws in the opponent's techniques from an outsider's perspective. Although they can see and observe, they themselves cannot reach that level or perform the technique. At this moment, Wang Lin was in a similar state. His eyes flashed, and he calmly said, "Shen Gonghu, your elemental power, although it possesses lightning might, lacks a lightning soul. Although it has merged with your Tao heart, it doesn't have the power of lightning." Shen Gonghu was shocked to hear this. This wasn't the first time he'd heard such words. The Lord of the Thunder Immortal Palace and the elders of his family had also mentioned it, but hearing it from Wang Lin's mouth made him even more nervous. He hurriedly and respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, venerable lord." Not only him, but even Zan Kongli in the distance was stunned. He became increasingly certain of his absurd conjecture. Shen Gonghu's problem also lay with him. The elders of the Zan family had said that one needed to comprehend it oneself. Such matters were truly inexplicable. Even they were still groping in the dark, unsure of what was right or wrong in their comprehension. So how could they possibly teach a junior? If it's right, then so be it. But if it's wrong ultimately, no one knows whether their current path is right or wrong, as it deviates from the true path, because they don't know where the path to the third step lies. But Wang Lin is different. He has seen the third step, which is like seeing the direction to go. Others, because they don't know right from wrong, dare not speak, and even if they do, they are not certain in their hearts. The scene at this moment is rather strange. Shen Gonghu and Zan Kongli, who moments before were filled with overwhelming fighting spirit, then unexpectedly stopped fighting and looked towards Wang Lin. Their gazes were different. Shen Gonghu was blindly reverent, while Zan Kongli was somewhat skeptical. Wang Lin didn't continue. This kind of thing is inherently vague and cannot be explained too clearly. Understanding is understanding. If you don't understand, then you need a fortunate opportunity. Otherwise, you will never be able to understand. While deep in thought, Wang Lin raised his right hand and casually tapped forward, a bolt of lightning falling into his palm. In the eyes of Shen Gonghu and the others, the power of this lightning bolt wasn't strong. But what followed made the two of them hold their breath. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the lightning bolt in his palm, a strange light flashing in his eyes. His right hand trembled, and the lightning bolt instantly dissipated, though a faint glimmer of light remained. It couldn't last long. In an instant, the light vanished. Wang Lin closed his eyes, concealing his weariness. If the situation hadn't been so perilous, he wouldn't have acted so mysteriously. "Do you understand?" Wang Lin said slowly, his eyes closed. The origin returning to the origin, a brilliant light burst forth in Shen Gonghu's eyes, his whole body trembling with excitement. Without hesitation, he bowed to Wang Lin, his reverence growing even stronger, almost bordering on adoration. His mind became clear and transparent, as if a thin barrier had been pierced. At this moment, Shen Gonghu seemed to have attained enlightenment. He spun around, looking towards Zan Kongli, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, and slowly said, "Let's continue fighting." Zan Kongli's scalp tingled at this moment. His speculation about Wang Lin had clearly reached its peak. He no longer doubted the absurd idea in his head. He bowed deeply to Wang Lin, respectfully saying, "Junior Zan Kongli, I didn't know Senior was here. I apologize for any offense I may have committed. I will leave immediately." He glanced at Shen Gonghu with a hint of envy. At this moment, he clearly understood why Shen Gonghu was so arrogant. It was because he relied on others to survive. "Congratulations, brother Shen Gonghu," Zan Kongli said with a hint of jealousy in his voice, bowing. Shen Gonghu said nothing, coldly staring at Zan Kongli. Zan Kongli didn't mind, smiling and saying, "Brother Shen Gonghu, I have received a summons from the Thunder Immortal Palace. From now on, you and I will both be envoys of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Farewell." He bowed to Wang Lin again and immediately turned to leave. Shen Gonghu didn't stop him, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "What is a summons?" Wang Lin asked calmly. Shen Gonghu quickly turned around and respectfully said, "A summons is an order from the Thunder Immortal Palace. Anyone nominated to be an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace will receive this letter. 3 months before each Thunder Immortal Palace opens, the list of envoys is reorganized within the Thunder Immortal Palace. If there are vacancies, a selection process is held among the nominated candidates. With Zhang Kongli's cultivation level, if nothing goes wrong, he's likely to win this time." Wang Lin nodded slightly, without further ado, closing his eyes and continuing to absorb the thunder into his body, transforming it into primal energy. Shen Gonghu's eyes lit up with excitement. Having just been enlightened, he immediately sat cross-legged in the thunder pool and began cultivating again. Time passed slowly, and 8 years went by in the blink of an eye. Including the previous 2 years, 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the absorption of the Thunder Origin technique, Wang Lin's primal energy gradually stabilized, and his primordial spirit became saturated, unable to absorb any more. Wang Lin understood that this was due to insufficient cultivation. Only after reaching the second stage could he continue absorbing elemental power. This was the most crucial moment. He needed to break through his cultivation. He stood up, looking at the lightning all around. 10 years of exposure had given him a deeper understanding of lightning, seemingly able to see through its origins, yet still somewhat vague. With a slight movement, Wang Lin stepped away, leaving the inner circle of the thunder pool and heading towards the outer edge. Shen Gonghu had been driven away by Wang Lin 3 years ago. Although this person held him in extremely high regard, Wang Lin always felt a little uneasy. Before leaving, Shen Gonghu had left behind a jade slip containing a message. The silver-horned thunder beast roared and approached. Wang Lin mounted it, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and left the thunder pool. The immortal guard puppet also transformed into a shadow, merging into the shadow behind Wang Lin. The thunder beast's speed, after 10 years of absorbing lightning, increased significantly. It burst out of the rubble and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Wang Lin was naturally aware of the transformation of the heaven-defying pearl. Li Muan and the souls of Wang Ping and the others, thrown inside, were not only unaffected, but appeared even more transparent. 20 years from now, I must go to the Thunder Immortal Realm. However, for now, I want to find a secret place to improve my cultivation. Furthermore, the transformation of the heaven-defying pearl seems to not require the power of the 5 elements. So what exactly does it need? Wang Lin pondered, sitting on the back of the thunder beast. The heaven-defying pearl was divided into 2 parts, yin and yang, and these 2 parts did not merge, which puzzled Wang Lin somewhat. Sun and moon, yin and yang. While Wang Lin was deep in thought, the thunder beast transformed into a flash of lightning, soaring rapidly through the starry sky. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a jade slip immediately appeared in his hand. That object was left behind by Shen Gonghu, containing a star map of the entire Luotia star domain, with many places meticulously described. With this, Wang Lin wouldn't get lost. The place he was heading to was called the wilderness of the Luotia star domain. This planet was mostly deserted, which wasn't surprising. Usually, very few cultivators came here. However, in some places on this planet, there were mortals living there as well as a few low-level cultivation families. 20 years is the time to go to the Thunder Immortal Realm. I need to prepare well. Moreover, some of my divine abilities and spells need some modifications. Many of my divine abilities are incompatible with the 3rd step I've seen. Continuing to use them would be like going down the wrong path. Especially the Tao transformation of the Yellow Springs requires countless vengeful spirits. I need to accumulate them quickly. Furthermore, I should also have a cultivation planet of my own in this Luotia star domain. Wang Lin pondered, his eyes flashing. Ahead of him lay a deserted planet, where life still persisted, clearly inhabited by many mortals. He chose this place because it was very similar to the Vermilion Bird Star. He felt a little homesick. Wang Lin leapt up. The thunder beast let out a choked cry, reluctantly transforming into the divine archer chariot and flying into Wang Lin's storage bag. Just as he was about to head straight to this planet, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. The immortal sword inside the storage bag vibrated violently, revealing a powerful ore and an ancient sword intent. Damn sword intent, your grandfather Su will finally devour you. From now on, I will become a true sword spirit. I'm powerful, very powerful indeed. Wang Lin's expression was strange as he glanced down at the storage bag, seeing the dense sword intent emanating from it. Moreover, a reckless aura was hidden within, seemingly ready to burst forth. Little Lindsay, you still haven't released me, Master Su. Humph, humph, let me tell you, I'm very powerful now. Su Liguo's arrogant voice rang out, the storage bag trembling violently, as if an ancient force was about to break through and burst forth. Just as this force reached its peak, Wang Lin's eyes remained calm, and his right hand fiercely struck the storage bag. Immediately, Su Liguo's arrogant voice weakened. Even his intense sword intent was instantly suppressed, unable to be released. Oh, little Lindsay, you don't want to clarify the situation now. I won't blame you. I'm no longer the little Su Liguo of yesteryear. I've inherited the ancient sword intent. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin's right hand formed a hand seal and placed it on the storage bag. At this moment, Su Liguo's voice suddenly stopped. So noisy. Wang Lin frowned, calmly saying. His body flashed, and he sped straight towards the planet before him. From afar, this planet was entirely a sea blue color, seemingly occupying more than half of it. Life on it was extremely dense, obviously teeming with mortals. Wang Lin's speed was incredibly fast, like a shooting star hurtling towards this planet. Around his body, due to his extreme speed, an illusory oval-shaped halo formed, like a piercing scream as he rushed into the planet. The planet's atmosphere was relatively thin. Wang Lin directly penetrated it, entering its sky. He looked down, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. This place was truly very similar to the Vermilion Bird Star. This similarity wasn't just in appearance, but also in feeling and breath. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, sweeping across the planet. This planet also had cultivators, but the highest cultivation level only reached the nascent soul stage. There wasn't even a single transformation god cultivator. He pondered for a moment, not seeking a secluded place to rest, but instead sweeping downwards, choosing the highest mountain range on the planet. He took a step forward and directly approached. Hengyun Peak was the highest mountain on Kingling Star. Although the spiritual energy here was still sparse, it was extremely majestic, a wonder that seemed to reach the very edge of heaven and earth. Mists swirled around it, giving it the appearance of a celestial mountain. There were many cultivation families on Kingling Star, as numerous as the mortal nations on the planet, densely packed together. Almost every mortal nation had one or two cultivation families. This peculiar phenomenon was closely related to the scarcity of spiritual energy and the absence of transformation god cultivators. This Hengyun Peak, within the Kingling Star, is the territory of the Zhang family, the clan with the most nascent soul cultivators. Often, this is where the Zhang family's nascent soul cultivators, who have reached the great perfection stage, would seclude themselves before their lifespans ended. Gradually, the once beautiful and elegant mountain became barren for some unknown reason. Even the distant mountain winds felt chillingly cold. One day, Zhang Shenhai, the current head of the Zhang family, who had been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for the longest time, his body emitting a deathly aura, slowly ascended Hengyun Peak. Each generation, when nearing the end of their life and returning to nothingness, would ascend Hengyun Peak, sit atop the mountain, gaze at the heavens and earth, and slowly pass away. He could feel his body slowly weakening, slowly taking each step towards the summit. On the summit of Hengyun Peak stood a massive stone platform. As Zhang Shenhai stepped onto it, his gaze instantly froze, his usual stern expression replaced by a sharp, agile look as he gazed at the figure on the platform. It was a young man in a white robe, his black hair fluttering in the mountain breeze, even his clothes billowing. He had been standing there for some time, but in Zhang Shenhai's eyes, he seemed non-existent. His divine sense detected no one, yet his eyes saw him with remarkable clarity. This stark contrast caused him to recoil a few steps, a hint of fear subtly appearing beneath his usually composed demeanor. This place isn't bad. The black-haired young man didn't turn around, gazing at the setting sun slowly descending in the distance, calmly saying, a simple sentence, devoid of any hidden power, yet it instantly invigorated Zhang Dinhai's weakened body, overwhelming his status as the powerful head of the Zhang family. He instinctively lowered his body, his eyes showing fear. This was a kind of aura manipulation. With his knowledge, he understood this. Often, among ordinary people, even emperors would involuntarily bow their heads before him, having been influenced by his aura. But at this moment, this phenomenon unexpectedly appeared on him as well. This could only be explained by the fact that, in the eyes of this young man, he was just like an ordinary mortal. What a pity! A mountain peak like this is being used by you as a place to ascend to immortality. The black-haired young man shook his head, raised his right hand, and immediately the massive mountain trembled. A stream of death energy that had accumulated here for countless years, used as a place to ascend to immortality, instantly vanished with a wave of his hand. The entire mountain seemed to be reborn, like a person afflicted with illness for years suddenly recovering, its vitality instantly surging. Zhang Dinhai's body trembled. He stared blankly at the scene before him, and only after a long time did he regain his composure. His face showed excitement, and without hesitation, he immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Junior Zhang Dinhai greets Senior. If Senior likes this Hengyun Mountain Peak, Junior will immediately offer it to you." Hengyun Mountain Peak. This black-haired young man was Wang Lin. He turned around, glanced at Zhang Dinhai, and slowly said, "Your lifespan will end. This matter, even with my power, cannot be easily changed." Zhang Dinhai smiled bitterly and said, "Please don't misunderstand, Senior. I understand fate. I don't need your assistance. Before dying, to be able to meet a cultivator with such great divine abilities as you, I have no regrets. Don't just talk about this mountain. Even if Senior likes this kindling star, I can offer it to you." Wang Lin turned around, his right hand reaching towards Zhang Dinhai's forehead, striking out a spiritual incantation, and softly said, "I can't change your destiny, but I can burn your spiritual power to increase your lifespan by 10 years. As he unleashed the spiritual technique, Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He could only barely perform this kind of divine ability after he had seen the path of the third step. If only he could have done that back then, Li Nuan wouldn't have ended up hiding in the heaven-defying continent. The spiritual technique landed between Zhang Dinhai's eyebrows. His body trembled, and he immediately felt a powerful surge of life force emanating from the spiritual energy within him. His complexion turned rosy, and he took a deep breath, respectfully saying to Wang Lin, "Thank you, Senior. Whatever you instruct me on, I will do my best." He, being the head of the Zhang family, was clearly not a fool. He knew that nothing in this world is given away for free. Seeing that Wang Lin had previously said this mountain was good, he immediately offered it without hesitation, because he knew that, given the other party's cultivation level, standing here and saying these words was already very merciful. If it were someone with an unstable temperament, they would probably directly seize power, and if they were even slightly displeased, it would be very easy to massacre several small cultivation families like theirs. Zhang Dinhai guessed that the person in front of him was obviously not from Qingling Star, but must be from outside. And anyone who could enter the starry sky must have a cultivation level of at least the nascent soul stage. Wang Lin glanced at Zhang Dinhai and calmly said, "I'll give you 10 years to accumulate the resentment of mortals in the world. The more the better. If you can finally satisfy me, then as long as I am still on this planet, the Zhang family's lineage will never cease. Go?" After saying this, Wang Lin waved his sleeve. Zhang Dinhai only felt a gust of wind hit his face, seeing only thick clouds before his eyes, and hearing the howling wind in his ears. When everything dissipated, he was at the foot of the mountain. The scene he had just witnessed even felt like a dream. In his panic, he touched his forehead, feeling the surging vitality within him. He took a deep breath, turned towards the mountain, bowed his head, his eyes revealing excitement, and hurriedly left. "I must do my best to fulfill that senior's request." Zhang Dinhai transformed into a rainbow, flying straight towards the Zhang family. After seeing Zhang Dinhai off, Wang Lin pondered for a moment, patted his storage bag, and the soul-slaying banner immediately appeared. Wang Lin gently pressed the 3 Zhanglong banner, and it was instantly embedded in the rocky mountainside. The flag, stirred by the mountain wind, instantly unfurled, and the souls within flew out, swirling around the entire mountain. The 3 main souls condensed and merged in all directions. In an instant, the entire mountain was enveloped in a thick black mist. Wang Lin swung his right hand backward, and a surge of immense power roared from his fingertips, shooting into the mountain. With a rumbling sound, a colossal cave appeared. The cave entrance was at the summit of the mountain, surrounded by rugged terrain, looking incredibly majestic. Wang Lin lightly tapped his right index finger, and a divine incantation suddenly imprinted itself on the rock above the cave entrance. The incantation flickered, revealing a hint of oppressive power. Having finished, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged, his divine consciousness spreading out, sweeping across the entire Kingling star. This time, he didn't directly examine it, but instead transmitted a divine thought. From today onwards, this place will be my cultivation planet. Inside the Hengyan mountain peak is a forbidden area. Anyone who dares to enter will not be spared. Wang Lin's divine sense was like a raging thunderclap, echoing throughout the heavens and earth of Kingling Star, reaching the ears of every cultivator, causing their faces to change drastically. But not a single person dared to resist. This kind of divine ability to transmit divine sense throughout the entire planet terrified them, and a feeling of disbelief surged in their hearts. From today onwards, Kingling Star has a master, and that master is Wang Lin. Wang Lin is the supreme ruler of Kingling Star. Just like the Blood Ancestor, he holds the power of life and death on Blood Star. Just like Tianyunzi on Tianyun Star, he is a supreme being. Time flew by year after year, but the cultivators on Kingling Star, regardless of their cultivation level, were all very busy during these 5 years. Zhang Dinhai pondered for a long time, not concealing Wang Lin's request, but spreading it to all the cultivation families. However, the Zhang family also appeared as Wang Lin's envoys. For 5 years, cultivators traveled throughout the streets, constantly collecting resentment from every mortal. This kind of aura exists in almost every mortal's body, only varying in quantity. There were truly many mortals on Kingling Star, and in 5 years they had only accumulated less than 4/10 of it. Seeing that half the time had passed, Zhang Dinhai was a little worried, but there was nothing he could do, as this was already the fastest speed. Even he himself had gone out into the mortal world to continuously accumulate. All his clansmen, as long as their cultivation reached the 5th level of the condensation realm or higher, were also sent out. For 5 years, Wang Lin remained seated cross-legged on the peak of Hengyan Mountain, refining his magical artifacts. The magical treasure he was refining was the mountain and river diagram screen within his primordial spirit. That object was severely damaged, and within Wang Lin's primordial spirit, he was continuously healing it through fusion with lightning. In addition, there was the mountain stone from the immortal realm. Because it had cracks and its soul had been extracted, it was very unstable, and Wang Lin was slowly healing it by refining it with his primordial spirit energy. As for the fusion with Hong Dai's blue rose crown, Wang Lin had studied it for a long time, but still couldn't fully understand it. These 3 magical treasures were newly acquired. While refining them, Wang Lin took the time to combine them with the 3rd step of the method he had seen, and took out something from his storage bag that looked like an ordinary magical treasure. That thing was the Kanji Immortal Tree. This immortal tree had been with Wang Lin for a long time, and its divine abilities were clearly somewhat lacking. Previously, Wang Lin hadn't paid much attention to it, but now, he was extremely interested in the Kanji Immortal Tree. Of all my magical treasures, in terms of agility and sharpness, this one is inferior to the Immortal Sword and the Crescent Saber. In terms of defense, it is inferior to the Soul-Slaying Banner and the River and Mountain Map screen. In terms of divine power, it is inferior to the Immortal Realm's Mountain Rocks and the Divine Archery Chariot. But it, among all my magical treasures, is the only one that contains the direction of the 3rd step that I have seen. This is truly extraordinary. Wang Lin looked at the Kanji Immortal Sword in his hand and muttered to himself. This immortal staff appears extremely ordinary at first glance, but only the heavenly demon of that year, after seeing it, nearly lost his mind, as if he recognized it. Extracting the primordial spirit is also implicitly consistent with the fundamental Tao. If we speak of cause and effect, it can be explained that the physical body is the cause and the primordial spirit is the effect. This object, within the Tao of cause and effect, is the ultimate object of refinement. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he began to ponder. His understanding had gradually shifted from the Tao of reincarnation to the Tao of cause and effect. This Tao is vast. At this moment, Wang Lin has only touched upon a small part of it, but even so, it has made him feel an boundless aura. The concept of cause and effect, with my current understanding, is not enough to materialize illusory objects like the painting of life and death reincarnation. But seeing the direction of the 3rd step, it is possible to achieve it. Wang Lin gently stroked the Kanji Immortal Staff with his right hand, the light in his eyes growing brighter. He thought of a method, Before the concept of cause and effect could be materialized, he would unleash some of his transformative power, fully preparing for his journey to the Thunder Immortal realm. Using the Kanji Immortal Staff to replace the final condensation of the karmic intent should be successful. Wang Lin pondered, making a decision in his heart. If it were someone else, they would probably hesitate for a long time, ultimately unable to decide, because they wouldn't know if doing so was right, or if it would disrupt the existence of the intent. But Wang Lin was different. He had clearly seen the path. He knew that although doing so would have some impact on the intent, it wouldn't be too great. After pondering, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. He picked up the Kanji Immortal Staff and shook it. The staff immediately emitted a clear, crisp sound that resonated in the ears, as if it could shake the mind. I will use you as a representative artifact for my intent. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He placed the staff on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to refine it. The essence of the artifact needed to be integrated into the magical artifact, requiring mental connection and a slow, gradual integration. Time passed without a trace. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter continuously cycled, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Wang Lin had been on Kingling Star for 8 years. During those 8 years, he had never descended the mountain, and in fact, apart from Zhangdin Hai, no one else on Kingling Star had ever met Wang Lin. But the title of Master of Hengyun Peak, the ancestor of Kingling Star, had become increasingly deeply ingrained in the hearts of all the cultivators on this planet, especially the thick black mist outside Hengyun Peak that refused to dissipate, causing a chill in the hearts of the cultivators. Of course, there were also a few cultivators with muddled minds who rashly jumped into the black mist, intending to challenge the so-called majesty of the ancestor of Kingling Star. As soon as these people stepped into the black mist, they were immediately swallowed by it. Within the mist, only mournful and desperate cries echoed through the heavens and earth, warning all cultivators not to enter. As for ordinary people, it wasn't so troublesome. Upon seeing the mist, they knew the place was fraught with danger, and no one dared to enter. Even if they did wander in, Wang Lin wouldn't casually kill them. Wang Lin's divine consciousness within the soul banner would naturally render them unconscious and send them thousands of miles away. During these 3 years, Wang Lin calmly refined his magical artifacts. But the only commotion he heard was from Su Liguo. This man somehow managed to break the seal on Wang Lin's storage bag. Although he couldn't leave the storage bag, he constantly screamed. One day, the Kanji Immortal on Wang Lin's knees had apparently merged with his mental state to some extent, making its control even easier than his divine consciousness. Simultaneously merging with the ultimate transformation of cause and effect, the power of this immortal tree became even more formidable. However, at this moment, an uncooperative voice emerged. "Little Lindsay, do you dare release your Grandpa Sue? I'm very powerful now. You wouldn't dare release me, would you? Rest assured, I absolutely won't lay a hand on you. What I want is for you to follow me from now on. Our identities will be swapped, and I will be Master Su." Su Liguo's arrogant voice grew increasingly domineering. Wang Lin frowned. If he didn't know time was of the essence and didn't want to waste time with Su Liguo, he would have already taught him a lesson. At this moment, Su Liguo not only didn't understand, but instead became even more reckless. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He potted his storage bag and said coldly, "Get out of here." "Oh, you dare speak to your grandpa so like that? Little Lindsay, don't you understand the situation? I'm no longer the Su Liguo of yesteryear." Su Liguo's voice boomed, and a black mist rose from his storage bag. Within this black mist, sharp and fierce sword energy emanated, bursting forth with a roar. In midair, the mist merged, transforming into Su Liguo's figure. As soon as he appeared, he burst into maniacal laughter, shouting loudly, "I, Su Liguo, have finally reached my day, ha ha ha. Heaven has taken pity on me. My suffering is finally over." Wang Lin coldly stared at Su Liguo, saying nothing. After laughing, Su Liguo lowered his head and glanced at Wang Lin, a fierce look in his eyes. At this moment, he reverted to his arrogant self from years ago. With a sudden movement, his entire body instantly contracted, unexpectedly transforming into a massive sword in midair. The sword's shape was identical to that of a celestial sword, charging forward with a furious roar of sword energy, imbued with a profound and terrifying sword intent. He charged forward as if capable of shattering the void, directly towards Wang Lin, closing in an instant. Wang Lin remained icy cold. The moment Siligo approached, his body didn't move, but the Kanji immortal staff on his knee flashed and flew up. A strange aura emanated from it, instantly enveloping the mountain within 100 jiang radius. This aura revealed an unbelievable power. Within this 100 jiang radius, it seemed as if everything was isolated, filled with an overwhelming aura that nearly overwhelmed anyone. Siligo felt it most intensely. He cried out in surprise, and the great sword he had just transformed into immediately stopped. But then, an even more intense sword intent surged from the great sword he had transformed into, clearly intending to resist. Wang Lin's voice slowly echoed, "Everything in this world is inescapable from cause and effect. Cause is everywhere, effect exists everywhere." The Kanji immortal flashed, and with a resounding crash, it seemed to open the great gate of destiny. The Kanji immortal's head and tail intertwined, forming a circle. The great sword that Siligo had transformed into immediately fell uncontrollably into the circle, quickly disintegrating. Cause and effect, that is the origin of all things. Wang Lin's voice rose again. The great sword disintegrated, almost instantly transforming into a dense black mist. Within the mist, the face of Siligo emerged. At this moment, his expression was one of terror, his eyes filled with fear. "Master, master, I was wrong, little Su was wrong. This time I truly made a mistake. Please forgive me one more time." Siligo immediately pleaded, his voice incredibly pathetic. Wang Lin's gaze was icy cold as he watched the black mist surrounding Siligo dissipate within the circle formed by the intertwining heads and tails of the Kanji immortal, calmly saying, "Your ancient sword intent, since it originated from me, its effect naturally belongs to me." Siligo was terrified to find his own black mist dissipating at an increasingly rapid pace. A sense of danger surged within him, terrifying him to the point of losing his mind. He immediately begged, "Master, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare again. Moreover, if you hadn't turned me into a demon back then, I wouldn't be here today. Would I, master?" "Do you think it's because of karma?" Siligo said anxiously. He felt like he was about to completely disintegrate. Regret had consumed his entire being. "I absolutely shouldn't have provoked this killer. For countless years, I've never once succeeded." Siligo, why didn't you remember that?" "Master, oh, and old demon Wang, he's even more of a demon than me." Siligo wished he could slap himself. "That's right," Wang Lin smiled slightly, slowly saying, "That's your karma, not mine." The circle formed by Kanji Shan loosened slightly, transforming into a beam of light and disappearing into the heavens and earth. The object merged into the realm of consciousness, clearly losing its physical form, becoming like a mental construct, merging into nothingness, invisible yet perceptible. Siligo nearly collapsed, immediately retreating a few steps, his eyes still filled with terror. At this moment, his previous arrogance had completely vanished, replaced by a fawning expression as he hastily said, "Master's divine power is truly formidable and powerful. Indeed, I, Su, spoke those words earlier so that Master could practice some of your divine abilities. Master, I, Su, am utterly loyal to you, with the heavens as my witness, and have absolutely no intention of rebellion." Wang Lin glanced at Siligo, calmly saying, "Since you've come out here, there's no need to return to your storage bag for now. Within 1,000 miles around this mountain, go ahead and comprehend your ancient sword intent." Siligo was stunned. He hadn't expected this old demon killer to be so kind at this moment. He quickly and loyally said, "Master, Siligo is attached to you. Only by staying by your side can I feel at ease." After saying this, he carefully observed Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded, saying, "Since that's the case, you may say." Siligo's face showed a smile, but his heart was also bitter. He thought to himself, could this killer really let me act freely within 1,000 miles around here? No, this doesn't seem like the killer's character. This must be a pretense. Humph, luckily I, Siligo, am smart. Otherwise, I might have been in trouble. Thinking this, Siligo felt a little smug, quickly dissipating his transformed body to the side and sitting down cross-legged. After sitting for a while, he became a little uneasy, occasionally observing Wang Lin trying to find some clues. Wang Lin ignored Siliguo and patted his storage bag. Immediately, the Wen Beast and the Thunder Toad appeared. The Wen Beast comfortably nestled against the Thunder Toad, and after appearing, it neighed at Wang Lin before lying down, seemingly unwilling to leave no matter what. Several other Wen Beasts also came out with them. Previously, they were larvae, and although not yet fully grown, they looked extremely ferocious. As for the Thunder Toad, it was clearly accustomed to the smelly beast on its back. After the thunderous were emanating from its belly, it found a spot to one side, lay down motionless, as if hibernating. Immediately afterwards, the divine archer flew out, and with a loud bang in midair, transformed into a thunder beast. Upon appearing, the beast instantly spotted the Thunder Toad and let out a low growl. The Thunder Toad's lazy demeanor vanished in an instant. It stared intently at the Thunder Beast, thunder rumbling within its belly. The spirit beast on its back was also stirred, looking at the Thunder Beast with some interest. Siliguo, standing nearby, widened his eyes, carefully observing the Thunder Beast several times, muttering to himself, "Truly worthy of the master. I haven't noticed for so long, and unexpectedly, there are so many more stupid beasts. Fight them, you must fight, then you'll know that I'm the one who's been with the master the longest." However, having said that, the master truly has a knack for dealing with beasts. In this respect, I feel a little inferior, but I have a knack for dealing with beauties. Siliguo's expression was somewhat dazed as he thought of the little beauty in the land of spirits. Oh, from ancient times, those who are deeply in love are free from resentment. This principle, the murderous old demon Wang, will never understand. Siliguo sighed, looking at the Thunder Beast, the Thunder Frog, and the other spirit beasts, then at Wang Lin sitting cross-legged, a feeling of loneliness mixed with smugness. The refining of the magic weapon still needed to continue, but at this point, it was no longer the main focus. Time was limited, and Wang Lin prepared to adjust his divine techniques based on the third step he had seen. Up until now, among his divine techniques, the most powerful one he could perform was the Slaying Luo technique. However, if his cultivation didn't break through the first step of cultivation and reach the Yin Void realm, each time he used this technique, it would consume a lot of his elemental power. Next was the body fixing technique. This technique is extremely powerful, no less formidable than the demon slaying technique, and usually yields decisive results in crucial moments. Besides these two divine abilities, there are three other finger techniques: Annihilation, Demon Transformation, and Yellow Springs. There are also three Taoist concepts formed from the cycle of life and death: Da transformation into Yellow Springs, condensing soul into Yellow Springs, and Yellow Springs power. The divine abilities he needs to adjust are the three finger techniques: Annihilation, Demon Transformation, and Yellow Springs. Continuing to cultivate these three techniques would be extremely dangerous for the third stage. These three techniques are incomplete and will cause discomfort. Why they are so dangerous for the third stage, Wang Lin doesn't quite understand, relying only on his intuition. While he pondered, his right index finger flicked out, successively performing these three techniques, helping to uncover the underlying clues. Gradually, his right index finger moved faster and faster, and the three divine magical techniques: Annihilation, Demonic Transformation, and Yellow Springs were used in quick succession. Wang Lin frowned, relying on a vague feeling within himself to search for clues and gradually improve, a process that was extremely draining on his energy. Before long, he felt exhausted. After resting for a while, Wang Lin started again. Time passed, 2 years went by, spring turning into autumn. During these 2 years, Wang Lin's mind was mainly focused on constantly considering and improving his divine abilities, but he was ultimately unsatisfied. Wang Lin understood that his own heart had become impatient, but Wang Lin did not give up, instead using all his abilities to slowly improve. His actions at this time would surely shock any cultivator at the Tranquil Nirvana or Shattering Nirvana stage, because this improvement was almost equivalent to deducing the fundamental immortal techniques from the divine abilities. This, let alone him, even people like Tia Yunzi would find it very difficult to do. During these 2 years, Lei Washington and Lei Shu hated each other intensely, but they did not fight. Lei Oi, lacking sufficient cultivation, dared not attack rashly, while Lei Beast showed disdain, even though it sensed a potential threat from its opponent. As for one beast, its interest shifted from Lei-O to Lei-Beast, occasionally circling around it, seemingly wanting to land on Lei-Beast. However, it never succeeded, but the more it failed, the more interested one beast became. So Li Guo found all of this very irritating. As time passed, he realized Wang Lin seemed to have forgotten about him, so he cautiously retreated, eventually moving completely away from Wang Lin, transforming into a pleasant mist within a radius of 10,000 miles around the roaring mountain. But he also remembered Wang Lin's words and dared not venture beyond that 10,000-mile radius. Gradually, he began to feel bored. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, not a soul could be seen. The outside world was far away and bustling, which greatly frustrated Siligu. Except for a few cultivators from outside who, a year and a half ago, dared not enter. He tricked them with his magic, toyed with them, and then released them. But after that, no more cultivators dared to come. Those released cultivators, even many years later, would shudder at the memory of their experiences. One day, he was flying back and forth within a radius of 10,000 miles, utterly dejected, hoping to encounter a mortal who might inadvertently trespass. Suddenly, Siligu's body trembled, and a shock he hadn't felt in a long time enveloped him like a tidal wave. Siligu's eyes gleamed, glaring intently at the distant, thick fog, and he couldn't help but roar with excitement. Finally, someone has arrived. Outside, beyond the towering mountains, beside a black mist, Zhang Dinhai's face was haggard, radiating an aura of death. Beside him followed a man who looked extremely anxious. This man wore a black robe and his cultivation had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. "Father, do we really have to go?" The middle-aged man glanced cautiously at the black mist in the distance, speaking in a low voice. "Of course we have to go. My lifespan is nearing its end. This time, besides fulfilling the senior's request, I'm also bringing you to meet him. After I pass away, you will take my place and act on behalf of the senior, ensuring the continued existence of our Zhang family," Zhang Dinhai said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then said, "But father, I also heard some fellow Taoists say that this senior is a bit strange more than a year ago." Some fellow Taoists were before he could finish. Zhang Dinhai turned around and glared, causing the middle-aged man to immediately shut his mouth. Siligu's figure moved like a ghost, instantly approaching the area and hiding in the black mist. The Zhang father and son hadn't noticed yet. Siligu's face was excited, his eyes observing the two of them, muttering to himself, "Not bad, not bad. That old man is about to die. He probably won't be able to withstand my pressure. Your grandfather Su will be merciful and let you go." As for that young man, haha, the excitement in Siligu's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Looking through the black mist at the middle-aged man, his gaze unexpectedly revealed a lewd expression. He cleared his throat and, in a righteous tone, said, "Who are you? State your name." Zhang Xinhai took a deep breath. Still standing thousands of miles away from the mountain, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Junior Zhang Xinhai, I have completed your task. Senior, I request an audience." His voice was hoarse and slowly drifted into the black mist. Siligu glanced at him and said, "Old man, come in. I will take you to meet my master." Zhang Xinhai was stunned, hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and entered the black mist. As soon as he entered, he was immediately surrounded by a whirlwind, his body involuntarily propelled forward as if struck by lightning. Not long after, having ascended to the mountaintop, the raging storm subsided. He glanced around and immediately spotted Wang Lin. He quickly bowed respectfully to one side, saying, "Senior, I have not failed your trust. I have gathered all the resentment of the mortals on Kingling Star." After saying this, he took a jade slip from his storage bag, placed it on the ground, and respectfully stepped back a few paces. After Siliguo brought Zhang Xinhai inside, he immediately returned to the outside of the 10,000-mile mountain, standing in the black mist, staring at the middle-aged man, and laughing heartily. "Little brat, come here. Don't be afraid. Your Grandpa Su will treat you well." Seeing the middle-aged man hesitate, he immediately shouted, "Come in." The man gritted his teeth and stepped into the black mist. Wang Lin opened his eyes, his divine consciousness swept over the jade slip, and he immediately sensed the resentment within. This resentment was extremely terrifying, its quantity enormous, as if forming a vortex of resentment. "Very well, the person you brought will be my envoy outside Henyun Peak from now on. Wang Lin said slowly, pondering for a moment, then took out some pills from his storage bag and threw them to Zhang Xinhai. Give these to your son. If his aptitude is insufficient, he might be able to use the spiritual energy in the pills to have a chance of reaching the God transformation stage. Zhang Dinhai's face lit up with joy, and he hastily accepted the gift, carefully placing it in his heart, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior." This resentment is an illusory and ethereal thing, yet it can be reborn. Your Zhang family should collect it every few years. Wang Lin instructed, then patted his storage bag, took out several red seeds, and gave them to Zhang Dinhai. These are ascension fruits. Give them to your clansmen to plant, nurturing them with the spiritual power within their bodies. Over the next 10 years, try your best to cultivate more. Zhang Dinhai nodded in agreement. These ascension fruit seeds were originally given to him by Tiakuzi from his storage bag. Zhang Dinhai and his son left the mountain. However, the son's face showed a strange, bewildered expression, as if he were still reminiscing. As for Su Liguo, he was strictly confined by Wang Lin. If it weren't for the fact that Su Liguo's actions weren't unbearable, Wang Lin would have even wanted to refine him. Su Liguo was confined within 100 yards, his face filled with resentment, but he didn't dare sneak out again. He could only spend his days gazing into the distance, a sense of melancholy in his heart. I just wanted to temporarily merge into that body, to experience what it feels like to have a body after occupying it. So many things. Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to Su Liguo. After confinement, he began perfecting his divine abilities. As for the resentment, he had absorbed it all, integrating it into the Yellow Springs. After absorbing the resentment, the Yellow Springs was completely different from before. These resentful energies merged together, gradually taking on a hint of the Spring Soul. Time was short, and improving his divine abilities consumed a great deal of spiritual power for Wang Lin. Although not entirely successful, he continuously comprehended the third step of cultivation during this process. Wang Lin's realm of understanding gradually improved. Finally, by the 18th year of his stay on Kingling Star, his realm of life and death reincarnation was completely perfected, without a single flaw. With sufficient immortal power, he could truly become a cultivator who had taken the first step towards the peak. Wang Lin still had some immortal jade in his storage bag, but he didn't know if it was enough. However, even if it wasn't enough, Wang Lin had already planned to drink the immortal elixir. At this moment, he absolutely needed to reach the late stage of the peak inquiry realm, achieving the first step towards the peak of cultivation. The first step of cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance. Back then, when I was inquiring about the peak, the ancient demon Beiluo said that those who cultivate against the natural order would incur heavenly punishment. I wonder if, one day, when I break through the first stage of the peak inquiry realm and reach the Yin Void realm, will such heavenly punishment descend upon me? Wang Lin raised his head, looking at the sky, his eyes revealing a cold expression. To the northwest of Kingling Star lay an immense desert. On the ground, a large quantity of immortal jade arranged in a specific order, forming a colossal formation. Inside the formation, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing deeply. With each breath, a large amount of immortal energy was drawn from the formation into his body. Repeating this process, the immortal power within his body slowly condensed. The great perfection of the peak inquiry realm is unattainable for cultivators. However, not many can reach this stage, and the reason is not in the realm of intent, nor in the immortal jade, but in the primal power. If, during the nascent soul stage, the primordial energy of heaven and earth merges with the primordial spirit, the energy is insufficient, then even if one can reach the nascent soul stage, it will ultimately not be perfect. Similarly, even if the energy is abundant, if one suffers severe injuries during the nascent soul stage, the primordial spirit will be damaged, dissipating the merging of the primordial spirit with the energy. In that case, one will ultimately not be able to reach the perfect stage. It can be said that primordial energy is the key to the first step of cultivation. Furthermore, nascent soul cultivators cannot absorb or replenish the energy between heaven and earth, so obviously not many can achieve perfection. At this moment, Wang Lin's energy has undergone cultivation in the Thunder Pool, and its merging with the primordial spirit has reached its limit, satisfying the most basic requirements. His realm of understanding has sublimated, and his cultivation level has increased as he has absorbed a large amount of immortal energy. He is slowly approaching the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. However, to achieve the first stage of cultivation, a terrifying amount of immortal energy was needed. After continuously absorbing it for a year, Wang Lin's immortal jade was completely used up. Without hesitation, he took out the immortal liquid from his storage bag and swallowed it in one gulp. The immortal liquid entered his body, carrying a strong, intoxicating effect. Wang Lin's entire body was enveloped in mist, which contained the scent of wine and spread in all directions. At the same time, the immortal liquid transformed into an immeasurable amount of immortal power, surging within Wang Lin's body like a powerful force, propelling his cultivation rapidly towards the great perfection of the questioning peak. With a mere thought, the immortal energy moved accordingly. This perfectly describes the great perfection of the questioning peak. His mind had reached a state of perfected understanding, leaving no room for error. His Tao heart was unwavering, the immortal power within his body was abundant, and even his breath seemed to contain immortal energy. By the time Wang Lin had been on Kingling Star for 19 years and 8 months, he had reached the great perfection of the questioning peak. Within countless miles, following Wang Lin's path to achieving the peak of cultivation, the immortal jade that had turned to ashes on the ground now glowed with a pale green, radiating vitality from afar. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, which held the azure sky and swirling mist. 1,000 years of cultivation, finally achieving perfection, Wang Lin exhaled, a smile playing on his lips. Recalling 1,000 years ago, that insignificant figure from the Hengyu sect had now achieved the first stage of cultivation, clearly surpassing the Vermilion Bird Sun of that time. This was something that no one on Vermilion Bird Star could have imagined. Wang Lin didn't stand up, but instead patted his storage bag with his right hand, and a shimmering golden immortal brush appeared in his hand. He grasped it, and with a flourish, casually drew lines in front of him. His previous limit was 7 strokes, but now his brush strokes flow seamlessly and smoothly, completing 7 strokes before moving on to the next. 8 strokes radiated dazzling golden light, like sunlight, captivating the viewer's mind. The power of these 8 strokes is a notch higher than before. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. At this moment, he didn't look like a cultivator at all, but rather like a scholar reading the classics. As he finished writing, the brushstrokes vanished, and the primordial spirit contained within returned to Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared. Half a month later, a bolt of lightning shot out from Kingling Star, flying straight towards the horizon. Within the lightning, Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the back of the Thunder Beast, his eyes closed, silent. All the cultivators on Kingling Star looked up, their reverence mixed with a sense of relief. It seemed that the invisible pressure had gradually dissipated with Wang Lin's departure. Before leaving, Wang Lin took with him the ascension fruit he had cultivated for 10 years, along with the jade slip containing other resentment. The soul spring within his yellow springs had clearly shown signs of condensing and awakening. Lightning roared, and Wang Lin departed after 20 years on Kingling Star. This was his cave dwelling, and after obtaining the Thunder Cauldron, he could obviously return. Traveling to the Thunder Immortal Realm from here would be safer. As lightning rumbled and he sped through the starry sky, Wang Lin, atop the Thunder Beast, gazed thoughtfully. To enter the Thunder Immortal Realm, he absolutely needed the Thunder Cauldron. Without it, there was no way to enter. Wang Lin understood this clearly. However, the Luotia Star Domain was different from the Alliance Star Domain. The Thunder Cauldrons weren't scattered, but for some unknown reason, they all appeared at the Thunder Immortal Palace, distributed in varying quantities by the cultivators based on the strength of their respective families. Now, with only 3 months left until the Thunder Immortal Realm opened, this was the time for the families to harvest the Thunder Cauldrons. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he made his decision. If there's no Thunder Cauldron, then let's go seize it. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the Thunder Beast's head and gently patted it. The Thunder Beast immediately roared, seemingly enjoying itself a little. In fact, if he went to find Shen Gonghu, he might also be able to obtain the Thunder Cauldron. However, Shen Gonghu's cultivation was very high, and encountering him frequently might reveal a weakness. Therefore, unless there was something truly important, Wang Lin didn't want to go looking for him. Not every cultivator who entered the Thunder Immortal Realm was a cultivator who had reached the 2nd stage. After all, not many had reached the 2nd stage. The vast majority of those who entered were usually at the nascent soul and peak-seeking stages. In the Luotia Star Domain, Wang Lin used Shen Gonghu's jade slip to find a cultivation planet. Wang Lin hadn't yet paid attention to the planet's name. According to Shan Gonghu's Jade Slip, this cultivation planet has 2 cultivation families, and each time the Thunder Immortal realm opens, these 2 families win the most Thunder Cauldrons. Moreover, neither of these 2 cultivation families has surpassed the peak of the questioning peak cultivation level. After entering this cultivation planet, Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept across, noticing that the masters of the 2 cultivation families on this planet had all left. Therefore, he hovered in the starry sky, closed his eyes, and sat down. Time slowly passed. A month before the opening of the Thunder Immortal realm, more than 10 streaks of rainbow light, like shooting stars, roared towards Wang Lin. Among these 10 cultivators, 1 had reached the Yin Void realm, while the rest were at the nascent soul and spirit transformation stages. Their speed was extremely fast, roaring as they flew towards him. However, they stopped abruptly not far away, their gazes fixed on Wang Lin. The cultivator who had reached the Yin Void realm was an old man. His hair was white, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and his internal energy was not very abundant or stable, clearly indicating that he had only recently reached the Yin Void realm. He took a step forward, carefully observing Wang Lin several times, his face showing a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. "This esteemed envoy, what brings you to our sacred altar star?" the old man said in a low voice. Wang Lin opened his eyes, his eyebrows furrowing slightly, his gaze calm as he said softly, "You just returned from retrieving the Thunder Cauldron, T." The old man's expression changed slightly, and he said, "That's right. Envoy, please explain what you need." "I need a Thunder Cauldron," Wang Lin said calmly. The old man looked at Wang Lin, then let out a long, arrogant laugh. His eyes flashed, and he shouted, "This time I came to the Thunder Immortal Palace, and I heard that someone impersonating an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace has appeared. I originally thought it was just a baseless rumor, but today, seeing you, I am certain you are the imposter." Oh, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, calmly glancing at the old man. The old man chuckled coldly and said, "The messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace, aren't they all backed by a large number of cultivation families? A mere Thunder Cauldron is incredibly easy to obtain. Moreover, I've met all the messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace in the Luotia Star Domain. You're quite unfamiliar with them. More importantly, this time the Thunder Immortal Realm opens, and all the messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace are gathered there. They won't leave until the Thunder Immortal Realm opens." Wang Lin nodded, not saying anything unnecessary. The illusory figure behind him moved slightly, and the Immortal Guard puppet instantly transformed, stepping forward, its entire body erupting with golden light and unleashing a punch. The punch carried a massive explosion, a fierce roar, heading straight towards the old man. The old man's expression changed. He had seen that Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and even though Wang Lin was riding the Thunder Beast, he considered it merely a fake and paid no attention. But he hadn't expected the opponent to possess a puppet of this level. He snorted coldly, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing forward. Immediately, a black flame materialized in his hand. With a swirling motion, the flame instantly dispersed with a loud bang, transforming into countless sparks, like a starry sky filling the surroundings. His clansmen had already dispersed, observing from a distance. The Immortal Guard puppet completely ignored these sparks. Even as they landed on its body, its speed didn't decrease, but actually increased. A punch roared from afar, following the old man's footsteps, descending with all its might, forming a dragon-shaped energy blast that tore through the air. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated backward. At the same time, he formed hand seals, and a shield of fire instantly appeared in front of him. The Immortal Guard's fist struck the shield of fire, producing a tremendous roar. Cracks appeared on the shield, and it shattered in an instant. The sound echoed violently, and the old man's face turned pale as he quickly retreated. The Immortal Guard puppet was also pushed back several steps by the recoil, a black flame burning along its arm and spreading throughout its body. "I only need 1 Thunder Cauldron," Wang Lin said calmly, looking at the old man. The old man stared at Wang Lin. The puppet's punch had frightened him considerably. Without using his elemental power and divine abilities, he wouldn't have been able to defeat a puppet of equivalent cultivation. This person possesses such a puppet. He's certainly not an ordinary person. Even if he's impersonating an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, It has nothing to do with me. The only problem is if we hand over such a thunder cauldron, wouldn't our Zhang family lose face? The old man felt a little awkward. If Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the second stage, perhaps the old man would have agreed. After all, their family had won 3 thunder cauldrons this time, so giving one away wouldn't be unreasonable. But now, if he were to be directly asked for it by a cultivator at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, he couldn't tolerate it. Wang Lin didn't want to waste words. Although this person's cultivation was somewhat unexpected, the other party had just entered the Yin Void realm and was not yet stable. At this moment, Wang Lin was at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, and moreover, he possessed divine abilities and magical treasures, so victory wouldn't be difficult. He potted his storage bag and immediately took out a stone. After appearing, this stone instantly transformed, turning into a huge immortal mountain, with dense energy emanating from it, and a hint of oppressive power emanating from it. Wang Lin pressed his right hand down, and the mountain immediately trembled, emitting a desolate aura. This aura condensed under Wang Lin's right hand, which he lifted. A mass of mist quickly gathered, forming a fist-sized cloud. Seeing this, the old man's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he retreated, his eyes filled with terror, and he exclaimed, "Spirit extraction technique. You are merely a cultivator at the first stage of the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. How can you possibly unleash such a divine ability?" Wang Lin's gaze remained calm. He pushed his right hand forward, and the mist instantly shot out, carrying a powerful pressure, flying straight towards the old man. At the same time, Wang Lin's body moved slightly, following closely behind the mist. He raised his right hand, and a bolt of lightning condensed in his palm. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed from the starry sky. In a flash of lightning, a tangible bolt of lightning materialized and condensed in Wang Lin's right hand.